Hello. Hi, everyone. We are live with the 2021 WebXR Design Summit. And we are so excited because we've been working on this all summer. First, we did the Poly's WebXR Awards in February, and that was a blast. But that begat the WebXR Developer Summit in May 25th, hosted by Trevor Flowers, followed by the WebXR Business Summit hosted by Samantha Matthews. And today we have the WebXR Design Summit hosted by the one and only Kent Bai of the Voices of VR podcast, the journalist who has been bringing us the stories and the important social implications of XR for 7 years now. Congratulations on your 100th or 1,000th episode that was recently launched, Kent. I highly recommend everybody check that out. But I am just here to kill some time for a few minutes. And I've got pretty much the coolest job around because I get to talk to really smart people all day and I get to work with really great people. So first, I want to thank the amazing team that puts together this event, starting with Julie Smithson and Sophia Mashasha, Steve Lewis, Karen Alexander, Linda Ricci, and Aramay Ibrahim. We also have a great bunch of people behind us, including Terry Schisler, Alan Smithson, Leila Amirzadeghi, Cause, Austin Kane, Christy Fennison, and John Sidorovich does our music. And all of this is brought to us by FutureWay, our series sponsor who joined us before the Developer Summit and has had our back all summer, has helped us with the programming, tremendous amount of moral support. So I want to thank Daniel Ljunggren, Mats Lundgren, and Dr. June Wong, who have just been such terrific partners. And we are so excited to be working with FutureWay because FutureWay's mission aligns with ours, because we want to foster the ecosystem, which we've been doing by putting together these community events. But we also, at our core, believe in open standards and we believe in open source software. So there are so many other people to thank, including the community itself. And I really want to give a shout out to the WebXR community at large, because everybody has really rallied this year around this super important platform. And I said it at the beginning of the WebXR Developer Summit that WebXR is perhaps the most important technology that humanity ever created. And the reason I say that bold statement is because by being able to distribute through the web this incredible medium of technology that all the other technologies are built on, it gives worldwide access to people on a billion devices. And now we have stereoscopic immersive. So we've got a couple of things coming up that I also want to plug real quick. I want you all to know that we're going to be at AWE. Julie Smithson and I, along with Terry Schisler and Anita Kabludsky, will be on stage in real life, in person, with all you folks to present stereoscopic AR in WebXR. And the folks at AWE were kind enough to give us a coupon code for 20% off. So if you don't have an AWE ticket, use WebXR AWE 20 to get 20% off. And we really hope to see you there in November. So what I'm going to do now, as I'm running out of time, and I hope you all are joining us, I am going to bring Kent Bai on stage and welcome our host.
Thanks so much, Ben. And
Hey, Kent.
Thanks for organizing all of this. This has been really great I'm just really excited to have all these different conversations and to listen to all these different perspectives. And so, I just was going to just have a few opening remarks and then we'll start to then dive into the whole show. So if people don't know who I am, I'm Kent Bai. I do the Voices of VR podcast. And starting back in May of 2014, I started going to the Silicon Valley Virtual Reality Conference and started recording podcasts with different creators and makers. There wasn't a lot of information about design or how to make immersive experiences back then. And when I first got my Rift, just a couple of weeks later, I went to a design jam, created my own experience, and wanted to continue to make more stuff, but there wasn't a lot of information for how to actually do that. So I went to the SVVR, it's a Silicon Valley Virtual Reality Expo, and it was a 1 year anniversary, 2014, and I ended up doing like 40 plus interviews, which really kicked off the Voices of VR podcast. And the from the very beginning, it's been all about designing for virtual reality, talking to creators and makers who are on the front line making these experiences because there really hadn't been a lot of other information about how to make or create these immersive experiences beyond that. And I think over time, what I've noticed is that there's been a number of different disciplines that we can start to look to in terms of getting insight from different design practices. So I'm just going to share my screen here. I don't know if you can bring that up. Um, I'll just show like one slide. Um, but as we start to think about different aspects of virtual reality as a medium, um, then it's everything from video games to computers and human computer interaction and mobile web design and cinematic aspects of film, but also the aspects of embodiment with everything from an architecture to avatar representations. So, what I see is that it's really a fusion of a number of different design disciplines, from video game design to human computer interaction and web design, mobile design, narrative design, as well as cinematic storytelling and filmmaking. You have the practices of augmented and virtual reality, of course, as the new aspects of embodiment, but it's also pulling in aspects of theater and architecture, and industrial design, ergonomic design. All these different design practices have different trade-offs, and I think part of what's happening right now is that with XR, it's sort of a fusion of all these different things. The things that come up again and again and again are, how do you add the agency of video games with the sort of storytelling and the receiving of a narrative from, say, an immersive story. That kind of tension of an interactive story is at the heart of some of these different design choices that need to be made. And I'd say the one thing that is kind of universal is these equivalence classes where you have some of one thing and less of the other thing. But as a designer, you have to understand what the landscape of those. Mel Slater told me that Steve Ellis told him once that any good, sufficiently good theory of presence has equivalence classes where you make different trade-offs. And from my approach, as I've been doing all these different interviews, I look in terms of the aspects of active presence and mental and social presence and emotional presence and embodied and environmental presence. But really, this is kind of an open question. There's no canonical universal theory of presence, but presence is kind of what is unique to the virtual reality medium. So with that, I think over the course of today, we're going to be, just looking at all these different design practices, people from different design disciplines, people having different fireside chats with different people from, game design and industrial design and architecture. We'll basically covering the full gamut of all these different design disciplines. And I'm actually really excited to kind of dive in. And we have a focus of WebXR. And I just also wanted to say that from the very beginning of SPVR, and when I started my podcast, I did interviews with Tony Parisi and Vlad Vasivich, who, Vlad Vasivich told me that, the metaverse is already here. It's in 2D and it's called the web. And I really believe that there's a certain aspect of the interoperability that you get with the open web that is going to be a key part of whatever we end up calling the metaverse, whatever that ends up developing into being. I think these open standards like OpenXR and WebXR are going to be a key part of this kind of interoperable future. And so, we had the town hall, and one of the big messages that I think came out of that was that a lot of the design has been happening in Unity and Unreal Engine. So a lot of the sort of frontier cutting edge work that's happening out there has already been happening in those, I'd say, closed wall garden platforms, which have necessarily been non-backwards compatible. They break the compatibility because they need to stay on the bleeding edge. But I think it's stabilizing to the point where now that we start to have WebXR getting more stabilized, you can start to design and build something and deploy it and potentially have access to it 5, 10, 20, 30 years from now, which is something that you can't necessarily say within a Unity project. So depending on whatever you're doing, there may be some design practices that make way more sense for them to start building on WebXR, even though it's still, developing and it hasn't been fully shipped in, say, Apple's Safari web browser. That's a thing that I think once that ships and it's going to be like a real green light. But in the meantime, I think there's plenty of opportunities and, with the Oculus browser and for people to already have this closed loop of having a new technology. The new technology enables artists to be able to make new things. And then there's the distribution platform aspect of getting those creations into the hands of the audience. And then there's the audience to actually receive and see that. So there's this closed feedback loop between the technology, what's made possible with the artists that are making the content, with the distribution platform and all the economics around making it viable for people to actually make stuff, and then the audiences to receive that. And then once you have all that, then you start to have a full-fledged communication medium that is going to continue to iterate and evolve and develop. So I think with that, I'm going to invite on Julie Smithson to be able to introduce herself and to also she's going to be my co-host throughout the course of today. And so, yeah, just pass it over to Julie, and you just want to say a few words, introduce yourself, and kind of the intention that you have for today.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Kent. My name is Julie Smithson, and I am the co-founder of Metaverse, the 3D creation platform built to deploy experiences on the web. And that's my interest here, is to discover and learn more about the processes and share some of my knowledge as I'm building out mobile first experiences for the web. And I'll be speaking later this evening, about 6:30, 7 o'clock, on designing for the bigger picture, starting with mobile and then moving into more immersive experiences. And I have to say, working right now with enterprise, there's a lot of learning going on. It's an exciting time. It can be a little stressful as it's new for everyone, from both the designer's perspective as well as the business aspect or client's aspect. There's new roles that are being deployed within companies to be able to take on this new way of thinking. And I'm really excited about today because I'm looking forward to learning. I'm looking forward to sharing some of, as I said, my knowledge, and really trying to figure out how to build out something immersive with so much different technology and different ways of doing things. There's so many different aspects. So we've got some great panels today. I know you're going to be talking with Chris Duffy soon, but we actually have a lot of great XR women who I'm happy to be and proud to be the global chair of the XR women community. So we have some great people like Christy Fennison and Artsy Marie, Juliana Lowe, Dilce Berga, Catherine Henry will be on later. We've got Alina Kedlubski and Samantha Matthews is joining us again, Dominique Wu. Not to mention all the great allies, the gentlemen in the community too, contributing towards helping us all design how to design for the best audience in mind. And I guess with that, why don't we kick it off and see if your first guest is here, Chris Duffy. I know that you've got a great fireside chat, getting ready to chat with him, and looking forward to today. What are you looking forward to the most, Kent?
Well, I think that I'm just excited to hear from all the different perspectives. I mentioned all the different design disciplines, and I think there's a fusion of each of these different perspectives are going to be adding certain things. And so I'm really excited to hear from Space Popular later today, some architects that have been really doing some great work with WebXR. And then we'll be having a fireside chat with Doug North Church and Robin Huneke. So bringing in different aspects of industrial design and game design. But also, there's going to be a lot of different chats from everything from the low level aspect of 3D modeling and the whole 3D pipeline and avatars and basically the whole stack. And it is, in some ways, it's WebXR, but it's also sort of agnostic to a lot of WebXR. So it'll be interesting to see what aspects are WebXR specific and what aspects are going to be sort of just generalized experiential design. So I think that's what I'm excited about, is that, hearing from all these different perspectives and points of view, and just to see, what each of those different design disciplines, what unique take they have for unlocking the potential of the medium. So that's what I'm excited for. And I think that's sort of the intention that I have, at least, is just this open-ended curiosity to kind of learn from all these different perspectives and have different experts coming in and kind of diving into different topics as we go in through. So the first up is going to be with Adobe. So Adobe's been obviously creating a lot of for creators, different tool sets. And so as the shift happens from 2D to 3D, we'll be talking to Chris Duffy with some of the different tools for how Adobe's been thinking about that. And then, just trying to get a sense of where they're at now and where they're going. So yeah, is Chris available? I think we're ready to kind of shift over here.
Yeah,
Um,
I don't see him in the backstage yet, so we can
okay.
keep chatting just for a
Okay.
minute.
Yeah,
I guess
we kind of
we're
go
just waiting.
from we're going from game from from different event to event. Ben, what's the latest? Oh,
Oh,
Ben, your audio is either muted or your.
there he is. There's Chris.
Hi, everyone. How are you?
Hi, Chris.
Hey,
Welcome.
Chris.
Hi.
All right.
Thanks
Well, I'm
for.
going to step off stage and let you guys take it away. Thanks so much for joining us, Chris. We're looking forward to hearing from you
Oh,
today.
thank you. Grateful to be here. Thanks.
Awesome. Thanks, Chris. Well, Chris, why don't you just briefly introduce yourself and what your role is there at Adobe?
Sure. Hi, Kent. How are you? It's Chris Duffy. I'm on the strategic development team at Adobe. I've been here for about 5 years now, and I like to think of myself as the stethoscope. So at this intersection of product, industry, and creativity, and so I get to play in a pretty interesting intersection in terms of how to leverage technology to amplify creativity and ultimately enhance, enrich our lives and build greater experiences.
Okay, well, I think maybe a good place to start is some of the different tools that are out there, and maybe let's start with like Photoshop because I know there was stuff with that were 3D elements within Photoshop, but then there was actually kind of a taking some of those elements out, and so maybe talk about how there's been different aspects of 3D that maybe been already introduced to some of the different products, but then where things are at now and where the focus is going to be headed in the future for kind of the pipeline for Adobe.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe one great place to start is our North Star is building great experiences. At the end of the day, that's where our products and our attention really lies. And I think it's quite exciting with this evolution of great experiences to spatial designing spatial experiences. As we all know, preaching to the choir, 3D is a fundamental pillar of creating great spatial experiences. So yeah, we've been on this journey, and there's a spectrum of tools. Adobe had some early 3D capabilities, and I think we saw the kind of read the tea leaves and saw where things were going. And recently we acquired Substance, which is a new offering that really I think we're quite excited about in terms of the ability to democratize the creation and distribution of 3D assets and environments, experiences, and the distribution of those 3D assets and experiences. So Substance, we just launched a new Substance 3D collection, which is quite exciting. It has about 5, I would say, multiverses within Substance. The first one is Stager, and Stager allows you to build these environments. To your point about Photoshop, it is an environment where you can bring in 3D assets, and with AI, it understands the lighting and symmetry and composition, and it allows you to create some really interesting things. The second kind of component or world within Substance within the collection is Sampler, and that's where you can take materials and really texturize a number of things very seamlessly. Designer is a code-based approach to that, where if you really want to just go in and code from scratch, you can do that. Painter, again, is kind of the 3D environment for painting, texturizing different materials. And then Modeler is quite exciting, still very early on. And that's where you have this digital clay canvas where you can actually create not only 3D environments, but you can create in a 3D environment.
So it sounds like there's been a real consolidation with Substance, with the Stager, Painter, Sampler, Designer. There's also the Substance 3D Modeler, which is actually Oculus Medium, which is the actual 3D modeling. Because as we look at the 3D pipeline, you have to actually create the 3D model before, a lot of what Substance is known for is the Substance Painter to be able to paint on textures. Maybe you could talk about the modeler, because that's been in beta. I don't know if that's going to be coming out soon, and how you see that might be helping to fill out the 3D modeling production pipeline, especially because that's a VR native way with Oculus Medium to actually be immersed within VR, be able to create some 3D models. And so maybe you talk about that acquisition of Oculus Medium and where you see that going in terms of the Substance 3D modeler.
Yeah, definitely. As you kind of bring that up, it reminds me of what a inflection point this really is for creativity, and communication as a whole. I don't think, I wasn't around when this happened, but I think the last major invention like this was back when words or symbols went from pictures to sounds. And I think we're at a same inflection point with 3D, the spatial web, and creating this metaverse, or starting to create the metaverse. And one part of that, speaking of meta, is this ability to create these 3D worlds in 3D. So quite excited about that. We're almost going into this era of Pollock, where you have these multi-sensory outputs from artists, which I think is really ushering in this golden age of creativity. So essentially, we've created the platform, as we talked about, of all those different components. Right now, the modeler is still in beta, and ultimately that can get synced into like a Project Arrow if you want to bring it into an AR experience as well. So we're hard at work at building all the capabilities for an end-to-end content creation, everything from creating, sampling textures and materials, to bring it into a 2D environment on your screen, or into this 3D environment with a modeler.
I know when we had a little pre-chat, we were talking a little about the input and export formats. And in particular, I think what's interesting for the WebXR community is that GLTF has been one of the standards from the Kronos group that I think is trying to be pushed forward as kind of like the JPEG of 3D. So to have GLTF be as a model to be able to import, but also export. So maybe you could talk a bit about the support for things like GLTF for some of these different programs, and what you see as kind of like Adobe's philosophy for these interchange formats, like like GLTF.
Yeah, and Kent, maybe a little referencing our pre-chat, you brought up your episode 1000 over the weekend. I listened to it, and I have to just encourage the audience here. It's a phenomenal documentary, for lack of a better word. It is really a historic overview of where VR has been and where the metaverse is going. It's phenomenally done. And I think we one of my takeaways from that episode was, I think we're one additive or extension of that conversation you had with a number of folks, is we're also quite excited about what happens when attentive AI gets infused into the metaverse. So when it's predictive, intuitive of this 3D environment where the metaverse understands you, your needs, it has empathy towards you, and it can be suggestive and predictive and attentive to how you're creating, but also for the consumer on how they're consuming it. So to that point, and to your question, we're quite excited about where things are going. We have our own native formats, but of course, as things are so much emerging, we also have an extensibility approach where we allow for and we encourage the support of open standards and different extensions. So we're very mindful of being part of that kind of open XR community and being supportive that in every way possible.
Yeah, as you mentioned some of the AI, I know some of the features that I've seen, at least some of the trends, is the blending in of AI to do like creative assistance for different things.
Yeah.
And I don't know if there's been any augmented reality stuff. I don't know if that's where you start to get into Arrow. So maybe you could talk a little bit about Arrow. That's not ARROW, which is what I thought it was, but it's AERO, Arrow, which is kind of like your augmented reality interface. So how do you publish things from Arrow, and where does that go? I mean, is it something that's then put into like iOS or Android app, or can you publish it to like WebXR on the web? What's sort of the output for Arrow? Oh, you're back now. I don't know if I froze, but I was just asking about the output for Arrow.
Yeah, right. So it's still it's in beta, and there's this. We've been talking about this in the web for many years. How this need for personalization, and so we take a similar approach in with our tools for the content creators as well. This ability to create a personalized experience for the creators themselves, and so it is open to the ability to customize the output as this kind of ecosystem is expanding. And so plugins, SDKs, APIs are allowed to patch into sync with Arrow in terms of the different types of output. And as we all know, it's a really, I think, exciting times in terms of the hardware meeting up with not only the software but also the marketplace use cases. So I think we're trying to take that approach where we're flexible and adaptive enough for where things go. I know we know it's going somewhere, and we want to be part of this movement. So we're trying to have this modular, flexible approach going forward.
Well, I think a lot of folks who are involved with WebXR, they may be creating native experiences using WebXR, but they also may be producing 360 videos. And I know that Adobe Premiere has a lot of ability to be able to author 360 videos, export the proper equi-rectangular format that can then be uploaded to, say, YouTube or Facebook, or eventually WebXR as well. But there's also Adobe After Effects that could also potentially export with these equi-rectangular formats. And also, when I was doing the ambisonics to be able to create spatial audio, I actually ended up having to use something like Reaper rather than Adobe Audition, just because the support for ambisonic audio wasn't as robust as, say, some of the other DAWs that are out there right now. So I'm just curious if you could maybe say a few words about 360 video and how you see what's happening now already with Adobe Premiere, After Effects, as well as kind of the more spatial audio side for Adobe Audition, and the support that you hope to have there in terms of integrating all these different aspects of producing and authoring 360 video.
Yeah, I think the common theme across everything is platform first approach, and we try to build out the ecosystem to support the creative community and all the distribution channels. One kind of new addition to the family is Frame.io, which is a recent acquisition. And so that's going to, I think, really facilitate something that we've seen over the last 18 months or so, this ability to collaborate from different places. As the future of work is evolving, we've seen that you don't have to just all be in one place. And I think Frame.io is another indication of how technology can support the ability to amplify human creativity and workflows. So Frame.io allows you a video workflow from different locations, and I think that's going to just really accelerate the different aspects and importance of 360 video and so on. So quite exciting, as that gets absorbed, integrated into Creative Cloud as well, Frame.io.
Yeah, that was a browser-based platform. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, and so that's we chatted. in a interesting position where we're about a week or so out from Adobe Max, and we've got a number of really exciting announcements that we'll be talking to about that. So don't want to do any spoiler alerts here, but check it out. There'll be some good things announced.
Yeah, tune in for anybody interested in browser stuff. I mean, we're talking about WebXR, so I think there's
Yeah.
going to be some stuff that we can't necessarily dig into that I think folks should check out at the Adobe Max coming up here. But there is, like, say, Dreamweaver is something that is another Adobe product that has in the past been a part of authoring at least the 2D web. Is there anything that is happening with WebXR with, say, Dreamweaver to be able to start to look at some of these other programs that are out there, say A-Frame and other ways that are some of these frameworks that are helping to produce code that's meant to be on the web? There's 3JS and Babylon.js. There's lots of other JavaScript-based aspects of the underlying the heart of what's driving the WebGL. So what can you say in terms of Dreamweaver and what kind of things are going on with Dreamweaver, WebGL, and WebXR in general?
Yeah, a number of great topics there. I'll use XD, Adobe XD, which is our experience design tool, as a metaphor for this topic or this point of discussion. And we have passionate debate and discourse on this in terms of the automation of code. And so our current stance is right now, leave the craft of designing experiences to the designers, the UX folks, but then leave the craft also to the coders and developers as well. We can, to your earlier point about AI being a creative assistant, we can offer snippets of code here and there as a starting point. But what we continuously hear is that the development community, that is a craft, that is this great dance of art and science, and so we're not currently focused on totally automating code from design. That's not to say it won't change, but currently that's kind of our thinking. The big focus is, I think, getting that the foundation of democratizing 3D in place, and then the ability to amplify it through collaboration across different teams from different locations. So I think that's a big current focus right now.
Okay, and I'll start to be taking some questions. And so if you do type into either Twitch or YouTube, that's coming up on the restream here, and I'll be diving into some of those. But before we dive into some of the audience questions, one of the other questions that I had is just in terms of, one of the biggest players in terms of 3D creation is either Blender or Maya to be able to actually generate 3D content. There's also Cinema 4D to be able to sort of lay out stuff. And so there's a number of other, authoring programs that are out there. So does Adobe want to try to make a play for either creating something new or acquiring, or in terms of 3D production pipeline, there's nothing to kind of start for something that's the equivalent of, say, a Blender or a Maya. So yeah, just if there's any current plans or how you think about that aspect of more 2D creation of 3D assets. Oculus Medium and now to be Substance Modeler is more VR native, but that's different than, say, a whole set of the established 2D programs that have been a part of creating 3D assets.
Yeah, we want to be, I think our current approach strategy is to be an enabler of the broader ecosystem. So Substance easily plugs into all of those 3D content tools, creation tools. If you take a broader look historically at Adobe, the products that have done extremely well are the ones that have found this sweet spot in terms of offering professional grade capabilities, but they're not too niche. And so I think we're taking a similar approach with 3D content creation and our broader tool set. We talk a lot about creativity for all. So we want these robust tools, but we want them to not feel too heavy for anyone to be alarmed to come into the Creative Cloud ecosystem. So that's kind of our current approach. So I think Substance is a nice happy medium in terms of offering the ability to create 3D content at speed of thought, but also being able to kind of plug into these kind of, I'd say, more in-depth tools when and where needed.
Okay, well, we have a question from Lossless, and we touched on this briefly, talking about the export formats from some of these different programs. And there's a specific question if there's any interest at Adobe for Aero to support WebXR in order to build and share AR experiences over the web.
Absolutely, I think any output that is of use to the creative community, we fully support. So again, back to that extensibility, we've got some core outputs, but then with our extensibility approach, that's where you can plug in different APIs for different outputs. And so, one example is over to Adobe XD. Last time I checked, and I always get my hand slapped for putting out a number, but in terms of different plugins, I think we're hovering around 250, and I'm sure Substance will get to that level in terms of plugins as well.
Great, and it's a question for Shaggy Mummy. Why is Substance not a part of Adobe Creative Cloud?
Maybe it's a bit of semantics in terms of is it or is it not. It's a standalone offering that we recently released this summer called the Adobe Substance Collection. But we very much see it part of the Creative Cloud internally, and hopefully after this discussion, you see it as well. From a technical standpoint, it has different abilities. So it does have standalone licensing component to it as well.
Yeah, I know there's a number of different packages that you get that have different collections, and so maybe the underlying part of that question is maybe there's specific things to combine it with that that's also referencing. Another question from Trevor Flowers is, how do Adobe teams approach differences in design for AR and design for AR? Or design for VR and design for AR?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. One thing that is a common thread is the importance of design systems. And so our internal design team are big proponents of using design systems, but we also think of ourselves as customer zero. So we use our tools to create our tools. And so I don't think I think there's more commonalities between VR and AR than differences in terms of methodologies and approaches and use cases. So I think we see it as both are a means to a greater end in terms of, again, back to our North Star of creating great experiences, whether it be through VR or AR. So I think that's really for the creative storytellers, the audience here, to determine how they see best fit to tell their stories.
And I see Julie, which means that we're going to be wrapping up here and moving on to our next.
We still have a few minutes. It's okay. I just wanted to jump in and field some of the questions that were in the chat, and also just talk about that collaboration piece of how things have changed in behind the scenes for Adobe. Going from this 2D world into an immersive one, and maybe you can talk a little bit about the back end of Adobe and how your teams changed. Obviously, you had to scale out departments or different roles that people were doing to to help support all of these different perspectives. I think that's going to be a key word today, Kent, is perspective.
Yeah, collaboration is a major pillar of how we're unifying the Creative Cloud with Substance included in Creative Cloud. And that really is Adobe's superpower, is that interoperability of all the different tools. So, there's different examples. One that comes to mind is XD's co-editing. In this age of like Google Doc co-editing or Microsoft or Google Slides, we now have this capability of multiplayer design in the documents, and that's only going to get amplified in the 3D world. This multiplayer creation opportunity. There's so many parallels of the outputs, but also we're now it's kind of that phrase, Kent, in your episode that stuck out was, sometimes art imitates life and life imitates art. I think also sometimes, the content creators imitate the consumer, and the consumer sometimes imitates the content creator. And what I mean by that is we now see this environment of gaming, right? Multiplayer gaming, so big right now, and so we're taking inspiration from that, and it's really exciting to see what multi-designer outputs look like. So collaboration is going to continue to be a major focus, and then of course there's big technical kind of challenges to make that happen, browser-based approach. So we'll be hearing more about that at Max as a little teaser.
Yeah, I wanted to just follow on quickly on, as we're talking about the episode 1000 of Voices of VR podcast, there was a lot of just visions about where things are going. And there's been a lot of talk just generally about the metaverse and what that means. And just curious if Adobe has any sort of like approach that they've been taking in terms of their role in this kind of shift from 2D to 3D, this shift into spatial computing, or this broader, larger shift into the metaverse, which you have Unreal Engine and Unity, but we also have WebXR that's coming up. That's going to be a part of this interoperable immersive worlds. And so, how does Adobe start to think about the metaverse and their role and how that evolves?
Yeah, definitely. I think all are somewhat suitcase words in the terms of there's multiple definitions, but I think we see WebXR as a bridge to the metaverse. And so all of this is exciting for us in terms of anything that allows greater expression of human creativity, is just, makes our heart smiles, music to our ears. So, I think Substance is a good indication of where we're placing our future bets. And then underlying all of that is, how AI is going to be this attentive assistant in terms of being able to create at the speed of thought. And again, all mapping to kind of experience design or spatial experience design.
Great. And the final two questions, and we have to wrap up here, is any plans to revive Mixamo? And is there going to be like a VR version of Substance Painter?
VR of Substance Painter. Ooh, I love that. I'll take that. I'll take that back to the team. I think Modeler has some capabilities of that, and that's only going to greatly evolve. But I like that. Yeah, where that's headed.
And any updates on Mixamo? There's a question about that it needs to be revived. If it's been there, if it's gonna have more effort towards Mixamo.
Yeah, I don't know how much I can say about that publicly at this point.
Okay. Well, Chris, I think that's a really great overview of a lot of what's happening at Adobe. And yeah, thanks for joining us today to give us a little overview of the shift from 2D to 3D and kind of moving into how the Substance Painter is going to be a big part, but also the WebXR is going to be a part as well, as we continue to hear more aspects of some different potential other browser-based announcements coming up next week at the Adobe Max. So thanks for joining us and giving a little bit of a sneak
Thank you,
preview
Chris.
and overview.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Enjoy the conversation. Thanks, everyone.
And we've got Jackie Moray here if you wanted to say hello. Our next presenter.
Yeah. Hi,
Thank
Jackie.
you so much, Chris, for joining us today.
Thank you. Bye.
So yeah, next up we have Jackie Mori, the deep well springs of XR inspiration. So I know I met Jackie back in 2014 at like an XR education conference. And I know, Jackie, you've been involved for a long, long time, being one of the co-founders of the USC ICT, which has been, doing a lot of pioneering and frontier work in the realm of virtual reality. So yeah, just a welcome here today. And I'd love to hear what you have to share with us in terms of passion and purpose, the deep well springs of XR inspiration.
Yeah, we're all looking forward to hearing you. Thank you very much for being here today.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you, Kent and Julie. I'm going to do the share screen. So hopefully this, let's do, I'm not sure if this is going to work, but let's see. What can we see from my screen? I need to get rid of this. Yeah. I think that's not the right one to share. Let's try this again. Stop screen sharing. We'll try this again and we'll do this one. Okay. Right, so everybody see the slide? I can't hear anything. Okay, thanks, Kent. I see it's in the chat. Well, good morning, everybody. Thanks for waiting while we got the slides figured out. The title of this talk is Passion and Purpose, and I want to look at the kind of well springs of XR inspiration that people have had, especially in recent years. And as many of you know, I've been in VR for quite a long time, so far back, in fact, to when the reason for developing VR was actually to find a purpose for VR. What was it good for? And how could we use it? And why should we use it? Since those early days, and especially in the last several years, I've seen an explosive growth of creativity in the medium. People with dreams, ideas, and passions have taken to XR technologies, bringing with them incredible energies. And I've watched and followed these efforts and have been super impressed, blown away, in fact, by what many of these creators have accomplished. Today, I want to share what I see as commonalities that inspire some of these creators, past and present, and look a bit at the passions and purposes that support their works. All right, so I am not sure why my slides are not advancing. Let's see. Sorry. There. Okay. I want to start with this quote from Willy Wonka. Come with me and you'll be in a world of pure imagination. Take a look and you'll see into your imagination. We'll begin with a spin, traveling in a world of my creation, and what we'll see will defy explanation. What motivates XR creators? Was it something far back in their past, a desire to make a difference, or a need that they see a way to fill, or just the pure joy of the creative act? Whatever it is, these creators want you to experience what they have conjured in their dreams. They want you to be there, to experience what they have felt compelled to make. But where do they get those sparks that ignite their creativity? The spark of inspirations can be as small as a firefly or as vast as our inner minds during meditation. The underlying passions can be fueled by many desires. Passions, purpose, and inspiration are not isolated. They go hand in hand. The purposes are as myriad as the minds and spirits that create them. They can include a deep-seated wanting to introduce incredibly new, believable worlds, to experience truth and justice, to surround you in magic, to expand the capabilities of your mind, to experience and live a story, to learn more effectively in a fully embodied way, and to emplace people in a space that they can make into a place. And these are just some of the motivations. To explore where some of these ideas come from, I'm going to briefly share the work of 8 XR artists from the past until now and see what they have to say about their creative motivations. Now, of course, this isn't inclusive in 15 minutes, and I won't have time to go into any depth about these amazing creators and their works. So I'll save that for a longer talk. So you can consider this the teaser for that talk. I'm going to start with myself. Now, I have always wanted to explore emotions and feelings in VR. And this was back when VR had beautiful environments, but they were pretty sterile. They didn't have a lot of meaning, and I wanted to add meaning to them. Many of my later works explore how truly evanescent time makes everything in our lives. My inspirations, including climbing trees, not tresses, but climbing trees where I was surrounded by a whole world within a world. And also Winky Dink, which was an early TV show that taught me things don't have to be passive, that agency can make the world so much more exciting. My purpose is to have you feel something of what I was feeling that inspired that work. And why XR? XR is the closest to our known way of experiencing the world, and a lot cheaper than building such a world physically. These are 2 images from my VR works. One on the right is from 1992, part of the work called Vertopia, and the one on the left from my 2007 XR piece called The Memory Stairs. Next, we have Margaret Delinsky. And Margaret's passions are drawing and painting. Her drawings are everything to her. They are windows into other realities. Her inspirations include feeling as a kid, being a feeling kid that was aware of how people and places impact who we are in that moment. Her purpose in doing her works is to provide a means for empathy or to give you a way to radically shift your perceptions. And why XR? Margaret says, as a young medium, there's still time to bring a diversity of voices and interests to it. Margaret has created dozens of immersive XR works starting in the 1990s, and they almost all incorporate her drawings or paintings into fanciful and often surreal worlds, with titles such as Hardwired, Emotable Portraits, and Blue Window Pane. She says, actually, her most important work is going to be the one she does next. Maurice Benillon, a European artist, has always wanted to change the world since he was a kid and to find new ways and new forms of expression. His inspiration is this vanishing boundaries that we're in today. The frames and museums are going away, and artists have a brand new playground. His purpose in creating his works is to surprise himself and others with meaningful artistic solutions. Why XR? Because it's unframed and it can erase the boundaries between art and life and put someone in the center of an expanding world. This image is from his 1997 award-winning immersive work called World Skin, a photographic safari into the land of war, in which the participant uses a camera as an interface into an immersive war-torn world. The act of taking photos with that interface strips the objects of their textures with every shot, and maybe even their souls. Now, Nani de la Peña has a passion for reporting events truthfully with very high journalistic principles. She has said, why would anyone just sit in the audience when they can be in the middle of the story? The purpose behind her work is to deepen our understanding of very complex stories. And why XR? Because it's the closest mechanism to actually being there when and where something is happening. De La Peña's experience runs the gamut, including works on documentary film and a stint as a former correspondent for Newsweek. A scene from her groundbreaking work, Hunger, is on the left. Hunger was made with $700 of her own money and a prototype headset made by her then intern, Palmer Luckey. A frame from Syria on the right is another fully immersive socio-political work about the effects of the war in Syria on its people. And Nani, of course, is known for inventing the field of immersive journalism. Next, we have Jackie Lee. Jackie is a builder of ideas. He loves to visualize ideas, emotions, and knowledge. The inspiration for his work was when his son said, learning while having fun makes learning easier. So that gave him the idea to start his company, Science VR, which has a lot of ways to engage with different scientists and their discoveries over the years. So his purpose is to do what his son said, make learning more engaging and even fun. WebXR, because it allows him to give ideas form and function and share them with others. And in this picture above, we see a lot of his scientists all together. And these are people that you can actually, virtual people that you can go and interact with in these little lessons about different parts of scientific discovery. Next, we have Kevin Mack, an Oscar-winning effects artist now focused on creating XR works. His inspiration includes his vivid, immersive imagination, this hyperphantasia that he's had since childhood. His passion is exploring ever-advancing capabilities of computers in visuals and immersion, and he's always been at the forefront of this technology. His purpose is to share what's in his head, his visions and his imagination as immersively as possible. Why XR? Well, reality and imagination are immersive, so XR is therefore the perfect medium. We see here 2 frames from his amazing and ever-shifting creation called Anadala, his virtual world of artificial life, and his most ambitious and intriguing immersive work to date. And it is truly an experience to be in the midst of these shifting, changing forms. Next, we have Juliana Lowe, who will be presenting later in today's sessions. And her inspirations as a kid, poetry was one of them. Poetry was a way out of ordinary life. And some of her passions as a child included catching bugs and placing them in jars that she would make into their own worlds. Her purpose includes creating deep and rich worlds of XR with affordances that actually invite the audience to be a participant. Why XR? Each brushwork is like a word of poetry, intentional and precise. It's so much more than just digital bricks and mortar. Here we see 2 frames from her recent work, Jingleville, a fun winter world that was inspired, as she says, in part by an image of fireflies I posted on Facebook. But she has made it into so much more. A whole world with lots of fun things to do, a magic world. And last but not least, we have Nanea Reeves, CEO and co-founder of a company called Trip. Her inspirations include using video games as a child to escape negative situations, and then learning meditation as a teenager to help with a mental health crisis. Her passion includes using XR technology for good. And her purpose is to open up significant new opportunities using XR, especially in wellness. Why XR? Because full immersion allows us to connect more deeply to self and to our expanded states of consciousness. We see here 2 frames from the mind-enhancing application Trip, a unique, ever-changing set of exercises for your inner self, including areas for focus, mindfulness, and relaxation. There have been almost 3 million Trip sessions to date. It's unbelievable. Those have to be doing some good. And seriously, if you've never tried Trip, do yourself a favor and check it out. So I hope you've enjoyed and maybe even were inspired by these quick glimpses into the minds of some talented XR creators. I'd like to leave you with one more thought. by Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, a French Jesuit priest, scientist, paleontologist, theologian, philosopher, and teacher in the first half of the 20th century. One of his most famous quotes is this: "Someday, after mastering the winds, the waves, the tides, and gravity, we shall harness for God the energies of love, and then, for a second time in the history of the world, man will have discovered fire." Today, we are mastering the waves, the winds, the tides, and gravity with XR, and its creators are discovering a new form of fire with their passions, inspirations, and their purposes. And we all benefit from their energies of love. And I'll close with another quote from Willy Wonka. "If you want to view paradise, simply look around and view it. Anything you want to, do it. Want to change the world? There's nothing to it. And XR is one powerful way to make that happen." Thank you.
Woo!
Oh, that was wonderful.
Awesome.
And look
Thank
who's
you so
here,
much.
Juliana Lowe.
Hi, you guys.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Jackie. That was a great tour of all the different contexts and intentions and purposes and affordances of XR. A nice quick tour of lots of different contexts. So that was beautiful. Thanks for that.
It really
Um,
was.
Welcome. And it just scratches the surface. I'm sure there's so much more out there that we could share. So keep going, people.
Thank you for
All right.
sharing your passion today with us, Jackie. We really appreciate it. And you know, what a great segment to have right before we have these other amazing women on for the next panel to talk about modeling your metaverse. So thank you again, Jackie, and welcome to the stage, the rest of you, Christy, Juliana, Dulce, and Artsy. It's great to see you. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Hi, guys. Thank you for being here. I'm so sorry. I don't know why my video is not working currently. I switched screens and now my video is off. I could restart, but I think we should just move forward. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, we can hear you okay.
Yeah,
So,
okay,
hear
so that's
you.
great. Perfect. Okay,
Mhm.
cool, great. So, hi guys, my name is Dulce Baerga, and I'm here with the great panel of amazing women who are all world creators and VR builders, and they spend a lot of time in the metaverse. And we have amazing artists and creative directors. We have Juliana Lowe and Christy Fennison and Artsy. And they're all amazing women who create in the metaverse. And we're going to get to know them right now. So I'd like them to introduce themselves and tell me a little bit more about who they are and what they do. I'd like to start with Christy, if you could go ahead and give us some breakdown of what you do in the metaverse.
Yeah, hey, hi everyone. So I'm Christy and I am a world builder. I work with my partner Kaz, so we're Kaz and Christy, on building worlds for social VR events. And we use AltSpace for this. And then also, I'm an instructional media producer focused on XR development and distribution at UNC School of Medicine IT. So I work on creating instructional content, immersive content, and increasing the use of immersive content in education.
Very cool. And how is immersive content in education really impacting how you move through the metaverse?
Yeah, so the potential for having immersive lessons in the educational setting is amazing. Think back to your days sitting in a classroom looking at a board and try remembering moments where you learned something new. They're typically it's a little harder to form these memories when you don't have the context of what you're learning. And so something really neat that immersive media, immersive content offers is that spatial orientation for memory making. And that allows us to create these meaningful moments as we engage with our learning. And even when we leave the virtual space, we can think back to actually being in a physical setting and having those memories that we formed. And then that allows us to have greater cognitive elaboration, thinking back on the lessons that we took away, and applying those in our physical world
Nice.
actions.
Very nice. Very nice. And Julia, let's hear about you. You're a creative director and you've been in the field now for many years, it seems. you do more than just metaverses. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, hi. It's good to see everybody here. I can't tell you how excited I am. uh, I've been working in the storytelling field for transmedia storytelling, branded entertainment and gaming, and education for a really, really long time. And so I work in the VR space as well in terms of art direction and design, but I also work in not particularly medicine traditionally. I've worked with some people from a very long time ago doing Chinese medicine. So I have a bit of an eclectic background, but it all fits.
Very nice, very nice. And Artsy, I'd like to know about you. I love your avatar that you have there and that beautiful photo of, it seems like a slideshow of your immersive spaces. Can you tell us about that?
Yes. So I go by Artsy. I am a social VR architect. So I have been a artist my entire life. I have woken up every single day and I've created. I've been a full-time artist since the age of 17. I've never worked a job. I've found myself creating art for a living. I moved into the VR space just shy of 2 years ago. And I've created over 150 environments for people to be social in.
Nice.
When I came into the space, I was really looking for a place to showcase my digital art. And so I created a studio, or a art gallery. And that took me on a whirlwind experience of creating a community that supports me. And um, I basically drove the creator economy in alt space. I started Patreon that I've basically housed over 200, 200 people over the course of 8 months. And there are over 2,200 worlds created with my templates
Wow.
over the past 8 months in alt space. So I'm definitely on a track to building the metaverse in a powerful way. And
Nice.
so I'm on a panel of friends, and I'm
Very
happy to
cool.
be here. Juliana is one of my first friends in alt space, and
Yeah.
I'm definitely happy to be in good company.
That's great. So AltSpace is your metaverse of choice, all three of you? I mean, is that the main one? And if it is, do you dabble in other ones? And what attracts you mostly to AltSpace? Anyone can start.
I love
Art,
alt
yeah.
space because of the community and the powerful tools that they give us to be event creators and world builders. It's very easy to use the tools and to really thrive as a creative in the space.
And you, Christy?
I echo that. The community in alt space is amazing. I really enjoy going in there and being able to walk into a world and explore it with friends, people that I haven't met in the physical world, but they are truly friends. it it's an extension of our physical life. So that the community in alt space, everyone that I've met in there is true to who they are, and I really appreciate that.
Juliana, do you have any comment on AltSpace?
Yeah, what, accessibility is really important to me. And when you're creating a world, you want as many people to dive in as possible and to have that sense of the world is theirs. And there's nothing like, and I've tried many different metaverses, but everybody has alluded to the community, but also the people who help behind the scenes, Microsoft and Allspace, like the actual staff themselves have been so helpful in so many different ways. And usually meet on Discord, and there's conversation not just in world but off world as well. It's wonderful.
Very nice. So you guys actually build spaces and you host events. Um, Tell me what the challenges are when you are coming up with your event spaces and what you look out what you're looking for to offer people who come, and how do you want the event to roll out, and what are the fantastical things that you like to add in the space that make it fun and interesting that people want to come back and enjoy.
I know this is probably cliche to say, but the only limitations that I've run into is my imagination. I think that there's maybe a limitation with the hardware, and that I think our desires to go above and beyond what we can create in the real world is the limitation of the hardware of the Oculus being a mobile device. Because I've been into some of the tilt brush paintings that Jules has made, and we want it to be a seamless transition, or some of the endless scenescapes that I've created. Like, you want it to be seamless, in terms of performance, or you want to have thousands of people join your events and everybody be able to see each other. Um, but I think those are really the only limitations in terms of uh, that type of social experience. But we know that's only temporary right now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the hardware is a problem, but it is a temporary problem. Go on, Christy.
I was just going to echo that. Designing our spaces to be performant on mobile headsets is key for us because we have so many great ideas. I know all of us do, for creating these expansive worlds. But you do want the experience to be good from even just the frame rate being appropriate so you're not fatiguing your audience. And then some of the other things to consider while building, aside from optimizing for that performance, is thinking about how big the audience is going to be in this space. So some spaces you may want to build a little more intimate and smaller, thinking about, okay, we'll have up to 50 people in here at a time together sharing this space. And so even a fun trick is going ahead and while you're building, if I use Blender, but going ahead and putting 50 placeholders for people and putting them around in the space as you're designing the space, to think about how are people going to be spatially oriented to one another as well as this environment that they're enjoying together.
Yeah, that's a great way to use your pipeline into understanding how to build your space. Yeah. And Julia?
Yeah, when I'm building spaces, I'm looking at it from a UX point of view. So there are two things that I have to figure out, especially when I'm creating events. Is one, and we've talked about bandwidth, but two, how do you move people around spaces to begin with, because you might not be there. And secondly, how do you tell the story? So for me, story is really, really important and key to the flow and to communicating whether information, whether it's for brands or whether it's for social impact stories, and being able to do that in a way that's not intrusive and that allows for people to jump in and to have that sort of liminal space on which to participate and to bring in their story. That's really important. So I think looking at the point of view of social XR and seeing what affordances create that magic moment for people, that's tricky.
Yes, that is very tricky. It seems to me that you three all are the artist, the developer, and the host of these events. That's a big task to take on. I've been in virtual spaces many years, and usually that's a broken up task. You have your developer, you have your artist, and you have your host. But what motivates you guys to own your worlds in this way, and why do you feel it's necessary to have the full breadth of everything under your control in that way? We can
My
start with, yeah, Artie.
my journey as an artist has been one of wearing many hats. Just because I've always um, I've not had the money to hire, or I've not had the team behind me for all of the different steps needed, or all the placeholders needed. So when I came into VR, I was when building, I was the architect, the interior designer, the the person to figure out how to get things into the world, and I've also been the teacher. So I teach people how to bring their own content into the space, and I've been the event host, and the curator, and like I'm all the hats, and it's partly by necessity, but I've also um, moved into teams, and so now I'm, I'm learning to work with other people and learning to give those, give shine to other people as well. And so now I'm learning to be a team player. So I think that's part of the beauty of VR, social VR in particular, is learning to play well, play nice
Yeah,
with others.
yeah. And you have a co teammate or a co-founder, Christy, right, with your events?
Yes, Kaz and I, so in alt space, my partner Austin, he goes by Kaz, so we're Kaz and Christy, and we build worlds for a variety of different events. So we're not necessarily always the ones running these events. We're usually there, but we're behind the scenes making sure all the tech's running properly. So there will usually be a host for whoever the client, or if it's a volunteer project, whoever that group is that we've built for. And so some of the more popular names you may have heard of would be like Burning Man, BRCVR group came into alt space, and we've been working with them, and educators in VR. They've been in alt space for a long time, and I've been working with educators in VR, and they have their own events team, which is very helpful because when you're a builder and it gets to the time for the event to happen, sometimes you like to focus on making sure that all the technical side is in place, and any kits that might need to be added, during the event or taken out, all that stuff is being handled. So it is really, really helpful to have people come together and create these experiences as a team.
Very nice. And Julia, do you work by yourself or with a team?
No, I actually work with one other person. His name is Nicholas Liang. And I'm spending so much of my time actually doing creative direction for different projects. So I don't have as much time to do development. And so he's really being able to find that other person who thinks at the same level you do. And, it's really magical. But this time around, when I was doing an event for Burning Man, we had an event, we brought in DJ Illuminati, and it was like the first time I've ever had the event produce, and I just went nuts, right? It was like, what? There's so much work to do, and then there's so many things that you have to consider. But it was really great and amazing, and I wanted to speak to having this community of Christy and Artsy, and being able to say, hey, at any given moment, I knew, like in my hands, I mean, like I can go and contact Christine Cause, or I can contact Artsy, you know what I mean? And so there was this sense of the camaraderie and the community that is built around here that has kind of helped. So thank you, you know, thank you, pioneers, I suppose, and that's all.
Well, speaking of pioneers, I mean, we're all women here, and we all are metaversal people, technologists, artists, and social butterflies that love to hang out in immersive spaces. I mean, how do how does that affect your how you traverse everything, being a woman in this space? And I mean, I can tell my personal experience. I've spent a lot of time hiding behind avatars and icons that don't really necessarily show my womanness, just to get some credit with the men. But I know that a lot of that's changing, and I just wonder, how do you guys move through this space and hold your ground in the metaverse as a female?
I guess I'll take this one first, if you don't mind. Oh boy, what a good question. So I work in Google Tilt Brush, which is, it's different than Blender, and different than other works, and it's incredibly unique in a way. The way the structure and the modeling is painted actually, so that puts me in a different category in a sense, because I come with the fine arts point of view. Um, I think, and I have to say, I think cream rises to the top. If you see work that is phenomenal, and it goes beyond what our expectations are, it moves you, it's emotional, it's impactful, it offers a strong message, then I have not had any difficulties, putting works up and saying, hey, you know what? Take a look at it. It's important. It's important to humanity. It's important to the world. This is the message. Here it is. Thanks.
Christy, you have any comments?
Um, I will say that the work certainly speaks for itself. Of course, people may not always know that you're attached to a specific experience, but if they do, they appreciate it. I think this is a good discussion because there's still a little ways to go. If you're a woman working with a team, and perhaps if you're the only woman, sometimes you might get left out of certain conversations, and it's something that I've noticed a few times, but luckily, like with the worlds that Kaz and I build, anytime someone like runs up to him and is like, "Oh, this is a beautiful world, Kaz," and I'm like standing right there. I have an awesome partner in this. He'll immediately say, "Christy and I built this together," and that helps a lot. Having allies in making sure that there's this equality of representation.
Yeah, that's wonderful to have an ally, a buddy. Yep. And Artsy, how do you feel?
I've had my fair share of resistance to me being in the space and being as powerful as I have been and as visible as I have been. Um, I don't know if it's necessarily because I'm just a woman, or if it's because I'm a Black woman, or if it's because, I came in like a thunderbolt the way that I did. But it doesn't matter either way because I've always been this person in the space that I come into and the way that I operate. Um, and I'm okay with it either way. For me, I'm always connected to the work that I do on a personal level and what I do for myself and the clients that I serve. Um, it's a transcendence that I have for the purpose, that's greater than me. And so I don't really think too much in terms of uh, just my diversity. And so I'm okay with how I show up in the space, as long as that my work is appreciated by who I do it for, um, and it's seen and valued. It's gonna happen, and it's here, and
Yeah.
I'm grateful for the opportunity, and that I'm an artist, and that I'm an artist in this time period, and that I've stumbled across virtual reality. Um, I'm just grateful. I'm
Yep.
grateful to be here.
That's
Yeah.
awesome. Yep. It's
I
true.
wanna
Yeah, go ahead.
I
Yeah.
just want to agree 100% with you, Artsy. The magic of this is the moment that you see people coming into the space and enjoying it. Just the fact that they're able to connect with one another in this virtual world.
Yeah.
Sometimes these might be completely out of your imagination worlds, but sometimes they are tied to a physical place, and so they have meaning to the people that come in there. And just seeing their joy of being able to share an experience with each other is the underlying driving passion for this. So
Absolutely.
100%.
Very nice. And I bet the satisfaction of seeing people enjoy spaces you've made is just all worth it. So
It
yeah,
really is.
yeah.
There's nothing like it. I used to play The Sims religiously, um, and I never saw. I always used to try to play it first person, um, and there's nothing more gratifying than actually seeing real people populate these spaces and really role play in a way that I never thought was possible. It's amazing.
That's awesome. Yes.
I
So
think one.
I have, oh,
Oh,
go
sorry.
ahead. Go ahead.
I
No,
think one
go
of the
ahead.
it's what I found really interesting too is when occurs when I speak to my fellow developers and designers and they come in right and then they are impressed, then like, hey, you know that's great, and this is not just for me but it's for my fellow developers as well too. One of the things that's really neat that's come out of what I've done is people have been they've been tapping into their own creativity and saying, I can do this too. Like I can just do this too. I can bake bread or whatever people have been doing in the pandemic, and I can and get in touch with something that inspires me. And so I've been getting DMs and emails from people who are like, I want to try it, or they've showed me pictures that they've done. And it's like, yeah, it's not, you're not doing VR, but you're doing something else. And that's what it's all about. You're getting into your mental health and you're getting going and you're firing it up. So for me, that's been really cool to inspire others.
That's awesome. Yeah, inspiring others is really key in all of this because, we need a community and we need to have others engaging in these worlds that we build. So, yeah, just keep inspiring. That's awesome. I know that we're going to be moving on soon, but I have one last question and I want to do it kind of lightning round with all of you. Just give me the high level pipeline that you guys work with technically to build a space. If you could just go down the, top level pipeline of what your tools you guys work with. And I'll start with you, Christy.
Yeah. So depending on the purpose of the space, if it's for a client, there's of course always that initial discovery meeting of what are their goals and understanding the layout, how the layout of the space needs to happen, what story they're trying to tell, and then actually modeling out the space. I work in Blender, and typically just create everything. You start with the cube and you go from there. And then from Blender, bring it into Unity. You already assigned all your textures, did your UV mapping in Blender. So in Unity, that's where I'll bake lighting, make sure it all just has that glow or whatever the immersive feeling is that you want from the lighting, and then into alt space from Unity. So that's the quick rundown of the pipeline.
Very nice. Artsy?
Pinterest, Photoshop, Blender, Unity, Altspace.
Very nice. And Juliana?
Google Tilt Brush, then straight to Unity, mess it all up a little bit, add some magic and lights and things like that, and then go right into alt space. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, and lots of user testing.
You can't forget that. The QA is important, yes. Well, thank you, ladies. This was great. Thank you. I'm so happy to have met all of you. You guys are all amazing. I'm more inspired now than ever before. And just thank you so much for everything. Yes.
Thank
For
you,
having me.
everybody, for joining. I have to say, I was listening to you guys and I had some goosebumps. I was so proud to be able to watch you guys. And I think, the message here is the confidence that you guys feel in your creations and what you're doing. And that is passed on and moved forward. So thank you all so much for being here today and joining us in the Design Summit.
Yeah, and
Thank
I'd recommend checking out some of the worlds in Altspace. Go check out each of the worlds. I know there's some different stuff within Burning Man each of you had. But yeah, as we start to wrap up that amazing panel of looking at modeling the metaverse, we're going to moving on to our next panel. Actually, we have 3 more panels and we have like a 15-minute break. So we have another 90-minute block. This is another half-hour panel that we have coming up of why 3DOF matters. And so looking at, moving from just 3 degrees of freedom, and now we're into fully immersive 3 degrees of freedom with a pretty broad range of different perspectives. I'm excited to hear from this discussion that's going to be moderated by Chris Madsen, aka Deep Rifter. Chris, I don't know if you're there. If you want to, is Chris here yet? Is he being brought on? We also have Alex Harvey, as well as James Jansen, who I know from the days of Void, and also Andrea Katsukaru, amazing architect. So there we go. Hey, Chris of Engage. Why don't you go ahead and take it over and have everybody introduce themselves and dive into why 6DOF matters.
Absolutely looking forward for this discussion. So let's start out with James Jensen here, formerly the co-founder of the Void VR and now with Limitless Flight, doing the jump. James, so awesome to have you here. And we're going to get an opportunity to have you explain a little bit more about what you're doing with 6DOF here later in the program. We also have Andrea Kojukaru, who is doing all kinds of design in fully immersive virtual reality, and also is doing a lot of philosophical deep diving into the human's relationships with 6 degrees of freedom and this immersive technology that we have, kind of exploring how this level up in human communication is impacting our psyche and what we can do in these environments. And we also have one of my favorites, Alex Harvey from River. Reality in virtual reality is what that stands for. And he's a master at capturing reality and bringing it into a virtual space. So we've got a wide range of uses of 6 degrees of freedom here. And before we kick off, I just wanted to mention that when Ben first reached out to us to do this panel, what we're looking for is, we find a lot of people that are experiencing virtual reality through WebXR because it's so easy to access WebXR. But so many people have not even put on a headset. So they don't even know what 3DOF is, 3 degrees of freedom, let alone 6 degrees of freedom. So we want to address that audience that is just starting to get a taste of what virtual reality is and really break it down as to what is 6 degrees of freedom? What does that mean? How does it work? And why does it matter? So let's start out with the first question, which is, what is 6 degrees of freedom? Anyone want to hop on that one? Alex?
Obviously, I love chatting, Chris. But yeah, I can answer that if you want. I'm sure everyone can as well. But,
yes.
I've been answering the same question today at a show in Liverpool that we've been showing our virtual reality. So for me, 3DOF, 6DOF, 3 degrees of freedom allows you to move your head around with your shoulders, and you can look inside a 360 video or a 3D 180 video. But 6 degrees of freedom allows you to step into that world, pick things up, interact, walk around, kneel underneath and look underneath things. And for me, always, I like to have it looking like the real world. So we use photogrammetry to make that 6DOF environment. But yeah, that's my quick roundup of 3DOF, 6DOF.
Andrea, you want to take a stab at that?
Sure, I can offer a slightly different perspective. I've been actually thinking about this idea of a bigger definition of VR, and what I have settled upon lately is that it's a new way of communicating. So in architecture, which is the field that I come from, and in all other fields, we use level of abstraction to communicate things and information. Like we use text, we tell stories in writing, we use videos, we use paintings, but those all imply a level of abstraction. They're not the real thing. And there's a reason, is because we can't communicate that to people who maybe are not there. So we can't take the real thing to them. We take an abstraction to them, and they have to use their cognitive processes to read the text and reconstruct in their minds the real thing. And of course, lots is lost in translation in that process of reconstruction. There are many good uses for abstraction. The reason why we're such smart little creatures is because we can manipulate levels of abstraction and reality in many inventive ways. But in many cases, there is no need for that. So we have VR that has 6 degrees of freedom that allows us just not to abstract anymore and to bring something that's very, very close to the real thing that you can interact with in a way that's very, very close to how you would interact with physical reality to these other people.
Communicating through experience rather than abstraction.
I love that. Yeah, and I 100% agree. And I love stealing quotes from the Matrix. And one of my favorite ones I like stealing, which goes along with what you're talking about, Andrea, and what I'm very passionate about, is when Neo touches the back of that leather couch and he says, wait, this is real? And Morpheus says, well, what is real? If real is what you can see, taste, or touch, then real is just electrical impulses in your brain. And so for me, Sixth Off and all of the other physical effects that we're creating inside of these simulations, the closer you can get to reality, my hypothesis is you can actually build memories. You can build something that's so close to reality that you store it in the same way that you store any other experience, which that becomes really powerful because from my perspective, we are the equivalent of all of the experiences we've had to date. And what if we could curate some of those experiences? What if we could get a different perspective of how our life should be when we were younger? I mean, the training tools inside of the simulation, inside of Sixth Off and all these other effects could be really impactful in the future. So I think it goes way beyond entertainment, but that's just my own perspective.
So, and I think for those that haven't actually experienced Sixth Off, one of the things I like to do is when I'm in a video call and I'm sharing my perspective from inside of a headset on that Zoom call, I see an aha moment with people when I do this. I'll stand up, I'll be looking at a virtual table here, and I'll say, all right, guys, check this out. I'm changing my perspective as I bend down with my headset. I'm physically getting down on the ground and looking under the table. And I like to stick a piece of gum under the table and say, I can see the piece of gum because I've literally physically crawled the table. And then they go, really? That's possible? I'm like, yeah, that's 6 degrees of freedom right there.
Nice.
And if they've only experienced 3DOF, it is such a mind-blowing experience for them to interact with that environment. They're just off the scale. You must see that all the time. I guess we all see that all the time. That change from 3DOF to 6DOF.
I'm curious. I would love to hear from any of you. What was your first experience with 6DOF, and what was the impact for you personally?
It's looked like he cued my video, so you can actually mute the video, and I just want to have him show the first minute and a half of this. This was the beginning of the void, and what we were playing with was there wasn't 6DOF. We had to create it. This was a system we were using called Polhemus, which was electromagnetic system, and we were using that, attaching it to a DK2 that would allow us to actually traverse the space, and then we started mapping the virtual wall to physical walls. You can see one of my partners there, Abel, actually touching the wall. So those little mounts out there actually are electromagnetic fields, and we were walking in those fields and mapping it, and it was incredible, you guys. I mean, the first time you could walk around and you could touch a surface that matched with virtual reality, we were like, wow, this is it. We did it. And it was pretty incredible at that time. Before that, we just had the laptop with the DK2, and we were standing in one place and battling aliens. But anyways, that's my first experience of it.
You muted, Chris. Chris just muted.
Sorry about that, guys. I was just saying, there's something really magical about like that 10th or 12th step in virtual reality. And I remember experiencing that for my first time in the void as well. As soon as you take like that 10th step, it's like your brain just accepts it as completely real, and you're not coming out at that point. And it's very intense with that warehouse scale 6 degree of freedom VR. Andrea,
one other thing to add on that too, I would say one of the reasons why that's really important is when you have evidence in the physical world that the virtual is what you're seeing, that actually mitigates some of the sickness too. If you touch objects, that it just proves to your mind that what you're seeing is real, which is really cool.
Cool. I want to shorten what I was going to say because we're limited on time, and I know you have some amazing stuff, each of you, to talk about. I wanted to just comment real quick about 6 degree of freedom and how it works very briefly. We have inside out tracking, which is what like the Quest uses, right? Where it's reading your environment and your position within the environment from the headset itself. Then you have outside in tracking, like in the case of Steam VR, where you've got the lighthouse trackers that are in your room scanning down and measuring the distance your headset is from those devices and triangulating your position within that space. And then, you know, we always refer to this SLAM technology, which is simultaneous location and mapping. Don't want to get too deep into that because you all have way too many cool things to talk about. So I'd like to shift over to Andrea now. Maybe ask, what was your first experience with 6DOF? What impact did it have on you? And what are you doing with 6DOF in your professional life in VR right now? I'd love to hear.
My first experience was a DK1, and I put it on, and I was so blown away. I just realized that for the first time in the history of architecture and, well, humanity, we have created synthetic space. That for me was just such a mind-blowing thing. It's like, holy shit. It's like, it's as if we had just discovered the most amazing thing an architect could have imagined. And 3 weeks later, I quit my job. I was a lead architect and a project manager in a quote unquote traditional architecture studio. And I just started to learn Unity and all the good stuff you need to know to just become a VR developer and coding. And I thought I could not become a VR developer, because having access to synthetic space and being able to generate synthetic space is going to change architecture. I later realized that it's going to change way more than just architecture. But in terms of what I do now with my company, we take it one day at a time. And first, we're trying to develop a VR platform for architectural design. So we first try to change architecture, and then we have some bigger plans about changing more than that.
Great. And how does 6DOF, what is the significance of 6DOF in what you're doing now with your company, Andrea?
So in traditional architecture, you go back to the levels of abstraction, right? You draw plans and sections, and maybe you make some three-dimensional looking perspectives, but there's no way to communicate that the nature of that space to another person until the building is built, right? So the building is built, and a few $1 million later, oh, here's the space, by the way, right? Because otherwise you can only talk about it through these drawings, which have way too high of a level of abstraction for most people to really understand in depth the spatial conditions in there. So we are starting to develop methodologies and protocols to design architecture and to test architectural spaces and to share those spaces that we have created and optimize them way before it gets to the few $1 million spent and when the thing is like done. So asking people when the building is built, hey, what do you think about this? It's too late. So there are many extremely exciting new things that we're exploring right now within architecture.
And Andrea, one more question for you. You know, I could experience that on a screen, or I could even experience that in 3DOF. What is psychologically happening as soon as I move from 3DOF into 6DOF in an architectural experience like you're describing? What happens?
You start to observe the effect that space has on you, which is just not possible to do by looking at a drawing or a perspective on the screen. All of a sudden, you become this little creature inside a space, and you start to think, not just feel, all sorts of things. And maybe the most exciting thing in this for an architect is the fact that we use, because of VR, I believe we will leave behind us a conceptual approach to architecture that's about architecture as an object, as a big fancy sculpture, like a spaceship that just landed in the city, which is how we plan museums and fancy buildings today. And we move towards architecture as a spatial experience, as a story, as a narrative in space. So it becomes about, how does this building make me feel? What is the story that this building is trying to tell me? What are the thoughts that this building is generating in my mind, right? How many times have you entered a building and asked yourself, what is this building trying to tell me? How is this building transforming me? Buildings have always done these things. We just haven't been able to play with these concepts well enough because we've never had a way to do that before.
Great. And all right, thank you, Andrea. Alex, let's pick on you a little bit here. You are the master of bringing reality into virtual reality. You play with 6DoF every day. Tell us a little bit about, what are you doing with 6DoF in your line of work, and what difference does it make?
Yeah, cool. Well, it goes back to, if I go back quite a bit, I started my career, if you like, in Codemasters racing games. So I was making Colin McRae, Formula One, Grid, Dirt Showdown, all these racing games back at Codemasters. And realism was what we always went for. You know, we were trying to make the wheels feel like they were properly on the road with all the different variables of the suspension and gears and all that. And then I got VR on, and I was really disappointed that it all felt like a cartoon. I was absolutely annoyed and disappointed that it was like a cartoon until I put on realities.io. And I always shout out to these guys because they're the ones that made, I get shivers thinking it now. They're the ones that made me want to work in VR. So I left Codemasters and started River because I thought that what realities.io were doing on Steam back in the day was putting in a photogrammetry scene into VR headset and allowing you to teleport around the scene, look underneath things. But the downside for me was that some of the environment had holes in it, and I know that it's hard to get that sorted out now, so I appreciate why there was holes. But I wanted it to look exactly like the real world, and I wanted to add movement into there, interactivity, because there was no interactivity with stuff. Because I was a video editor at Codemasters making their trailers, it was just a perfect thing for me to go, okay, we can now take this environment and I can make a story like I can in the real world, apart from we can now walk around that video. It's just like making video interactive. So that was where it started, Realities and the lab. And then we just went on a whole journey of, yes, we've made 3DoF software for training, which is our classroom solution, but our 6 Degrees of Freedom, which we make for UK, US government, counter-terrorism type training and do police training as well. It's important to us to use photogrammetry, which is the process of taking thousands of photos of any real world object, person or place, anything. And you can literally scan it with your mobile phone at the moment. I've been doing a lot of polycam scanning and realities.io, reality capture scanning. But you can scan now with your mobile phone. Chris, you've seen some of the scans. It's nearly there. I can take 250 photos on my phone, turn it into a 3D model, send it to Chris, and in about an hour, we're inside Engage, inside my photogrammetry model, picking up things. My mind was blown every week when Chris sends me a new screenshot of him stealing one of my models from SketchUp, putting it into Engage, and then walking around it. We need to do more of that because I feel that although it takes a while to make these experiences, the faster I can make a story, I want to be able to produce virtual reality photorealistic video, photorealistic environments at the same speed in which we make video. That's my goal.
Amazing. I just want to comment real quick, Alex. So one of the coolest things I've done with some of your products is, you did that scan of the G7 Summit space, right? Over at Carbis Bay.
Yes.
And I want to bring this up because this is the importance of 6DoF, right? You were able to take a drone up, scan the entire village, bring it into Engage, where we were then able to collaborate, all go in together and walk around. And what's cool about that is we can shrink that model down and position people or blow it up life size, hop in a virtual helicopter and literally fly through that village. And what's cool about that is the security folks can physically walk through that village, get to positions and have line of sight and feel that distance and that space, which you don't have to go to the location anymore. You can bring the location to us and do that same sort of training.
Exactly like we did. Exactly like we did for that Carbis Bay, the G7 Summit. We laser scanned it and photogrammetry scanned it in about 6 hours. And then literally 3 hours later, we sent the model to Chris and we had the sniper teams in the windows looking at the angles down to where the helicopter was going to land. My mind was blown. but their mind was even more blown. Anyway,
those cars were
is
still
amazing.
parked there. We're going to be doing this stuff in real time at some point. You know this.
Yeah, we speak to get a load of 5G connections. We can really do this fast. And the guys hate me because I'm trying to do it fast all the time. They really frustrates them because they want to do it slowly and make sure it's amazing. And I'm like, just let's do it,
Quick
and then
and
we'll
dirty,
make it
man.
amazing next time.
Yep. James, let's talk to you. You guys, so we've gone through all these different levels and use cases. What your specialty is combining virtual reality with the real world. So you're not just bringing the real world into virtual reality, you're overlaying the physical world with virtual reality. You're literally combining the two for a purely true physicality experience that is the most immersed I've ever been in my life, is experiencing some of what you have to offer in these physical locations. I think you even coined your own internal term for this, hyper reality. So maybe catch us up a little bit about where you've been with 6DOF, how you're using 6DOF now, and why 6DOF is so important with your current projects. I'm excited to hear.
Yeah, I'm so excited to share. I'll try to be as quick as I can, but just to piggyback that last conversation, the way we're creating our content is actually the supersized version of what you just talked about. We have a rig, and this is a video I was going to show, and I'll just talk about it. We have a rig that goes on a helicopter, and the thing has really high resolution still cameras. It has 8 150 megapixel cameras, and we literally fly a helicopter over any location. We use reality capture to do a recreation of that, and we're doing it down to centimeter accuracy. So we're bringing these real world environments into the jump experience. The jump experience, the new project I'm working on, was really piggybacks some of the stuff that I did with the Void. But what I realized was all of the important things that you need to have in the simulation. You need to have all the 6DOF, 6 degrees of freedom, rotation and translation, but then you also need to add, from my perspective, you need to add other physical evidence that you're actually there. And that is wind, that's scent, that's smell, that's heat, vibration, all those other things being synchronized at the same time really allows you to completely go all the way there. This is actually happening to me. I now have a memory of wingsuit and base jumping that I did before in my life. I've actually done it 50 times in my simulator, and I've survived every time, even though I've crashed several times learning how to do it. Jump is a one-to-one wingsuit and base jumping experience where you have to walk up to the edge. You feel the wind coming over the edge. You smell the pine trees, and you literally have to trust fall in this. You jump out into what looks like death, and you get up to speed and you can fly. And we're using 6DOF inside of the experience to allow your body to articulate the wingsuit just like you would in a real situation. So we're using dihedral shapes for the wingsuit. We're using real physics. We basically extend the real world physics into virtual reality, and then you can fly wherever you want inside of this experience that we've captured. So it's not 360 video. This is an actual recreation of the environment. You fly. When you get to a low enough altitude, you can pull your parachute, or we automatically deploy your parachute, and then you fly, and then you land down at the bottom, and you can control the parachute mechanic as you get to the bottom of this. But, touching on some of Andrea's stuff, we're also looking at this from a perspective of not just entertainment, but also what kind of experience is this for an individual? If this feels real and creates a memory, then we are really looking at kind of the fear barrier and the psychological fear barrier people have on, not being able to do things. And one of the things that separates performers from really high performers is the ability to cope with that fear barrier, to step past it, to jump and see success and celebrate. And that's what I'm really excited about. I do have some pictures of some of the stuff that we have. This picture that you can see, I don't know if you can see it or not, but there's a jump bay. But inside of that, you'll be able to see a person jump and then actually go to the virtual world.
James, can I ask a question? Chris, just jump in, because I'm like gagging to ask some questions.
I know. You want to come visit me in Salt Lake now. I know.
I know. I need to come over on a plane as soon as end of November. I'm sure I'll be there. But how do you do the experience? Is it going to be in a location physical all the time and you get rigged up, or can you do it at home eventually? What's the plan?
It's a location-based experience like the Void. I mean, the technology we're using will be several years before that actually is available in your home, because we add so many physical effects. The fact of actually jumping and flying and being in the experience to a parachute is harder to do at home. And from my perspective, I want to be as authentic as I can to the experience. And so there is wingsuit flying things you could do in a 3DOF and 6DOF system at your house, but they don't really get all the way there. They don't convince you that this is actually happening to you.
Yeah.
Where Jump takes it all the way there. Like you completely 100% that believe that you're falling 5,000 feet to death, and you pull out of it and you fly. It's pretty fun. Inside of a virtual simulation, we can manipulate physics, we can manipulate all kinds of things, so you can have success the first time you do this, and you won't die. You don't die.
We have a few minutes left. I want to wrap back around to Andrea. Andrea, leaving this open for you, I know you've got thousands of thoughts about 6DOF and VR. Leaving the forum open for you, what other comments do you have as we wrap this up?
Man, there's just too much to say on
I
this.
know.
And in this particular group to discuss, like there are tons of questions I want to ask everyone. But yeah, we just have like 3 minutes left. So as a parting thought, I would just like to say that for me, at the end of the day, VR is obviously not just about architecture or the particular uses that we're discussing here. It can and it will go into all the fields, because what it is at its heart, it's a cognitive manipulation machine. The reason each of us is able to do the things that we do and that we've been describing here is because we're manipulating the sensorial output of the person. And it actually goes even deeper. There are many studies being done more and more every day about how you can control the deeper cognitive pathways of the brain. So what in our lives is about a cognitive process? Well, everything. Who we are, the way we think, intrapersonal relationships. So it just covers everything. And I think it's important to correctly label VR like this, to just label it for what it is. Because otherwise it's going to happen like it happened with other things, like other kind of platforms and technologically mediated social experiences, where we woke up 20 years later, oops, this is what this actually is.
Yeah.
So it's important to label it correctly, to recognize the depth at which this sword is going to cut, and that it will and does cut both ways.
Thank you so much, everybody. And I would like to wrap this up, because we are talking at a WebXR panel, just to let those that don't know that WebXR is fully accessible with 6 degrees of freedom to try out. And even though, WebXR is still, got a lot of room to grow. Currently you can't have super high fidelity experiences, but that's changing even as we speak. And I'm watching the progress of WebXR just changing almost overnight. And it's going to be amazing. The accessibility can't be beat with that WebXR, but I'm encouraging everyone, get in there, try out 6 degrees of freedom on your various platforms in WebXR. It's amazing, and you'll understand what our guests here have been talking about. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and thank you so much for this panel here, because I think, there's a good point to kind of end on, Chris, in sense of, I think this is WebXR Design Summit. So we are talking about WebXR, but I think there's a lot of design things that are happening that are not in WebXR yet, but are happening at the frontiers of what's happening in Unreal Engine and Unity, and kind of the highest end premier immersive experiences, some of the stuff that we're talking about here with this location-based entertainment and each of the projects that each of you are talking about. But we are on this roadmap of looking at, the frontiers of environmental design and fully immersive 6DOF experiences. So that was a great survey of some of the stuff that's happening. So thank you all for sharing all of that.
And I think before you guys leave, James, there's a big question about the helmet that's sitting next to you, the big red one. Is that like a real VR headset?
Yes.
Secret helmet.
There you
Just
go.
talking about, maybe there's a 7th DOF if you want to. It's touch
Wow.
and feel. When you put this thing on, you feel prepared to actually make the jump. It's pretty fun.
Will it make me feel like
Everybody putting this on. This is a real headset. has a VR headset built inside, has lots of sensors, has a whole bunch of stuff. So
Wow, now you've seen it. Now you've seen it. That's awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you
Yep.
so much to our Sixth Off panel. I was just saying, I just made a mention on Twitter. You guys are the reason, the big reason why Sixth Off matters, your inspiration. So thank you so much for all the work that you're doing and contribution to the work and the community and sharing your knowledge today. Thank you.
Take
And
care,
welcome
everybody.
to our next panel. And here we go. We're getting ready to talk about Beyond the Uncanny Valley. There you are, Kent. You're back.
Yeah, I just wanted to just set a little bit of the context for the avatars, because I actually think that the avatars are going to be kind of a bridge between what's happening in the social VR worlds and 6 Degree of Freedom, Unity, Unreal Engine stuff. There's a lot of avatar culture that I think we're going to start to see some of the frontiers of interoperability when it comes to taking your identity and be able to take it from world to world. I think that's going to be one of the potential first use cases for the interoperability of the metaverse. And I'm really excited to hear
It's
different
going to get personal.
perspectives.
It's going to get real personal.
Your identity and the Beyond the Uncanny Valley, talking about likable avatars as well as metahumans, and the interoperability of avatars and avatar culture. So I'm really excited to hand this over to Christina, Chaos Princess, Kine, as well as the rest of the panel. So I'll hand it over, and then from there we'll be able to dive right on. Is Chaos Princess here?
I believe she's on her way. So we might just do a round
on
of
her way.
introductions
Okay.
to start.
Well, why don't as Christina's coming on, why don't you each maybe introduce yourselves, and then as Christina comes on, then she'll be able to kind of take over. So Paige, why don't you go ahead? Oh, I think you might be muted.
Thank you so much for welcoming me to the WebXR Summit. I'm delighted to be on this panel today. I am the founding director of Better World Museum and the Horizon Art Museum. In 2018, Facebook designated Better World Museum a brick and mortar space as being one of the top 100 impactful community groups happening. With their support, we closed Better World Museum, an 8,000 square foot space dedicated to creating more resilient communities using creative technology. And we created a traveling pop-up museum. So when COVID hit, we were wonderfully positioned in VR and had a real stable community built. So in 2019, I've been working as a pre-alpha Facebook Horizon creator, and I just finished the mini game accelerator program, and I'm part of the Oculus Launchpad program. I love being an avatar and person in the real world and in Horizon. To me, it's all real, and I'm happy to be here with you.
Awesome. Thanks, Paige. Welcome. And Danny.
Yeah, well, it's so exciting to be here talking about avatars, and especially around avatars and design. I've been doing this sort of stuff pre-internet. So I've been building VR companies and working with avatar technologies for nearly 30 years now. And I run a little platform called Universal Avatars, which is all WebXR based, but also a number of other platforms for 3D events, 3D learning and training. And I actually built a metaverse back in 2000 to 2012 called Exit Reality, a 3D web browser that converted every page on the internet instantly into a immersive virtual world, with the content of pages kind of being the procedural seed of the architecture. So I've been involved a lot. I've been involved with open standards with avatars as well, so I've got a lot to add there. But I think the design aspect of it is super interesting. I don't want to go too much on about myself. I'd really like to hear a bit more about Jin and his wonderful initiatives as well. So pass it along.
Hey, folks. Yeah, I've had a lifelong interest in open source and peer-to-peer tech. I've been in VR since the DK1 days, and really interested in, what is the open ecosystem. And so I've been building in the web VR scene since, web VR was a thing, I think 2014, 2015. And I'm especially interested in interoperability, how to make things less friction and more freedom for the user, and how can we bring our identities across, and how can we own things in the virtual worlds as well. So I publish a lot on my devlog, xrdevlog.com, for all the various projects and communities I'm currently part of. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I'm really excited to dive into that. And actually, I'm going to hand it over to Chaos Princess. Christina, maybe you could introduce yourself and sort of your journey into working with avatars, and then hand it over to you to be able to moderate the rest of this panel.
Hello, thank you so much for having all of us, and my apologies, that was Murphy's Law. The minute I joined the stream, my VR rig crashed, so bear with me if I'm only in desktop now. And I'm super happy to be here. I'm coming to you from Tivoli Cloud VR, which is a social VR platform originally developed as High Fidelity by Philip Rosedale. And I have the pleasure of being the chief marketing shout out girl of this platform. And I got into VR when the HTC Vive was pre-released in 2016. And actually VR saved my social life. And I feel very comfortable in this avatar, even more comfortable than in my 3D scanned Dupe 3D avatar. And this one I originally designed in Fuse Mixamo, and then have adapted it always in Blender and ported it to different platforms. And I actually almost feel more comfortable in my avatar than in my real life body. And this already leads to the first question I want to post to the round. So I see you've introduced yourselves already all, but could you introduce your avatar and tell us more what it means to you in terms of likability and self-representation?
Well, I'd be happy to jump in there and talk about my avatar is actually many avatars. So being part of many communities over many, many years in virtual worlds and VR and games as well, I have different avatars for different environments, basically. Some very attached to, some that are very personal because I more express my personality through them, but others are more professional. So I run an events company, and my avatars there will be a little more business-like and a little bit more reserved in their expression as well. So I think horses for courses, as they say, avatars for the appropriate time and place.
For mine, the base model of mine is CC0. And so I'm really interested in just open licensing and how to build things on top, and use a base model that many people can be familiar with to kind of, story tell some ideas of interoperability with, using a familiar asset.
I've always been really into being my avatar. Back in 2012, I designed an iPad drawing program prototype, and with it, I drew my avatar on my way to a museum conference. The museum conference actually then ended up hiring me to draw all the presenters' avatars for their social media platform profile pictures. And then for years after that, I was always asked to draw people's avatars, and I love it. Now in social VR, I remember really first connecting as an avatar in the Facebook Spaces program platform. of course, I was in Second Life before, but I didn't love and connect with my avatar in the same way as when I was really in Spaces. I started really connecting with other people socially and feeling empathy and connection with people with presence. Since I've been in social VR platforms, from Rec Room to I've tried Neos and Altspace, and I spend most of my time in Facebook Horizon Worlds, a beta program. And there, my avatar always is an extension of who I am, what I wear, how I'm wearing my hair. And it's really me. And when I see other friends, I love connecting with them. I can feel the empathy and love and connection, not just from their presence, but in their avatar. I see love in their eyes, or care, friendship, or shyness, or different feelings. I can feel them just as palpably as I do in real life, and even kind of on platforms like this, right? But not as much as in VR. There's nothing like it. Like the other night, I saw my friend John, and we slapped hands for like 10 minutes, just like in greeting with each other, just because it felt so good, that haptic moment of connecting.
I'm totally on your track with this terms of embodiment. I even get like phantom sensations when hugging other people in the avatar, and this is something real life can't do. So therefore, I'm very glad to have this as a soothing pet during the pandemic. I'd like to get into a more practical topic. So if somebody's new to social VR, what recommendations would you give to them in creating an avatar? For once, I refer to like the design aspect, like Uncanny Valley versus fantastical avatars, furries versus human avatars. So how would you approach this from a design point of view? And also, I'd love to know, especially since the beautiful Fuse has now closed down, if you can recommend a favorite avatar creation tool, and if you maybe have strategies how to achieve the best interoperability with such an avatar creation tool or tools.
I think that's for Jin. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, Jin, I saw you were working on a cool project.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of creating an avatar, I think one of the tools that I would recommend is, I could probably bring it up here. It's called Vroid Studio. And basically it's just, the thing that makes it different from something else than Ready Player Me is that you have full ownership over it. You can use it for commercial purposes and whatnot, and you can edit the hair, the body, the clothes. But what's really interesting about how you edit some of the clothing is, let me see if I could bring this up. Essentially, you have a set of base mesh models, and the clothing is all just texture editing on these bases. And so it's really easy to create your own like shirts. It's really easy to create cuts and layers with them as well. And there's over 1 million of these, and kind of uploaded to Vroid Hub, which is kind of like the Sketchfab of avatars. But it exports as a VRM file format, and there's tons of support for all sorts of different engines and virtual worlds that support it, as well as VTubing applications, which is what I'm using right now. It's that's how I discovered this file format, and it's all based on open standards. It's based on GLTF, so it's really nice in terms of just being based on something that's open, royalty free, but as well as the licenses, the terms of use is all packed into the file itself. So in terms of bringing it from world to world, it's possible for the worlds to read, like, you know, the terms of use and license information of the avatar, which I thought was really cool. So it's kind of designed for interoperability. And yeah, it's really
Wow.
easy to bring across, and just use some plugins to bring into VR chat if you wanted as well.
That's awesome. That's exactly what I need. Could you paste a link to that into the chat so that others can follow it too?
Yeah.
I also have like a shout out to give to Ready Player Me, like that company Wolf 3D, which also does great work on presenting like a really easy 2 minutes to use avatar builder for people who are like new to the technology. But I so much love your solution more because I'm really looking for something which one can influence by oneself better. But I'd also love to hear Danny's and Paige's takes on what's your favorite avatar creation tool and how do
Well,
you achieve interoperability?
Well, I can talk a little bit about Universal Avatars, which is a WebXR avatar platform. It's probably not as elaborate as Vroid or another set of avatar or Ready Player Me, but it's purposefully that way because we scale to many thousands of people being in 3D WebXR worlds in any browser on any device. And that really requires some incredible performance optimization. So we have full diverse and inclusion avatar library of over 1 billion style combinations to choose from. And that suits most people. And the way that the avatar kind of system is built is there are templates for geometry like clothing and the body itself. But then each of the clothing is just a texture, which can be modified very easily with people with just Photoshop skills rather than 3D modelers or people that need excessive skills. It means they can push their creative influence really quickly and easily to see that change and difference. It's pretty early days with the Universal Avatar platform, but it works everything from Internet Explorer 11 all the way up to all the latest AR and VR headsets with thousands of people in the same experience. But design is one of the challenges. I have educational clients, enterprise clients, and then we have people that just want to have social fun. And we get so many different requests from people regarding policies on clothing and policies on the way people can look, cultural and business related. So there's a lot of challenges there in being able to control what can be shown and what can't. And pretty much for me, I see the web as a parallel for how avatars will be used. You go to certain sites, they allow you to do certain things and not other things. There's moderation that's aligned with what the site's purpose is usually. And that's what I see as a future for avatars. So we really, more than just being able to have a design of an avatar, we need to have the flexibility of being able to turn things on and off as appropriate and taking things with you some of the time, but not all of the time. One of the virtual worlds we run called Twinity, which is a mashup of something like Second Life meets Google Earth, and people have virtual apartments and they buy virtual goods. They live in virtual Berlin and New York, etc. There are items which are only considered adult. So if you've got a filter on, you can't see those items that people are wearing. So these sorts of considerations from a design perspective are really important, not just on the basic, how can I make something look a certain way, but this extra level on top that will help with the adoption of avatars overall is something that I'm super passionate and interested on. Paige, maybe you've got some thoughts.
Well,
Danny, put a link into the chat. That would be awesome.
Listening to you, I thought about challenges, design challenges, and different platforms, limitations. I'm currently, working primarily in Facebook Horizon Worlds, and there's like a limitation with player persistent variables. So I can't go from one world into the next world and still like bring something with me that will personally identify me other than the preset wearables. So, you know, I can wear my same jacket from one world to the next, but I can't bring a backpack full of really cool tools. And I want to bring something with me from one world to the next that says something about my identity and the things that are important to me. And so I've been kind of creating an illusion of that within gameplay, but I don't know how to bring a score over to one world to the next. So it's interesting, like the things one owns or feels connected to, and how do we carry that with us within different worlds or within even just in essence, right? So I was, you know, just thinking about limitations and how platforms may or may not adapt this ease. And then while you were talking, I also started considering like safety issues. So like when you were talking about how one platform offers adult assets, different users or objects or spaces may have different safety concerns around them, and that is an interesting aspect also that, you know, takes another turn from into maybe deeper into the uncanny.
I'd love to combine that mention with a question in the chat from Chris Fellows, who asks, any thoughts on NFT avatars? And now I'm wondering if NFTs and trading entities on the blockchain might be a good solution to guarantee that interoperability, guarantee safety, and also guarantee ownership. And I'd love to hear Jin's take on that.
Yeah, I mean, I've been doing a lot of research in this area, and there are starting to become like some NFT, like 3D avatar projects. Here's a couple right behind me. At the top is Meebits, which they started out as Vox files, but we're converting them all to VRM, and Crypto Avatars, which is kind of like one of one NFT avatars, which are also VRM. And I'm, you know, one thing that's interesting is when you bring one of these avatars to another platform, it's like, how do you inspect the provenance of that thing, you know? Because then it just becomes like another 3D model, and it's not an easy way to inspect like who owns it, where, you know, provenance meaning like the origin, the history of that object. So I think it's a lot of, you know, it's in an age of discovery and experimentation at the moment, but a lot of 2D NFT profile pic projects are starting to become 3D as well. I think I have something here. And what's interesting about that is, you know, like people really love the 2D profile pics because you can bring them across Twitter and Discord, and but soon, you know, they'll also be able to bring into like virtual worlds, and as well as VTubing applications. So the same things that people like about how portable and ownable they are, it's just, you know, expanding into more and more platforms. And I think it's also not just like about the buying something. I think it's like, you know, sometimes I've just been kind of like looking at it and thinking about it from like the traits perspective. Like, what if it's not just like the exact replication of it, but rather like, what if you could boil it down to the traits, and then there could be like spawnable in any kind of universe, you know? So it's like capturing the likeness of it versus the exact replica. I think that could be more interoperable as well. Whoops, let me change my screen. Yeah, here we go. So like this is my Twitter profile pic. But if you boil it down to just like the traits, you know, it becomes kind of more malleable, more, you know, like you could just reimagine it in different worlds just based on that, and kind of more creative that way.
I think that's a really cool approach. I was talking to someone not so long ago about the aspect of traits in regards to accessibility. So, you know, various components to a person's abilities that would apply to using a platform in an accessible fashion. And that aligns almost as a straight, you know, extension of that data. So you can say, oh, this, you know, this person's this height and this is capabilities, and you push these traits in with it, and you have got a portable avatar that can just adapt to a system that it goes into. You know, Ready Player Me uses a picture of your face and creates a likeness from it, and you know, Spatial does the same, and there's a few other platforms and avatar libraries that do it. But take that even further to your, you know, the things that you like about your avatar and try and recreate them in other platforms as far as their extent allows, would be a very interesting solution, but still giving the other platforms the capacity to you know, expand in their kind of you know, environment. You know, for example,
I love that idea because it really guarantees also like the individuality one always seeks for. I want to close this panel with a question which also goes into the blockchain direction. So we have seen that we feel like very comfortable in our avatars as it is a representation of our true inner selves. And this also opens up great possibilities, for example, for trans people who can like try out their new body in VR. And it's for me just a big blessing. Still, if we have the trouble of like as avatars, we can't really establish trust. So if there are legal disputes, for example, if I only disclose my avatar's name, KS Princess, nobody knows where to send their lawyers if I just resold their avatar 1,000 times. So my question is, there's this this catch-22 between Facebook's real name policy, which is like a good tool to prevent grieving or legal disputes. And on the other hand, there's like this total privacy idea, which lets us stay safe in our virtual bodies. So my question is like, what's your way to go down which road, like privacy or real name policy? And dear Jin, do you see if trust for a virtual persona could also be established on the blockchain?
Yeah, I kind of have a analogy of this related to this. I think it's a Japanese proverb about having three faces. First, you show to the world. The second, you show to your close friends and family. And third, you never show anyone. And it's the truest reflection of who you are. And I kind of see the metaverse in being broken down into these three layers. The layer 3, which is global, which I think a lot of the virtual economy happens, content discovery, and that's where a lot of like blockchain, you know, business activity can take place. But here in the shared layer, you know, you have smaller interconnected small worlds where I think a lot of WebXR, like, you know, web rings and just like, you know, MySpaces and individual websites will emerge from, and it's just kind of like spinning up a server, and you have more freedom, flexibility, and privacy. And then the local layer, which is, you know, the kind of the most highest expectation of privacy, the one closest to the metal, the operating system, in which total freedom, you can do anything. It's so I think these things are going to be there's going to be different expectations at these different layers, and the lower the layer goes, the more higher expectation of privacy and as the norm.
Yeah, I agree with Jin that the metaverse will encompass the full spectrum of privacy to complete anonymity all the way to full disclosure.
Paige, any last thoughts before we close up here?
No, but I'm so glad that it will be a full rainbow grayscale. I do consider that problems may arise with cultural or racial appropriation, and that is its own interesting thing to consider in the future.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, both Christina, Chaos Princess, and Danny, and Paige and Jen for taking us on this little exploration of Avatar culture, interoperability. Really fascinating discussion. So we'll send you off and into the metaverse, and we'll see you in our interoperable worlds.
Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, everyone.
And yeah, we have our last half-hour session before we have a short break here coming up. We have marketing makeovers, adapting your brand for the 3D web. And so we're going to have a discussion about some of the different agencies and ways in which that advertising and marketing is going to be interfacing with some of these 3D web and immersive technologies. And so Nisha, you're moderating here. So I'll hand it over to you to be able to both introduce yourself and have your panel be able to introduce all themselves to be able to then dive into what's happening with marketing and branding and adapting your brand for the 3D web.
Absolutely. Thanks, Kent. Great to see you. Hey, everybody. So my name is Nisha Burton. I am the co-founder and CMO of Reflective Brands. We're a creative agency that specializes in immersive technologies, very passionate about all things immersive tech. And I'm joined here with great panelists, James Watson, who is the founder and CMO of XR Tech Marketing, Shreya Bansal, who is an XR designer, and we have one more panelist who hopefully will join us soon, Catherine Henry, the SVP of Growth for 5G and XR Creative Innovation Strategy for Media Monks. So Catherine is here. We'll just start in on having you both briefly introduce yourselves, and then we'll jump into some questions. Ben, James, how about we start with you?
Sure. Sorry, yeah, absolutely. So yes, I've been involved in marketing for, almost 20 years now. Starting off at, an ad agency, then moving into experiential marketing. And that's where I came across, XR writ large, and particularly through VR and then various other, channels. And I've set up a marketing company which focuses specifically on XR companies and helping them kind of bring their products to the market and kind of work out marketing strategy. So yeah, really looking forward to this discussion.
Thanks for being here, long time XR tech specialist. So great to have you here. Shreya, how about you go next?
Yeah, hi. First of all, I'm really honored to be here sharing this platform with you all. And just a brief introduction about me. I am currently working as an XR designer at one of the big 4 companies, and I've done my master's in immersive media design from MIT Institute of Design, Pune. And during that time, I was also associated with a company called Immertive, based out of Hyderabad, India, where I was designing VR experiences to train healthcare practitioners for cancer screening. And I have also been a finalist in 2 global design competitions. One was RO Plastic Prize, which was displayed in Milan Design Week, and the other was VR ARA Global Design Competition 2020. So like that has really helped me communicate with the global design community. So, and also I've always been really passionate about advertising and marketing, and I have even worked for a globally renowned advertising agency called Lolintas before doing my master's.
So overall, I just feel very proud to be one of the early members in this industry, as I can contribute to the growth as well as be a small part in shaping the way how this industry is progressing. And I'm just intrigued and fascinated to see how much of an impact an XR experience can have on people. So yeah,
Thank
just
you.
happy to be here.
Yeah, thank you for holding the design perspective in the global design community, and really look forward to hearing more about that. And Catherine, love to hear from you, just a brief introduction.
Hi, well, I'm Catherine D. Henry. I work with Media Monks. We have been working in the digital media space since the dawn of the .com era, and we have been pushing the boundaries with virtual and augmented reality since really the very early days, since we were able to put on headsets and experience these things. And since then, we do live events, virtual augmented reality events, both for PC, mobile, and for headsets. And we're super excited about the potential both for business as well as entertainment. My background is I have a master's in marketing, and I was for 10 years a tech specialist in emerging technology for financial services, talking about the big trends. And then I decided I loved VR so much, I went back to school again to learn virtual augmented reality. So to really learn the mechanisms. And to me, it's a very powerful tool for marketing. I think this is a great conversation to have.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And it's really exciting to, it sounds like all of us have a marketing or advertising background, and to think about how these technologies translate and how these advertising and traditional tools translate over into such a spatial medium. And as you can hear, we have lots of panelists that are very knowledgeable in this field, which is really exciting. So my first question for all of you is, marketers and advertisers coming from a more traditional medium may feel intimidated by the spatial nature of XR. And so do you have any advice or ideas about how brands especially can translate into a 3D web experience? And Catherine, how about we start off with you?
It's a big, big question. I feel like brands have really started with augmented reality, but that's just the scratching the surface, because what you can't really do in augmented reality is tell much of a story. You don't have that much time because of the battery power. And frankly, there's not much you can do. There's no occlusion. You can't hide things. You can't really do that much. And even Pokemon Go isn't used for the most part in VR, in AR. So here's the thing. With virtual reality, physics disappear. So you can be incredibly literal, okay? And you can replicate the world exactly as you see it. Whatever room you're in, you can replicate it. And you can replicate all the fine details, or you can make it really fantastical. So I always say that you can create like the Guggenheim Museum with all the art that's in it. You can replace all that art with your own art, or you can fill a place with goldfish and open it up and let them flood onto Fifth Avenue. So you have to think about this as a new medium. And so there are new rules. In the early days of websites, people wanted to publish like a book. They just put a lot of paper equivalent in there, and then suddenly rich media. Now we're able to do something else. And so think of this new medium, the new properties, and design accordingly.
I love that answer. That's something that I always say too, is really it is this new medium. So rather than taking I come from a film background, rather than taking all of the knowledge from film and just directly translating that over, figuring out how to bring in elements from what we already know, but then working with this very spatial medium and the opportunities it holds for, like you said, either amazing, fantastical experiences or really clear representation of the real world and immersing people in that.
Nisha, I think you just hit the nail on the head, because when you said that, direction in filmmaking, when I took VR filmmaking, I've made my own VR film. You can't direct in the same way. So you have to give signals, you have to prompt people, but really you are no longer the agent. The director has to release control and let people explore in the environment, because that's what they want to do with these new media. They are in control. And ceding control is also part of the beauty. Letting people find and discover things, but also creating new things for them to discover. So that's part of a journey, if you will, and you have to create that journey. Whereas with directional things, it's great to do narrative VR. We've seen how powerful it is in storytelling to really bring a sense of empathy, to be able to walk in somebody else's shoes. We haven't even begun to scratch the surface in those capabilities yet for immersive, beautiful, rich storytelling from different people's perspectives.
I could not agree more. That's a great answer. James, how about you? What do you think about this?
Listen, I think the use of any kind of new technology or medium can be intimidating for agencies. I mean, it's about getting the experience in it, and agencies have done certain things for many years and very well. But when you branch out into an area that's new, yeah, there's a level of will this work? Will the client buy it? Will I get fired? Whatever it is. And I think therefore it's natural to be a bit sort of concerned about going into it. But I think really, the way agencies should approach using this technology is kind of no different to any other sort of new project they'd approach. It's like, what are you trying to achieve? How are you going to use it, and what's going to be judged as successful? And I think also they need to sort of think, this is about using it in the right way, using immersive technology, XR, whatever we'll call it, needs to move away from being the shiny new toy and something you do just because clients think it's cool and fun to do. Yeah, there's an element of that, and there's initially there's nothing wrong with that, because that's how you can often get people on the hook. But it is another really good tool in the marketing box. It is not a silver bullet. It doesn't change everything, but it absolutely is something in certain for certain projects, certain campaigns, is brilliant and a really good fit. Other times, if you try and force it in, it just isn't really the best use of it, and it switches people off. So it's all about the more agencies understand it, the more they'll use it appropriately, and therefore that will help it grow. It's when it's used in the wrong instances that actually it does real damage, and it switches brands off, it switches consumers off, and they kind of can even discount it and say, actually, I don't really think that's particularly good technology, which of course we know it is. So yeah, be a little bit intimidated, but also be pragmatic in how you approach that, for sure.
I think that's a great point you're bringing up. Something I talk a lot about is the why. Why are you selecting this medium? Because really, if you think about transmedia storytelling, there's different mediums that are great for telling different pieces of the story, showcasing the brand in its different elements. So really, as you all are thinking about, everybody listening, thinking about using this medium, think about why you're interested, this specific spatial medium, why you're interested in doing that. And Shreya, I would love to hear from you what you think.
Yeah. So I think what you put across right now is saying one thing that we need to ask ourselves is why. So I think that is what we as designers also need to ask that. And but I also feel that like traditionally also, since ages, advertising, the formula for advertising has always been novelty. Like that's where you kind of hook the customers, and that has always been the first variable. So I also feel that there's something called as Maya, which is like most advanced yet acceptable. So that's like a sweet spot between bringing the consumers from one end to the other end. So I think that is what brands can literally leverage. So designing something which is familiar, yet it is surprising. So or designing something which is surprising yet familiar, so it just becomes comfortable for the users, for the consumers to adapt to the whole thing. So I think that is a sweet spot that the brands need to work upon. So yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point too. And I think that kind of leads into my next question, which is about, translating a 2D brand into a 3D space. What do you all see as some unique challenges as well as opportunities in bringing it into a more spatial medium? Catherine.
Thanks. I think one of the biggest challenges is really thinking about the different marketplace. If you think about even traditional marketers or retailers, they have to think of what city. Let's just say you're a European and you want to come to the States. What city? Am I going to be part of an existing market, or am I going to start my own shop? Is it going to be in Ohio or Oklahoma or New York? Is it going to be on Fifth Avenue? Is it going to be downtown? We now have a lot of different platforms, and so there are many different options on how do I inhabit that space. We earlier had a conversation about NFTs. There are a number of different ways to enter into this market, and there are a number of different platforms that will allow you to do so. But not all of them will be appropriate for one's brand. And you don't necessarily have to go all in either. I'm not a big champion of people to just trying it unless they have a huge budget, trying it just to try it. Because what happens in that case is brands then say, yeah, we did that and it didn't work, or yeah, it wasn't very good, or we check that box. So it really has to be part of a longer term strategy, and it has to be a commitment, right? So that we're going to help you make that path and just determine the strategy, determine your objectives, the KPIs, and what you hope to get out of it. So everything from augmented reality and eventually even virtual reality will have measurable KPIs, even if it's just engagement. Look, we had tremendous response on real-time events in 2020, and some 90% of people who attended those events in some sort of immersive platform, whether via PC or headset, said they would continue to do so in 2021. That was a study by UTA. And I think that that's where we're going, is we can start to think about ways that we can engage selectively or long-term across platforms. But the returns are there. The numbers are there. Travis Scott made 20 million from one night as opposed to 1.7, which is what he used to make. And advertising, we haven't even scratched the surface for advertising in VR platforms. So I think there's a big green field if people want to try it.
So many great points in what you said, and I think it is really important to understand as an emerging medium, like you're talking about, the KPIs, the understanding of how the return on investment happens is still emerging as well, but really that potential is there, and we already are seeing with early adopters how they're having a lot more success in this medium. So that dedication, not just trying one thing and really, like throwing spaghetti at the wall, seeing if it sticks, but understanding how to strategically use these technologies is so important.
It's so true. I call it return on experience, because these are effectively experiences, right? And you want people to engage. So working with people who have experience in that space and best practice, as opposed to just saying, I hear that's a good platform, or watching another brand. It really might not suit you, and we don't know how they ended up on that platform. I've seen that many times myself. So I would just suggest that people be much more thoughtful about the overall strategy and approach.
Love that. And James, how about you? What do you think about this?
Well, I could be slightly flippant and say, if you've got a good marketing department and a good agency, it shouldn't be a challenge. They should be able to grasp how you move your brand from, is any brand, if a brand's 2D, they're probably almost dead now anyway. So, there should be an element of color and different dimensions to a brand. So, whatever it is, if it's a 2D brand, it's probably not doing so well. But yeah, I mean, it's a challenge, and I'm being flippant, but it needs to be use it in the right way. Use it, what's the value it's bringing to your customers, who be that B2C or B2B, whatever, what is it bringing to them? And making sure that it's hitting the sweet spot with what you're trying to achieve, which once again, it kind of comes back to not being intimidated by the technology and approaching it in the way that you'd approach other uses of technology and channels, and using it in that appropriate way. And I think your point, Catherine, about understanding how you measure it, that's just a hugely important area, because if you don't have that, then how are you justifying the spend? How are you going to do it again? So that's definitely a challenge, is how you bring it into the marketing mix, because there are so many marketing metrics now. We probably arguably got too many metrics, perhaps. It's almost too focused on every single data point you can measure. But what you got to be able to do is turn around. If you do, if you're bringing in some augmented reality, if you're bringing some VR, whatever it is, how is that then tallying up to something that you can put on a metrics dashboard and justify the outlay on it? So I think there are plenty of challenges in there. I think, ultimately demonstrating value, return on experience, I think I have heard a couple of times before, Catherine, but it's still a good one. Although adding another acronym in is really going to confuse people, especially when you start talking XR, MR, VR, AR, metaverse. Let's not get into that just yet. But I agree, that whole putting framework around how you can measure it is incredibly important. It is a challenge. It will get better. It is getting better. And there'll come a point 4, 5, 6, 7 years ahead where it's just part of the mix, and there's a standard metric that you attribute to all these. So yeah, definitely that's something that's got to be worked on.
That's a great point, and I think what you're saying is making me think about how do you measure experience and the value of that versus somebody watching a video or being completely immersed in an environment and having that lived experience that sticks with them. That's really quite invaluable. So thinking about how to measure that. Shreya, please chime in too.
So, like one of the major challenges I feel that brands at the ground level who are right now in the 2D space, especially the retail ones, that they are facing is when you have an e-commerce platform, so you have a lot of different products, and when you want to adapt to the 3D web, uh, it needs to be in 3D, right? So converting all those 2D pictures into 3D is one of the blockages or the challenge that the brands face. So a lot of other new technology has been evolving in the space where with just AI, using AI and just images, it could be converted into 3D, and then also there are 360-degree cameras. But all of this a little bit on the expensive end. So I think this is one of the challenges that the brands are facing, retail brands especially, and also a new Canon has come up with this new dual camera recently. So a lot of things are happening in the space, and I think things will resolve for the better.
I love that point. It's true to think about how to not just, like we were talking about with film earlier, but not just take these 2D assets and put them in a 3D environment and think that's going to engage users. And that leads really nicely into this next question, which is a little bit about UX, UI. There are things that we're learning in this in evolving medium of what works in a spatial environment and what doesn't as far as the user experience and the user interface. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that when brands are thinking about transitioning into this medium. Catherine, go ahead.
I was going to let James go first this time. So yeah, I think brands. I was just kind of distracted too because I was looking at something about Martin Rayala was writing that, what can be used to market real products and marketing VR products and services. And Shreya brought up a great point about not just bringing things up. And yes, there are different marketplaces and UX UI behaviors. But for me, it's just understanding that there is a real world economy happening and that people are both creators on the space as well as purchasers. So that we know that from gaming that people are buying a lot, but even in Roblox, people are buying a lot. There's a robust economy, and one could argue that this is one of the platforms that is the most commercial. I mean, every time you come in, you get a present. Why isn't that present branded? I mean, there are a lot of things you can do and I'm working on an article about that. We'll see it in a couple of weeks. But here's the thing. There are ways to very obviously get into this game. And Shreya, you mentioned the creation of 3D assets. So many people are already creating their things in 3D first. We know that already because it's just easier to design these days in that format. So the pipeline from that to say avatar skins or even, wherever people socialize, they're going to want to exchange, accumulate, somehow create this signifier between them and the world, whether it's their house or whatever, and they can also help people achieve that as well. So there's a robust economy there. And I think that's bears mentioning because otherwise it's not just putting your stuff up there because everyone's there. They are, but there's also an economic value to be had from being present. If that makes sense.
Absolutely. Yeah, the purpose behind it and that there is a market there for it. James, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, listen, UI, UX, all those U's, they're absolutely key to it. And I think, unfortunately, they don't tend to get enough attention. And I don't think there's a particularly good understanding out there of things like, what is the best way to, provide some sort of interface in a VR environment or whatever. And I think that can break it and that can, fundamentally, undermine really impressive creative efforts in those mediums. If you have a poor user experience, much as if you go to a website and you have a poor user experience, it kills it. And I think the skills to do that are developing, but I think it's been an area, I think everyone dived in and kind of let's produce these amazing experiences and all these things we can do with the technology, kind of falling a bit in love with the technology as much for the technology as opposed to, what it can achieve. And I think that there was a bit of an afterthought about, well, what is the user experience here? How to make sure someone doesn't get lost or someone doesn't feel sick or, whatever. And I think it's I think actually now there's a bit of a realization that, hey, we need to get these things right. We can't just blind people with technology. Just putting someone in a VR experience isn't cool enough anymore. They need to actually, find value in it and be able to navigate and do all the things that they would expect to do. So that, to me, is a huge area, and it's undervalued. It is improving, but it's absolutely key. You can spend all the money you want on creating a beautiful AR or even VR experience. If people aren't able to feel immersed in it because they're not able to navigate, they're not able to do the things they need to do, the whole thing dies. So it's massively important, and it needs to be valued more as things move forward, which I think it is, but it needs to move a bit faster.
Absolutely, yeah. Like you're speaking about the user friction when it comes to getting into an experience and even understanding how to navigate can really throw them off from the experience as a whole. Shreya, go ahead. It looks like we might have some audience questions too.
I just feel that creating UI UX experience for WebXR is completely, it's kind of different from the general 2D experiences that we create. And there's a issue with stability as well. So when there's an issue with stability, you feel nauseous. You, just like James also mentioned, once you get a bad experience and you kind of blame the technology as well. And you might have the friction of not going forward with that technology ever again. You might say, no, AR isn't for me or VR isn't for me. So it is really important to design VR or AR experiences using maybe the prototyping tools for VR. Like we also have these new prototyping tools like Gravity Sketch, Tivori. So you are designing UI UX for the WebXR in the 3D space as well. So you can literally go experiment, test, do a lot of user testing as well before pushing it out. So I think that's the way to go forward. And a lot of XR designers need to come forward and start experimenting more with the 3D prototyping while creating UI UX.
What a great segue to kind of evolve from and go back to that OKR point, like figure out what your objectives, your key results, and who is the audience that you're building for. And I think that's the starting point, because if you're building for VR, it's one set of variables, but if it's mobile, it's a completely different set of them. So, and I've mentioned this in one of my other conversations. I'm building for mobile, so I'm listening to some of the things that you guys are saying, but I also know in the back of my mind that I've had to prep myself and prepare. Is this a landscape experience on mobile? Is this a portrait experience on mobile? And then device agnostic and making sure that it leads on from there. So many things to talk about when it's coming to marketing. But I think that barrier, breaking that barrier and access to WebXR is the first and most important part about building any marketing experience today. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining us today for this session. It was really great. I'll let you close off, Nisha, with your panelists, and if there's anything else you'd like to close off with.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for all being here and really the insights that we gained around why you're doing this experience, why you're creating it, how to give users a great experience, how to bring brands into the 3D environment in ways that really work, and understanding how to measure those metrics as you're doing the experiences, and really proving that this medium can return on investment, can be a great investment. Any final thoughts from all of you as we close out?
Yeah, I want to talk to you about, oops, sorry, James.
Go, Catherine. Go on.
I just want to talk really quickly about retailtainment. I really think that that's a way forward, is combining these special worlds with events, and also branded events, sponsored events, and merchandise. I think that's a really easy way to get your foot in the door and start experimenting and participating with new communities. James, back to you.
All I'd say is just, use the technology wisely, not just for the sake of it being technology. Think about what you're trying to achieve. Otherwise, you do it a disservice.
So to all the brand and the marketing people listening to this conversation, I just want to leave you with one thought. Courage doesn't mean you don't get afraid. It means you don't let the fear of unknown stop you. So just enjoy, be the pioneer in the brand space, stay ahead of the curve, bring that novelty factor, and do your marketing strategy. Thank you.
Well said, Shreya.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Nisha. And excuse me, the rest of the panelists here. That was a great.
Hey, Catherine. Hey, guys.
Hey, Alan.
Hey,
A
everybody.
great overview of all this different stuff. We actually are heading into our first break, a 15-minute break where we're going to feel free to go check in with all your other obligations for the course of the day. Then we're going to come back for another 3-hour block. We're going to have two 15-minute talks where we're talking about designing accessible interactions for the immersive web, and then someone from Mozilla Hubs talking about the Hubs Blender exporter. Then we're going to go into 2 half-hour panels, one with designing for multiple inputs across devices, and then how everything will be gamified. Then 2 more 15-minute talks about art and education, and then architecture, which is one I'm really excited to hear from Space Popular. And then finally, 2 30-minute talks for before the next break that's happening 3 hours from now, or 3 hours and 15 minutes from now. We're going to be talking about lighting and texture, as well as this fireside chat that I'm going to have with Robin Haneke and Doug North Cook. So with that, we're going to take a brief 15-minute pause and break, and feel free to go check in with all of your obligations for the course of the day. And I guess I'll hand it back over to Ben to see if he has any other announcements he wants to make before we take a quick break.
You're muted, Ben. Ben has 15 screens going simultaneously.
We still can't hear you,
Still
Ben.
not working. I think he's like, thank you so much for everybody. They've been amazing today. The speakers were fantastic. The last panel was fantastic.
Pleasure.
There we go. I think we hear you now.
Hi, everybody. All right. Sorry
There
about
we go.
that. Hi, everybody. I just wanted to point out that this isn't actually a break. This is Alan going to give
I'm
us
sorry.
a demo of Metaverse Engine, which if you haven't seen what this tool is capable of on the web, they can do some really, really high-end rendering that is commercial grade. And so I also wanted to thank Nisha and Catherine and James and Shreya. Excellent panel. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Kent. And take it away, Alan.
Our pleasure. Thanks so much.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you,
Bye,
everybody.
guys. Thank you. Bye, Alan. Bye,
Thank you.
Kent. Bye, Nisha.
So I want to just say a special thank you to everybody at the WebXR Summit for putting this on. I know all the amazing amount of work that's gone into this, Ben and team. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And I'm going to share my screen here, and I'm going to share a little bit about our Metaverse engine, and it's spelled METAVRSE, of course, the right way, obviously. But what I want to do is I want to share our vision quickly with you. And then I'll get into a demo of the engine and how we create in the engine. And then I'm going to show you some examples of what can be built in the engine. So we are the future of XR, and we're really trying to focus our efforts on making this building XR, building the metaverse, building 3D on the web, super accessible to everybody. And one of the challenges that we really face as an industry is that if you're not a developer, if you're not a programmer, you kind of have to find your way through this, because most of these platforms require you to learn to code, and we really wanted to take away all of the stumbling blocks, all of the things that make it hard for people to get into this. So I'm just going to read this because I think this fundamentally captures why we're doing this. We are living in an age of technological transformation and explosive growth, but the web has remained flat until now. 3D, virtual, augmented, and mixed reality, collectively XR, are growing exponentially due to their immediate value creation across every industry. From marketing to manufacturing, training to teaching, entertainment to education, and sales to service, there will not be a single industry that is not positively impacted by this new technological revolution. We feel that by harnessing the power of the billions of devices that everybody has in their pockets with a one-click publish, we can truly build an open, universal, and democratized metaverse together. Transformational change is here. Over the next 5 years, we're going to see a market value of $31 billion for the XR market currently, up to approximately $300 billion in the next 5 years. The 5-year annual compounded annual growth rate will be 62%, higher than most technologies you'll see, and definitely most industries in today's world. XR will add $1.5 trillion to the global economy by the end of the decade. So this, as you guys all know, is absolutely blowing up, and now is the perfect time to get involved. Our mission at Metaverse is to unlock the power of XR for everyone, not just programmers, not just 3D artists, but trainers, marketers, everybody. The people that were just on the panel, if they're talking about it, they should be able to do it, and that's our goal. So our vision is to become the #1 XR creation platform on Earth, and we believe that the way to do this is through the web. Forbes called us a 3D game engine that means business, and we've won some awards. We were nominated World Festival Innovation Awards Top 50 Startups. We just won a Hedera Hashgraph grant for incorporating the Hedera Hashgraph into our system, and we just won an Epic Mega Grant for GLTF and USDZ interportability between the Unreal Engine and the Metaverse Engine. So we're very, very excited about that. Some of the use cases of our technology have been used for engineering, education, retail, marketing, industrial, healthcare, and entertainment. And I will show you some of these demos very soon. But I just want to give a quick shout out to all of our partners who believed in us from the beginning, who have been supporting us: Qualcomm, NVIDIA, Hedera, Epic Games, Autodesk, Oculus, and Siemens. Thank you so much. And just a few features before I get started on the demo here. It is a proprietary creation platform. We've built this entire thing from the ground up, and the idea was that we built a very, very efficient rendering technology built around WebGL, but with some secret sauce in there that allows us to push millions of polygons on mobile devices over a browser, which, you know, up until now, it's been a little bit underpowered on the browser, but we are pushing the limits of what's possible. We also believe that one-click publishing, being able to click publish to all devices, is really the key to the success here, because if you have to build one for iOS and then another project for Android and another project for Oculus, this gets really, really tedious and really hard to manage. So we have one environment, one-click publish to all devices. We've just undertaken to rebuild the entire system from the ground up to allow for infinite scale. We've created it as a modular system, all back-ended with Kubernetes. So it is industrial grade and it is enterprise ready. We believe that you should be able to publish without having to get permissions from the app stores. So we don't have app store permissions or commissions to pay. When you publish, it goes directly to the browser, to your users. It's absolutely secure. And one of the things that we offer that nobody else offers right now is on-prem hosting. So if you have an enterprise that wants to build this on and wants to keep all the data separate, you can do that on our system. Again, it's code optional, meaning we have coding available in JavaScript. So if you're a JavaScript developer, you can get in there and you can make anything you want. It's on the web. So you can bring data in, bring data out, all real time through the web. And of course, it's a data goldmine, being able to capture the three-dimensional data of people walking through environments or working on things, whether it's in training or marketing. This is really a new world. And of course, it has to work with all the assets that are existing. We talked about, that this came up a few times today, is the multiple assets and how everybody's kind of going towards GLTF, but Apple decided to go USDZ. But we support all 2D formats: JPEG, PNG, MP3, MP4, HDRs, 360 images, these things. And also we support FBX, OBJ, and GLTF, and we're working right now on our USDZ support. People were asking us, what are the differences between, Metaverse and Unity and Eighth Wall? And so here's a quick chart. You might want to grab a quick snapshot of it. But basically, it's web enabled. We also allow you to push to native applications. So you can actually use a native application directly from our published system as well. We have a web 3D editor that's all on the web. There's nothing to install. You can use it on a Chromebook. You can use it on a MacBook. Doesn't matter, whatever device you're on. You don't have to install a bunch of plugins or anything like that. It's easy to learn. We're talking like hours instead of weeks and months. Code optional, but you have the full pro version of JavaScript, and we offer real-time analytics and, of course, on-premise hosting. So with that, if you want to take out your phone, you can try these demos on your phone right now. I'm going to leave this up for 5 seconds, and then I'm going to actually go in and build something on the engine and share that with you guys. So I'll leave that up for 5 more seconds here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. So with that, what I'm going to show you is the engine itself. All right, so inside here we have our web editor. The editor is all in the browser, engine.metaverse.com. You can sign up for a free account at engine.metaverse.com. And once you're in here, you can rename it. So we'll call it WebXR Summit. Great. You can get in here and change the world. For example, I can turn on the shadows. I can show the skybox. We have real-time skybox reflections. And if I were to take this, this graphic here and just delete, there we go. If I zoom in, you can see I have real-time reflections off the skybox. And of course, you can undo these things. So now I've got my scene and it's infinite. You can go out as far as you want, or you can go in as far as you want. You can have a world or you can have an object. It doesn't matter. And so I've got these two robots here, and you'll notice here I've got my transform, so I can move them around. I can move them up and down. I can scale them, that type of thing. And I can also, there's also a rotate gizmo. So if I grab it, I can turn it on any axis. Whoops. I can turn it on any axis. I can move it around. I can resize. And I can also, let's say, for example, I put in a, I'll put in a sphere. I can actually, by holding Control Shift, turn, oh, I think I crashed it. It's a good thing we have autosave. All right, let's go in here. Oh dear. There we go. Okay. So I'm just going to put that in there. So I've got my sphere and I can hold Shift, and Shift will allow me to scale, but Control Shift allows me to scale in any direction, so I could make it into another object. So I'm going to turn that off. We don't really need it right now, but you can start to see how quickly and easily you can assign things here. I'm going to make a configuration. First of all, I'm going to turn off the skybox because we don't need to see that. I'm going to apply the, oops, I'm going to apply the albedo, the normals, the metalness, and the roughness. There we go. So now I've got my robots. I'm going to apply this. I'm going to make this robot here animate. So it's got an animation built into it. And this robot here also has an animation. We'll do a jump, let's say. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this button turn these two robots red and make them both animate. Okay, so very simply, I'm going to go to the top here. I can add a video, add a light, camera, a HUD button, a configuration, an object group, or of course a shape. So I'm going to add a configuration. We're going to call it red. And then I'm going to enter config mode. And whatever changes I make in here, whether it's sizing, adding, anything you put in here will stay that way. So there's red, and I'm going to grab this guy's head and we'll make them red. So now we've got two red robot heads, and I can exit. I can turn them on and off at will. And this could be anything. It could be adding objects, deleting objects. Now what I want to do is I want to apply that and these animations to this button. So I'm going to grab the button. I go up to the top, and there's a code attribute here where it allows me to enter a piece of JavaScript. Now, if you're a JavaScript editor, you can click edit on the JavaScript, and you have a full JavaScript editing bay right here, all within. You don't have to leave the world to do this. So you can get right in there. You can have multiple tabs open with your code. If you're not a programmer, you can click your buttons, and I can take this code and just drag and drop it here. Now, when I do that, what it allows me to do is it gives me a bunch of options. So camera, for example, we'll add a camera, and we're going to say, use this current location. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the code, and I'm just simply going to drag that camera just we built and drop it there. And we'll say, I don't know, 3 seconds, 3,000 milliseconds it's going to take to fly into this scene. Now, the configuration, I open the configuration, I take the one we just built, red, and drop it here. Enable after camera. So after the camera, it's going to turn it red. Great. Object animation. I can take my object like my robot, drop it in, and we're going to pick the jump, and that's done. Now I'm going to add the other robot in, drop him in. After camera, I'm going to pick the, oh, he only has one animation, so there you go. So now my animations are in, configurations are in, video component, we don't have one, pre and post JavaScript, we don't have either. So we're good to go. Now, real time, you can hit preview, and this allows you to preview your scene. So I've got my scene here. I'm pretty happy with it. I can even take what's called a hero shot, and this gives you the load shot, meaning when you load your project, this is what it's going to show, this screen here. So that's great. Now I can click my yellow button. It flies me in and takes 3 seconds, and it should animate. There we go. Turn them red and animated the 2 robots. Great. Now what I want to do is I want to add one more thing. I'm going to add a plane underneath it, and we're going to add some shadows just to give it a little bit more realism. So we're going to go here, cast shadows. We're going to go on the other robot, cast shadows, and then we're going to go on the plane and show shadows. So now we've got shadows. We're happy. I'm going to preview it one more time just to double check, make sure it looks the way I want it. And it doesn't matter where you are in the scene. Say, for example, you're way out here. If I click this button, it flies me in, takes 3 seconds, and animates the robots. Perfect. Once you're where you like it, you're happy. This is the magic sauce here. You can hit publish. And when you hit publish, it is real time published out to the web. You get a web link, you get a QR code. You can build this into Android or iOS existing apps, or you can build it into your existing website using the HTML either through iframe or direct embed code. I'll leave this up for a couple of seconds. You can try the QR code here. And then I'm going to move on to what can you actually build other than 2 robots battling it out. So
thanks, Alan.
2 seconds. Sorry?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, great. I just wanted to say thank you because we're out of time. We've got our next presentation. So that was
awesome.
Like super fast and published right to the web. Hopefully you can drop the link into the chat, and we'll also drop in the QR code into our Discord channel. And just a reminder that we've got full conversation of great images and a whole bunch of stuff happening on the Discord channel today. So if you want to jump into the conversation, either throw up your questions in the chat or jump into Discord. We've got lots of communications, lots of platforms going on. We've got people in VR land and Engage and Twitch and YouTube. They're everywhere. So thank you everybody for joining us. And looks like John Akers is joining us. Thank you so much, John, for joining us today. And as you say goodbye to Alan, thank you very much for joining us. And
thanks, guys.
Yeah, we've got John that's going to be talking about designing accessible interactions for the immersive web. So
take it away.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Hello, everyone. Let's see. I've got my screen being shared, I think, but I'm not seeing it pop up. I don't know if I have any control over that. But while I'm trying to figure out how that's happening, just to give an introduction by myself, I am the Director of Research and Education for the University of Washington Reality Lab. My work is mainly about working with our undergraduate research program as well as our educational efforts. So our curriculums as well as our outreach efforts. I've done a number of workshops actually in WebXR before, both within our own university as well as abroad. Looks like I've got my screen share working now. So let's kind of talk a little bit more about it. So yeah, we are a research center within the School of Computer Science and Engineering at the University of Washington. We are at the intersection of computer vision, graphics, human-computer interaction, basically everything pertaining to virtual and augmented reality. And so one thing I just want to give a shout out about, I won't play these videos, but I'll try to share this slide deck afterwards, is we had this capstone last year, actually. We offer it every year where we have students work in teams of 4 on a project over 10 weeks to create their own virtual and augmented reality applications, oftentimes really having very little experience going into it. Last year was the first time we actually offered it entirely in WebXR. So we had 7 teams create these amazing applications in WebXR. If you go to that link or you check it out later on, you can see some of these applications, you can try some of them out on your own. But I want to talk about one of our capstone projects from a couple of years before that, actually. And this was a team of students that was interested in exploring, what would it be like to simulate using a wheelchair in virtual reality? And so what you're seeing here is a prototype they created where they took an Acer headset, they attached a Leap Motion headset to the top of it, they actually super glued it to the headset for hand tracking. And then in the left corner, you can see this rig that they've created, which is they actually took a regular chair and they bolted some bike wheels onto it. And then with a kind of a ragtag construction of duct tape and cardboard, they actually created holsters on the sides for the controllers. And so the gyroscope and accelerometer data was being captured, so the rotation was being noticed even when the headset couldn't track the controllers properly. And with all of this combined, they were able to create this application where you were, in essence, using a wheelchair in virtual reality. And so in this case, right, this application was meant as a tool for empathy more than anything else. It was meant for people to understand, what is it like to try to actually use a wheelchair in the world? So it presents some challenges like trying to navigate a really cluttered space full of furniture. How do you get to the bathroom? How do you use an elevator? What's it like to have to try to turn around in the space? Of course, the team experienced a myriad of complications, especially in the area of motion sickness and trying to work around that. And the smoothing that was required with all of that, kept tuning it, never quite got there because, again, it's only 10 weeks. But it was one of those initial ideas of inspiring, like, what other approaches can you have to interacting in virtual reality? And just kind of one idea for it. But again, it's not, it wasn't a tool for accessibility. It was something to let people understand a bit more about, it's a tool for empathy, to understand what it's like for somebody in this position in the real world. But when you think about, or when you really learn about what people with motor disabilities or with other impairments, right? And disabilities can be permanent or temporary, even, right? When you break your leg, even, that's something that limits you for a while. The way that they interact with technology is different. They often can't use the conventional devices, the mouse and keyboard input, or especially in virtual augmented reality, the way that headsets and hand controllers work is extremely limiting for a very broad audience. What you see often, right, is these types of switches that get used. So I've had kind of a sample here of different inputs that people have in their own homes. So things like buttons, proximity sensors, grips. A wobble switch, which basically can recognize any different movement in any direction. On the bottom right is a sip and puff, so it's based off of using your mouth to actually pass air through a tube to recognize that as a sensory input. But it's not, one thing to understand about this space is that it's not standardized. A lot of these different devices operate through a 3.5 millimeter jack, and that's something that we've, probably the closest thing we have to a standard in the space in terms of these different input systems. But there's also even broader array beyond this, right? There's some cases where people have eye tracking. There's some people where people actually use voice recognition to interact with systems. And that's kind of really one of the biggest takeaways when you think about how do people with different disabilities interact with technology? And the answer is that it's kind of an open world. You have this full customization. Everyone has their own setup for how they do things. And I think one place that I really kind of want to point out where this was acknowledged well was in the Xbox Adaptive Controller. And so as you see on the bottom here, this entire line maps every single input on a standard Xbox controller to a 3.5 millimeter jack. So you can have all these different switches hook into it in any way that you want. And this is one of the first places I've seen where it's really enabled this level of customization for the input systems that people have. And so as this pertains to augmented virtual reality is then thinking about the way that you think about using a standard headset, right? So what we started to do a couple of years ago, this was actually my research work doing my master's degree, was looking at what are the ways that people really use virtual and augmented reality? What does it actually take to interact in this space? And we started to build out this taxonomy of what is it, what are the actual, when you look at it and synthesize it, what are the inputs that people use, and think about those interactions versus the inputs required to do them. And so I'll talk about a couple of these kind of the real standard basic ones. We did an analysis of about 20 different WebXR applications a couple of years ago and looked at, what were the actual intents behind the interactions that they had in them and what was actually required to use them, not thinking about just the fact that you put on a headset and held some hand controllers. The first one, of course, is really just thinking about this 6 degrees of freedom control, right? So rotation and positional control, and the inputs required to do that. And so thinking back on switches, oftentimes switches are binary inputs. It's either on or off, right? You're either pressing a button or you're not. And so we tried to synthesize all of these interactions into those specific ideas. And so if you think about like rotation and position are both things that are kind of, they're pretty core, right, to virtual and augmented reality interactions. And so when you think about both of them, they all have these 3 axes they have to control on. in this case, you don't really have to control roll in the rotational axis, right? So like you're not tilting your head side to side unless you actually want to do that. That's, you know, one of the big taboos of preventing motion sickness in the space. So you really have kind of 10 binary inputs here just to control your position and rotation. And you could boil this down even more if you wanted to into a way of, you know, having it so it's one input to change which axis you're manipulating and then another input to maneuver through that. But this is really kind of the core to enable any WebXR application to function well in terms of control. On top of that, we also have the targeting aspect of it. So, you know, one of the most ubiquitous things you see is that you have to actually target objects in your space. And there's a myriad ways to do this, right? Center field of view is probably one of the most often that you see, especially with, you know, mobile versions, mobile applications, 3 degrees of freedom-based applications. But you also see mouse clicking sometimes if you're doing it through a desktop view, or using your hand controllers to actually point at something. Or it's actually just the spatial position of the hand itself, right? And that's what that means to say is you actually reach over and grab an object in your space, right? Which requires moving your perspective over there so that your hand controller is in proximity. And these are all just different ways to target an object, right? But this is thinking about interactions again. The real intent behind this is that you're just trying to target a specific object. And so that's what we were doing in our research, was seeing these are the ways to accomplish this as your input. But what are you actually trying to accomplish with it? What is the intent? And that is just targeting. And what that ultimately requires is a single input, right? If you know the objects in the scene, you can use a single input to iterate through all of them to target them separately. Likewise with this is selection of objects. And this one's kind of more of a general interaction. But this is thinking about the way that there's generally something else you want to do with an object when you have it targeted or when you have it focused, right? That could be picking it up, which is when you think about it, really just a single input and now you're moving it. Or you want to have the object do something, right? You want to change the color of something. You want to select something. This is just kind of this catch-all input that we have here as an idea. In other instances of our work, we've kind of referred to this as like the interact option. This is like you want to interact with your object. That is a single binary input to accomplish that. And so that's kind of, when you think about it, that's 12 binary inputs right there, right? That's the movement, rotation, targeting, and selection. And that's really kind of the essence of most XR applications. But maybe you want to get more complicated, right? Maybe you want to have things like you want to utilize hand tracking. Maybe you want to do things like actually have gestures. So the movement of your controllers, the movement of your head or your body. Or maybe you want to have simultaneous inputs, right? Like I think a very easy example is like a bow and arrow, right? Where you have to use multiple hands at the same time. And that's fine. And you can include these things. But when you're thinking it from an accessibility mindset, it's really important to just bear in mind that not everyone can do these things, right? It's to design for a single specific input system is extremely limiting for everything else. And so when you add these in, right, you can do that, but just make sure it's not a requirement of your application. Think about the intent behind what someone's doing, right? If someone needs to hold a bow and an arrow to actually fire an arrow off, the intent there, right, is to actually ultimately have the arrow be fired. And so that's something where you can think about what is the interaction happening and what is the input required to do it. And that's where the input, right, to fire an arrow could be literally a single input versus the entire action of taking your hands with two different objects in a virtual space and pulling one across the other. And so what we ended up doing was creating this prototype called Flexor, where we created a component for A-Frame that could be integrated with applications to enable this full 6 degrees of freedom control. This was done a couple of years ago through the Gamepad API, but it's changed a little bit now in terms of the technology. And we built it for WebXR because of the adaptability of it, the ability that you can take an application, even when it's already running in the browser, right? And you can add a component into it in real time to enable this type of control. And that's what Flexor was designed to do. So you could go into any A-Frame application, and if you kind of played with the code a little bit, you could add in this component and then have 6 degrees of freedom control, even if it wasn't built into the application itself. On top of that, you could also have this full targeting selection with just a little bit of developer support as well, just through tweaks in the code base by adding the component to the specific objects that you want to have controlled. And so I think I'm running a little short on time here, but I want to show just kind of a brief demo of this in action. So this was actually an application created by a developer named Jorge Fuentes. And it was just a 3 degrees of freedom application of this little Halloween town. I know it's seasonally very accurate, but then we just found this application. It's a fantastic little one where you just look around an environment and point out the different highlighted spots. And so what we ended up doing was we just took our component and dropped it in. And so now you see the controller inputs on the sides enabling this full interaction of this space. And so I think I'm running near the end of time. I have another demo here that I'll kind of play out as we're wrapping up. This is just demonstrating what it would be like to actually have control of other objects in a scene. So currently you're controlling the player, and then you can use another input to switch your control, your targeting to another object, and then decide whether those objects can be manipulated or not. So if you wanted to move objects around an environment or target them, you could do all of that without requiring the accuracy of actually having to look at them or get near them. So I think with that said, that's everything I wanted to talk about today. The last thing I want to do is just kind of throw some of the resources out there. I'll post the slide deck, I think, in chat afterwards so people can see this. Just a shout out to some other resources out there. I'm also part of XR Access, so I want to promote them and their working groups and the research they're doing also.
Awesome. Thank you so much, John. That was a really great tour of a lot of the work that you've been doing in the realm of accessibility. And the thing that it reminds me of is that when you look at things from an accessible perspective, it sort of allows you to reevaluate the underlying mechanics and techniques of the affordances of the medium and how to kind of gracefully degrade it. So I love that you're sort of looking at what's already been happening in the 2D realm and starting to translate some of these other ideas. So thank you so much for all the work that you're doing there with your research and the work with XR Access. I highly recommend folks check out the conference that XR Access had recently as well, if you want more information. And yeah, look forward to seeing the links that you post so people can dig in more. All right, well, let's move on to our next talk. It's another 15-minute talk about Hubs Blender Exporter. So we have a representative from the Mozilla Hubs team. We have Matt Kuhl, who's a developer relations engineer. So Matt, what do you got for us? I'd love to hear what you have to say in terms of this Hubs Blender Exporter.
Hey, thanks, Ken. Yeah, hi, everybody. I have a quick presentation here that I put together just to kind of introduce some of these components that we have in the exporter and just to give designers a feel for what they have to possibly use for their creations in Blender and just getting that into Hubs. So let's go to the presentation now.
All right, there it is. Hello again. So I'm here today to share with you what I think is a really interesting pathway to turning your Blender creations into social experiences that you can share with a link. The Hubs Blender Exporter is a Blender add-on that makes it easy to adapt Hub-specific functionality to your Blender creations. There are a few prerequisites I think I should probably mention before we get into the exporter add-on itself, though. The first one is called Spoke. So Spoke is a web-based scene creation tool for Hubs that allows you to publish 3D scenes that you can deploy with a few clicks. You might find it useful as a compositor, or you might elect to import your GLB directly. For more information about GLTF, GLB, you can visit the Kronos group. Oh, gotta fly over here for this next part. Let's see if I got it. So I'm gonna be going over many components, but the takeaway I hope everybody gets from this is just a kind of an overview of what's possible. So let's start by just bringing in the Hubs Blender Exporter into Blender. So you'll grab that from the releases page, and then you'll just install it as you would another add-on for Blender. You can check the versioning there. And once you install it, you'll see right here on the material properties, you have all of these components. So what this is doing is it's just adding components to the JSON here, like you see in the example with billboard and UV scroll. So we have more in the documentation about what to look out for when you're exporting GLTF and GLB in this case from Blender. So I recommend checking that out. That's in the For Creators section of the docs. You can see that here. All right, so let's just look at a quick example of what does it look like just to bring in a GLB. The hubs components are down here, but I'm not gonna add those in quite yet. I just wanna show what the flow looks like for exporting GLB into hubs directly. So we're just gonna go to export the GLB, and again, the details on that we should check the docs for, but basically, once you have it in hubs, it looks like this. And you can just drag the GLB onto the window, or you can use the place menu to bring it in like this, and then people can interact with it. So let's just start off with the billboard component. This one's a good candidate for that. And I'll just select the object and add billboard. And you'll usually have some options down here that you can select and play with. And then when I export that same object back into that room, we can see that it now has the billboard effect, and it faces the user wherever they are in the room. So that's a pretty fun, simple one. I think it's a good one to start off with, and we've seen some examples in the community of it being used, and I really like this one. It's an onboarding scene for hubs. I thought that just worked really nicely. Another interesting thing you can do with billboard, and this wasn't obvious to me at first, is you can billboard specific components within a model that's static, right? And get some creepy effects with eyes.
I'll say these two things. I think very three-dimensionally.
Another component that is, I think, a really interesting one I wanted to mention is UV scroll. So this is kind of an interesting way to get performant 2D animations. I can actually do a quick, let's do a quick change. Let's see if this worked. Last time I didn't do too well in the last take. Okay. Yeah, we got some UV scroll here. And it's kind of messing with my green screen. All right, avatar change. But this scene is really great just for kind of playing with all those values and understanding what they do. So Jim put this together, and I think it's a nice way to learn about it. You could also use sprite sheets. And in this example, I think it's a really nice kind of way to show that you can use UV scroll to create these sort of tranquil and meditative spaces. It's a really nice one. Next up, we have video texture source and texture target. And these are just in-room cameras, but what they're doing is we're taking a camera node and we are mapping the output of that camera onto a surface, so onto the UV map. So one thing to note about this is that the node itself is not going to be visible. So if you do want people to interact with your camera, you should give them something to interact with. But here's a really quick demo I did for you all just to show how to implement this. So you have a plane with a texture, you have a camera, and you're gonna add the exporter component, the source there, and then you have some options. And here, you're actually not going to do it in the materials properties. It's going to be, in the object properties, it's going to be in the materials. So you can add the video texture there and then point it to that camera. All right, and then you're ready to export, but this was a huge thing for me that I kept missing, and it took me a long time, so I want to mention it. You have to remember to export that camera with the GLB. And once you export it, it should look like this in hubs. So looking at some more advanced examples that Jim put together for us, we have this kind of funhouse mirror, which is an interesting effect. We have the cylinder, and then another thing that you can do is animate the camera itself with this plane, which I try to follow. Also, you can bump down the resolution to get this kind of effect. All right, next up, in-room microphones and speakers with audio target and zone audio source. Now, these, what I find really interesting about this is it creates kind of this like outdoor, like what you would expect in an outdoor situation where you have these speakers outside. You get kind of this delay, which you can control. And you can see that the sound is coming, there's an avatar on the stage and the sound's coming out of those speakers. Really nice implementation of this is the Force 4 meetup, which is used as a venue for an open mic for poetry. So this is the audio zones. So audio zones, this is something I'm really excited to see people play with more. And this scene is really great for just exploring what audio zones can do. And you can see on the walls, they have the parameters that you want to use to get that effect. So going into the scene with a teammate or a friend is a really fun way to play around with audio zones and sort of get a feel for what all those parameters mean. It wasn't really that intuitive for me. I don't have a lot of experience with audio, and so it wasn't really intuitive for me to make these in the beginning, and still not. But there's documentation under the Spoke documentation here on the Hub's website that can help with that. And we get asked a lot, is there a way to make a stage where everyone can hear you? So I wanted to demonstrate that really quickly for you with this test. Testing audio zones with this great avatar by Imaginer called Tree Z Top. Let's go. Just get my guitar here and... Yes, so there I am dancing as a tree in a web page. Great. So we have the Moz Lightmap component. Now this is added in the shader editor, and you can see how that setup looks here. The big gotcha for me here was the UV maps. You have to use the second slot. And honestly, I think the best way to go about using this is to first just check out the Jim and Dom tutorial on the Mozilla Hub's Vimeo and YouTube channels. Oh, and here's a great example from Connor. And this is all before the environment settings component, which just came out, which is our next component. And with the environment settings, you want to find this in the scene properties, which again, took me forever to find that. So you'll add it there. And this is used for reflections as well as applying image-based lighting to objects that don't already have a light map. You can see a great example of it here. Yeah, and there's just so much I'd like to show everybody, but there's just not enough time. So I put together a couple more examples here. This is nav mesh. So the nav mesh is also a component where you can edit and manipulate that in Blender. Spawners and media frames. This is a really interesting combination to me. It seems like some interesting interaction to be had. And why not stick a point light on an avatar? Sure. Or shadows. You can see the robot shadow just dancing there. And we have these components called scale audio feedback and morph audio feedback that respond to audio. All right, thanks everybody. That's all the time I have in that spacesuit. So just wanted to also invite everyone to our community meetups Fridays at 11:30 a.m. Pacific. If you have any questions or just want to stop by and show us what you're working on.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Matt. Quick question just to wrap things up here. What's the best way for people to get more information about each of these worlds? Is there a place where you have links with more information if they want to explore these worlds and kind of explore them around and see how you exported all these things?
Sure. Yeah, you could just join us in the Discord, discord.gg/Mozilla Hubs, and just ping me and I'll send you a link.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. And maybe we could broadcast that out as well, just for folks to be able to check that out. But thanks again, Matt. We have to transition into our next piece, but that's great to see some of the fundamental components of being able to take things and settings from Blender and be able to export them into and be rendered on the web. It's really exciting to see that workflows really start to get fleshed out, and hopefully people will be able to have a chance to experience some of those and get their own ideas for how to combine all these things together and make some more dynamic experiences on the web. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. So we're moving on to our next session now, which is designing for multiple input types across devices. And so I'm going to hand it over to Alina Kablutsky from the Open AR Cloud, Director of Communications there. And so, yeah, I'll let you go ahead and introduce the panel and then take it from there.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Ken. Welcome, everybody. Hope you guys are enjoying the design summit so far. Yeah, welcome to our XR Design Summit, Designing for Multiple Input Types. My name is Alina Katlubski. I'm a creative and WebXR developer by day and Director of Communication and Managing Director of Open AR Cloud Europe. I'm super excited to share today's stage with all these amazing, inspiring people. So without further ado, let's dive right in. And yeah, why don't you introduce yourself, Michael, to the crowd and everybody else?
Sure. Hello, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yep.
All right. Sound loud and clear? All right, great. My name is Michael Pozo. I'm a designer by education and immersive technologies by profession. I currently work as a web developer, and I've been working with Unity and WebXR for the past 4 or 3, more like 3 years. I have a small organization that whose purpose is to bring all new technologies to the communities in New York City. So being a multilingual, multicultural, city like New York, a lot of the courses that I create are bilingual. So the idea is, to bring this to those newcomers, to those communities here in New York City that probably don't have the resources or the means to learn about how technology can change their lives and improve their lives.
Yeah, and next, Adrian, why don't you give a short introduction of yourself to our audience?
Yeah, I don't know whether you'd call me a developer or an artist, but I'm kind of a bit of both. I've been programming ever since I got my Sega Genesis when I was 6 years old. And that just basically, through the magic of video games, kind of got me into the technology field. So I've worked at Microsoft and some startups in San Francisco as well, where I kind of got bitten by the startup culture there. And also where I got really into VR. So then I also did a stint at Magic Leap and some other VR startups. And then just, I guess, through just the weight of experience, enough people took a chance on my crazy idea, basically to visualize the Webiverse as a video game. And then we ended up raising money. And here I kind of am running Webiverse.
Awesome.
Yeah, and essentially Webiverse is our manifestation of what we think the metaverse should look like in terms of creator accessibility, where things are just very drag and drop. Things are very lively, they're fun, And it works across all input devices. We actually have WebXR support here, where we basically rig up the skeleton. But as you can see, it's also completely supported in 2D, where we have a full animation system, and we're working with a bunch of artists to basically bring this to life. There's some crypto aspects as well, but I'm going to try to steer clear of controversy here.
Awesome. Yinj, why don't you give a short intro of yourself?
My name is Yin Sheep, and I'm the founder of Playco. We are a software solutions company interested in helping people solve their problems. I've been a VR developer since the HTC Vive first came out, and did a lot of stuff working in Unity, making PC VR, tested PC VR for education and for training. And recently, I came across when the Quest 2 came out, I became much more interested in the use of WebVR for WebXR to deploy VR experiences, and we use WebXR to do education and training as we did before, but now based on the web platform. And we are an enormous fan of the Wonderland engine.
Awesome. And last but not least, Sam.
Hi.
Yours.
Thanks for having me. I'm the founder, CEO, and CTO of Loci, and we're a web-based game engine for reducing risk in large-scale organizations. So we use digital twins to create simulation fly-throughs and simulated content for people that would normally not get it, like people like you and me going to a concert. We can see a fly-through to our exit and tap where it is on a map and actually have a better chance of exiting that building alive should emergency arise. But before that, I was working for years in WebXR. I had a WebXR development lab with Jin from Webaverse, who's now at Webaverse, and we worked with Janice, the Janice VR framework, for a couple of years, doing all sorts of business use cases, everything from building virtual film schools to large-scale crowd simulation, which is really what took me into the safety space. And I had to take a step back from the 3D side for a couple of years to really focus on the web side, because the web is changing so much, and figuring out how to get standards working and something that's actually stable and can be delivered to large-scale organizations that isn't going to be just a gimmick or a marketing thing, but something reliable and stable, getting real with what it meant to deliver in multiple languages, and actually really figuring out how to get the most out of what the web promises before I start adding to it. And that's really where I landed now, which is building a game engine that's deploying to all these different device types, from like a tiny phone to a TV and into a headset, which is why I'm excited to have this conversation today, because when you're talking about the web, you have to figure out what lens you're looking through it and who you want it to go to if you want to be successful.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So before we continue our conversation and dive a bit more into the conversation itself, we actually would like to further set the scene a bit. So I hope you guys can see my screen. So basically, currently, can you guys see my screen?
I don't think so.
I think I have to ask Ben to switch your screen on. There we are.
Okay, so basically, we are currently at the dawn of a new era of technology, where the senses meet technology, and precisely emerging technology gives us the opportunity to create precisely unthinkable experiences. And AR and VR devices are not only involving graphics and senses. They are multi-sensory experiences with different output devices. And basically, from hand tracking to controllers to senses stimulation devices, brain-computer interfaces. But For designers, it might be a bit tricky as they are not just only merging from 2D, but also 3D and basically understanding 3D space.
Alina,
So,
could you foreground your slide?
yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Can you guys now see my slide?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, we can
awesome.
see it. You might want to hit on the presentation so we can see it full screen. I'm sure that our viewers will also appreciate that. There you go. Perfect.
Awesome. So yeah, basically, we as humans, we are interacting with the world around us with all our senses. And basically, at one point, this is also how we want to experience any immersive experience, either in web-based or out of web-based. And we're dealing with different input and output devices. So it's not just only controllers, but also haptic devices, hand gesture movements, voice interaction, and smell, taste, and especially also audio and spatial audio experiences. So for designers moving from 2D and into 3D space, it could be a bit challenging. So Michael, could you share some of your experiences as a teacher? What is essential for UI and UX and designers that are currently as a CRUSP having ideas that they want to jump into WebXR and actually don't know where to start?
Yeah, sure. Of course, I can share some of my experience that I had teaching high school students create virtual environments using A-Frame. I found that it came very natural to them. For that specific age group, it seems that because they have been exposed to other 3D environments, like think of Roblox, think of all the other games and environments that they have access to. It has actually worked out really well for that particular age group. They really get the 3D environment and how to create experiences in those 3D environments. My experience with perhaps adults and undergrad has been a little bit different, especially with design students that have been taught to think on 2D. They usually start with a print-based education when they design book covers, when they design posters. Then they move to web. Even though it's a digital medium, web is still pretty much 2D, right? It just gives us some level of interaction, but in very general terms, the web is still very 2D. And they have been trained to think in the terms of that 2D environment. So usually when I start a new class, what I tell people is just take it from the basics, pen and paper. Start sketching your ideas. Don't think on that XY space. Think of XYZ. So what I tell them to start doing is to start sketching in that 3D XYZ basically template. So I usually print out a sheet of paper that has those three axes, and then I ask them to start sketching first the environment, and then on top of the environment, the application. The environment being whatever world that they're trying to create. When it comes to AR, I usually start by asking them to sketch out the space, whether that's the living room, whether that's a restaurant, whether it's a street, the user context of that particular AR application. I found that when it comes to user experience, the same principles pretty much apply to XR experiences. Things like desirability, accessibility, value, findability, all of those things pretty much apply. It's just that it requires that extra sense to really make it to make it materialize in the space. And it's one of those things that just only comes with practice. So usually I start with sketching. We don't even open the computers. That's how I was trained as a graphic designer back then. We didn't much have computers. We had computer labs, but most of the students didn't have laptops. and we relied on pen and paper through our design process. It wasn't until the very end that we could actually have access to a design, to a computer lab, and start bringing those designs into software like Illustrator or InDesign. I feel that there are some pretty good tools these days that students can start utilizing just to get the concept going. Figma, for example, is a very popular tool right now. Is a cloud-based design tool. Has some plugins for 3D. There's other applications that would allow the students to start creating in 3D. But that is without even wearing the headset. So we're not even touching the headset until perhaps the very end of the design process. One of the issues that I've run into is that as mobile VR is kind of on his way out, and we relying more and more on high-end devices, that has created a cost problem for my classrooms. So at this point, we're not relying too much on Google Cardboard devices to test or experiences. We are thinking now into moving into the high-end devices like the Oculus Quest. So yeah, I that's just one being a big barrier in educating people is being the cost of entry to actually use the technology. We still more or less can use mobile phones and a cardboard device, but that comes with a lot of limitations as well. So I imagine that very soon schools will have XR labs, just the same way that we have computer labs, right? It's just places where students can go and have access to the devices and to a safe space where they can experiment their VR and their AR applications. But I see that a lot of schools are applying that more into the curriculum. So yeah, my advice would be just start with pen and paper. Don't even bother too much about the technology. Just start creating your concepts on pen and paper, and pick a technology. I particularly use A-Frame. A-Frame has been incredibly useful for the things that we do in the classroom. Very easy to use. The majority of my students have experience with HTML, so A-Frame comes very easy to them. Once we start doing a little bit more JavaScript and components and interactions and the WebXR API, I usually leave that until the very, very end.
Awesome. Great. Adrian, what do you think, how important is storytelling and rather story living, and what is it an essential tool?
I would definitely say yes. So my career has kind of been punctuated by kind of trying to tell people the story of the metaverse and how we can actually build it together and just have this really cool virtual world where things are interoperable, and a lot of the technology problems, especially in XR, kind of get solved because people are cooperating in terms of publishing standards, using them. And yeah, kind of like ensuring that things work together and we can build the kind of stuff that we've kind of been dreaming about building for a really long time, like the things that Neil Stephenson has been writing about, right? Like the things that inspire us, like the actual metaverse. So I think storytelling is probably the #1 thing that's actually preventing us from getting like this kind of more connected virtual world that we all kind of seem to want. And by storytelling, I don't just mean literal storytelling, like we should tell some stories, although I do mean that as well. But I also mean like, why would people be incentivized to work together?
Adrian, could you go into full screen so we can have a better look at what you're doing there? Awesome, yeah, exactly. Thank you so much.
This is just Webiverse. It's essentially one interpretation of the metaverse. Every piece of content here is essentially pulled from distributed storage just throughout various networks. A lot of it is hosted on GitHub pages, but you can basically bring in anything here. You can kind of just drag and drop things, and you can quickly add functionality because we've specified basically, or we're proposing a set of metadata that you can add to, for example, a GLB file, like this Fox, which is just a GLB file that we had one of our artists make. It's really beautiful, by the way. Essentially, you can add metadata to that GLB, which kind of looks like, let's go to fox.metaverse file. Sorry if this is a bit technical, but essentially it's some metadata. It's stuff that you're saying about the file, that there's a GLB file called fox.glb, and you want it to look at you from the root bone, which is specified by that bone name, which gives you basically instant functionality in the metaverse for a fox that can look at people. And there's also another behavior that you can add, which is pet, and you can specify the walk animation. And then with a single button press, you basically get a walking pet. And all of this is going to be multiplayer in about a week once I debug all of it and this button starts working. So you'll be able to kind of hop into a virtual world and experience basically a model that was created by a student instantly, like behaving and reacting to you in the virtual world. And we're just getting started with this. And essentially what we want to do, and
So
what we
maybe
want to do,
yeah, some of our audience, maybe we could pop in a library that we wanted to share anyways.
Yeah.
And people could then dive a bit more in deep of what you were just saying. So
yeah, exactly. We'll have some links shared.
yeah, Ian, you have worked with a wide variety of input devices over the years, and could you share some of the thoughts and what bothers you most, as we can all relate that typing in XR and WebXR sucks.
Hi, everybody. I think WebXR is a new technology, and new technology needs to be to take incremental steps when engaging the mass market. I know we are coming out of phase of early adopters, and with all new technologies, first we want to do things better using new technologies, and then we do better things. So the first step of new technology in terms of engagement is evolutionary, and then it becomes revolutionary. I think as early adopters, sometimes you're quite impatient for the next step to happen. But as we try to reach into a wider audience, then we have to sometimes slow down the rate of the rate of progress and understand that people sometimes have trouble engaging with new technology. So WebXR is young, and so broad device support is still important. So designing for multiple input devices is a practical design choice that we should still acknowledge now. And just overall, I found that it was useful to design to give the user the best experience for their device. If you have different device users, try to give them the best device experience, even if it might not be the same experience for all the devices. I know that places like Frame VR, IO do a very good job of giving a very similar experience to all devices. But then other places like VR Chat, they acknowledge that the 2D users experience the space more as a spectator, and the VR users experience it more as a performer. And so acknowledging that you have different types of users and designing for those is very important in terms of making it sort of engaging for each of the audiences. And intentional acknowledgement of the profile users how their user experience is really, really important. Just picking an example that isn't from WebXR is how the Nintendo Wii used the motion controllers, and that was a very effective way of engaging a new audience. So as we design, we also have to capitalize on the new technologies. And although initially we designed for everyone, eventually we designed to the specific strengths of the technology. So try to get the magic from the new input devices. And in terms of things that bother me, yes, typing is a big problem. And I'm working on fixing it. Yes.
I think we all can relate, and that's why we also need more designers and artists that actually questions the status quo and push. So yeah,
I just want to mention that on that tip, because I think it's so interesting, the typing thing. I've like created a really wacky prototype for typing with your tongue, because your tongue is like a thumb, right? It's like it's the most complex muscle in our body. It can do anything, and it's really underutilized. So it's interesting looking at what you can do. Like if you really think out of the box, what could that really look like from an accessibility perspective? Because to me, like maybe a lot of people say like talking is going to be the, just voice like translation, but maybe it's not always appropriate to be talking out loud, right? And so there's interesting ideas of like different ways that like I think we get so hung up on the ways that things have been done that we don't even think about like really, really new ways that we could address this issue, like our tongues.
Yeah. And also, just talking about it, yeah, blending and integrating real-time and biometric data means an increasingly responsibility for designers that are now and creators when it comes to privacy and safety. How did it lead to you to deal more and more with the topic of dystopia and utopia, Sam?
Unmute. It's something that came up a lot, obviously being, in the early adopter space, a bunch of metaverse streamers nerding out on Discord for hours and hours and hours every day for 5 years. You hear kind of you think up all sorts of stories. But one thing that, like, on the dystopic side, something that I thought was really cool that we had played around with was visualizing trackers, like visualizing cookies. And this idea that you could start to give people a little bit more context to code that runs in the background by helping people visualize what these things mean and what they do, and having something that, like, maybe if you came to my WebXR clubhouse, I'd be like, Yinch, clear your cache before you come in here. I don't know what you're bringing into my place, right? Like, it's like, take your shoes off, right? And so there's some kind of cool stuff there that can be discussed from, like, visualizing dystopic things that are already happening. But I think there's a lot more interesting things that can happen on the utopic side with dreaming up inputs and outputs, and even something interesting like the web was always meant to be read write, like input output, like the radio started off that way and became a one-way channel for the most part. And I think when you think about something like haptics, an environment feeding back to you right away, you're really starting to get this back and forth, which is super interesting. And something that I worked on for years that is a little bit maybe more utopic around the data side is I was a DJ and performer for a decade, and like had a very wild, like, punk rock kind of persona, and tweeted and had this huge online presence, and all of my Facebook, all my Twitter, and I scraped all that and I made this corpus of text and put it into a crappy chat bot, into a bot of myself. Like, my name is Blondtron, and she's supposed to be this entertainment robot. And so actually put an archive of kind of who I was in this time period into a bot, and had this really unique experience actually going into VR for the first time and chatting with myself and being a little bit like, normally, like, when you see something like your old photos from college or something, it might be a little cringe. And I think we have these square way of looking at ourselves that has really made us hyper. We're always in our analytical brain when we're looking at ourselves. And, like, there's something that happens when you see a body, like these mirror neurons fire, all this compassion and all those things come in to flood your system. And a lot of it's not conscious. And there's something that happened to me in seeing my past, seeing past data represented to me in a body to me. I felt like I was seeing myself kind of like how my friends see me. And it was a little bit more like, so I think there's a lot to explore there in self-discovery that I kind of want to push people towards, where it's like the best chance of avoiding a dystopia is if we have a bunch of self-aware, integrated, happy, safe feeling people. And I think the way that we get there is by actually, like, creating better ways for us to self-reflect about how all the stuff we're putting online, and the fact that we can now gain access to our data. I think there's a really interesting opportunity. I put it out to the audience. What are the ways you could use WebXR to take all the data people now have access to through GDPR and CCPR and or CCPA, and actually give people ways to look at themselves that feels more true to how we show up? I know we're almost out of time. So
we are almost out of time, and that's why I wanted to wrap up. Before we wrap up, I know we have a bunch of questions for all of us, but before we say goodbye, what do you guys think? What is essential, and what do we have to work on for the next 5+ years? And how important is multisensory, or what does multisensory experience mean for you guys? Yinch, maybe?
Hi, I'm really looking forward to getting many more designers in the WebXR space. I think it's still a space that's very heavily dominated by developers, and we possibly need a new category of tools as we reach out and we expect more people to occupy this space. The question of typing is worth noting, because, and one of the responsibilities as a VR developer, as we are designing for other spaces as well, that when you design for VR, you're replacing the reality around them. It's not like another mouse on a keyboard or a joystick or a gamepad. When you go into VR, you lose all these things. And I think people don't like to being away from your phones. And so when you're designing for VR, be aware that you're taking people away somewhere. And so design to knowing that they are a bit uncomfortable being there.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jinch. I think that design schools are going to have to implement this as part of the curriculum. There's going to have to be a little bit of investment in that area as well. And I feel that we could also do a better job as a community to, put our resources together to really give those creators the funds and the resources that they need. We can't keep depending on the big, players to give us grants and to, give us their charity to do our jobs as creators.
And Sam, you got the last word.
Well, I just think that the main thing is that we actually have an opportunity to get back in touch with how we think, which is in 3D. And you see kids that are maybe going to skip this whole 2D generation, which we've had for a few hundred years, but it's not natural to us. And so I think that we're going to see something really exciting, which is like the more context and teaching that we can do with this 3D context, teaching people to think in 3D, teaching people to visualize data in 3D, the better chance we'll have for just like exponential generations that will solve all of our issues, because thinking in 2D sucks.
Awesome. Yeah. Any final thoughts, Adrian?
Yeah, I would actually say I think we should inspire people to close more value loops. Like the talent is out there to basically build all these things that we want to build. Like for whatever reason, whether it's we want cool worlds or we have some ethical goals that we're trying to meet. I think the talent is out there. We just need to inspire people more. And to me, I think the most important thing is just compatibility, not only in technology, but just like thinking about compatibility in terms of people and incentives. And when somebody makes some really good art, how can we make sure that we pay them for it?
Awesome. Well, with that, I think we're out of time and we need to move on to the next session. But thank you so much, all the panelists here, talking about all these different aspects of multiple input types across devices. And now we are moving on to our next session, which is, bye everybody, which is going to be Everything is Gamified, moderated by Namik Wu. And we have a number of different panelists. And so as soon as we get Dominique over, we will hand it over and then start to have everybody introduce themselves. And yeah, that was a nice tour of lots of different actions and standards and interoperability. Really cool to see some of those different demos and whatnot. And yeah, once Dominique gets here, then we'll be talking about everything will be gamified, which I'm very curious to hear where this conversation goes.
Yeah. Hi, guys. Welcome. Looking forward to this conversation. I think changing and having games as part of a business conversation was never a thing before, right? That's kind of where the mindset of changing how everybody proposes for applying gamification to business models. So why don't we start off with a round of introductions while we wait for Dominique to come in, and then Jeremy, why don't you go first?
Sure. So yeah, my name is Jeremy Lanier. I am the VP of Immersive Design at COSM and previously co-founder of LiveLike. And we build VR experiences to watch live events. So we have production team who goes to stadium, and in VR you can teleport yourself around the stadium. And we also build LED domes, which is actually the main business of COSM, to broadcast immersive content. Can go from sports, esports, to extend to science education, music shows, etc.
Great. What about you, Brian?
Brian, you're muted.
Yeah.
I knew I would do that. My name is Brian Mayer, and I am a partner in a company called Avertech. We're a mixed reality agency, and we've been exploring AR for quite some time, building AR apps, and we've recently stumbled upon a method of how do you want to say, delivering AR through the browser, and we've been getting some traction, some real good traction. There's a lot of, we've gone from like the gimmick stage to relevant use cases, and we're having some repeat customers now, and it's really great. And I also am one of the owners of a company called Cyrenix. We make a popular plugin for Unity called Odin Inspector. And I'm just thrilled to be here. Thankful to be here, and this is a great space to be in. And I've been watching the webinar up to the point right now, and I've been hearing just some really, really exciting, fun things. So.
And James.
Yeah, so I've been doing emerging tech for about over a decade now. I have a book on the Connect that came out in 2012. More recently, I did a course on LinkedIn Learning about programming the HoloLens. Currently, I'm CTO at a company called LabLight AR, where we're using machine learning and augmented reality in the biopharma industry.
Great. Well, I'll sort of just ask a few questions before Dominique comes in. But usually when I hear about gaming, I think about video games and interaction design. And so I'd love to hear each of your take for what you interpret everything will be gamified, especially when you think about the web and WebXR and, perhaps some of the challenges that may come there with not having as a robust programming or interaction language or ability to make things as dynamic as they may be with, say, Unity or Unreal Engine. But yeah, maybe you could talk a little bit more about what you're working on in the realm of WebXR and how you see the elements of gamification are starting to come into whatever context that you happen to be working in. You're muted there.
Okay, yeah, happy to jump on this. And so, gamification, we talk about games. We are not saying that everything is going to be a game, but the idea is with gamification to use some game mechanics within services and products that we are using on a daily basis. And it actually exists since a while now. And there is different type of services who implemented them. Famous one 10 years ago was like Foursquare with system of reward. But it was not like the best example because those bonuses doesn't create that much engagement by themselves. What's really meaningful is when you have an intrinsic motivation, meaning when you play a game, you are going to play within specific mechanics, specific rules, gameplay, and that's what creates an emotion response from the players. And how to get this emotional response to different services and products is kind of the goal with gamification, and make sure that the users can stay engaged using them, that they have fun or have an easy way to interact with those, specifically with some products that might not sound that fun to use. And it goes from buying a flight ticket to paying your taxes, buying stocks. I mean, the list can go further. But yeah, how we could leverage those game mechanics using those services is one of the main goals that I see here, opportunities. And it already applied.
If I could chime in, Kent, I think when it comes to gamification, like we're already seeing it. We've seen it for a while. It's been a thing, and it's our minds resonate with games and game style. Let's play or learning or and so one of the things we've done recently where we are seeing some success is we're working with a property management company, and they wanted to they're trying to lure tenants to their facility in Los Angeles, and so we came up with a little what we're calling like a breadcrumb marketing campaign where they come in, they can see the apartment in 3D, they can see it if they're on their PC, they can see it in 3D. There's a link to a walking tour. And so what we've done is we've made like a first person shooter through WebGL and Unity, where they go in and they plop down into the apartment and they can walk around, and we hid like an Easter egg in there for them to find something, which is gamified, right? It's not a game, but there's some game elements within the application, and we're seeing some success. We're finally seeing it, right? Like the metrics they're pulling from it, or the data that they're pulling from it is encouraging. People are engaging with it. It's still not super intuitive, so we're working on this journey to get them there, and I think the gamified elements are helping with that.
Yeah, James.
I'll take it from a slightly different tack. I think both Jeremy and everybody else has said the important things. When I think about games in general, I always go back to the notion of education, that games originally are about transferring culture, right? So in the animal kingdom, you have bears and seals who train their cubs to hunt, but they do it in a safe space. They do it in a place where the stakes are very, very low. And in humans, it's the same reason we have games, so that we can pass on culture about how the society works. And what's different for humans, again, you lower the stakes, but it's very rules-based, because ultimately what we're trying to train children to understand is that there are rules to things. And once they understand the rules, then they know how to exist in society and so on. So that makes the notion of bringing gamification in really interesting, because we all sort of start off with games as a basis, right? And we learn to do more and more complex things, more and more complex games over time. The reason gamification is interesting in education and in other things we do that we normally think of as serious is because it lowers the stakes for us. There's a lot of things in life, taxes and other things, that are just inherently stressful, where we actually can't think clearly around them. For some people, learning languages is like that too. And a lot of the things that we learn. So by gamifying these things, we're able to put people in a different state of mind, a more relaxed state of mind, which we all understand actually makes the acquisition of knowledge much easier. When we're talking about WebXR and video games, we're actually starting off even more with games as a starting line, right? Everyone assumes that once you put a headset on or start doing video games or have all those accoutrements, that it's supposed to be a game. And so the difficulty for people who are trying to do serious games, right, is how do we use some of those elements and remove other ones so that people are actually able to learn from these things, but also understand that there's a difference between games and real life. The big thing that we're doing all the time in augmented reality is we steal a lot from first-person shooters. And the biggest thing is the heads-up display. So the trick is to take all the elements out of games like Call of Duty and so on, which are both violent and very much gamified, and sort of reduce them and call out the pieces that we actually need to help people succeed rather than distract them.
Awesome. And I just wanted to welcome Dominique and give you an opportunity to introduce yourself. And I don't know how much you've been able to catch, but we were just introducing ourselves and kind of doing a first take of gamification. Yeah, why don't you go ahead and take it over, and you can introduce yourself and then moderate the rest of the panel.
Thank you so much. Yeah, my name is Dominique Wu, founder of Hummingbird Stay. Yeah, so yeah, thank you for joining our panel. And we have 3 speakers. It seems like everyone has all have their introductions. So yeah, we have 4 topics. So first one, kind of like, can we have a little bit of kind of intro, like what are games, what's gamification? I think we've already covered it, but if you want to have some thoughts. Yeah, any thoughts?
I think we covered it, yeah.
Oh, you covered it, okay.
Yeah.
So the second one will be, who is the audience for gamification? Yeah, so who wants to start? Maybe Jeremy?
Yeah, I think it's, it can be pretty wide. It completely depends on which product you want to augment. Of course, if you think about games or video games specifically for WebXR, you are going to think more about younger generation or millennial, Gen Z, based on their culture and interests. But and also specifically what type of experiences where gamification can be leveraged. James talked about education, for example, and there is definitely a lot we can do to make sure that students can stay engaged. They are going to come back to the experience, as they can track, their progress. And one of the interesting thing is to reduce typically the friction within those product or services that we are going to use. And that's why I guess.
So any other thoughts for who's the audience for gamification? Jeremy just said, yeah, go ahead.
Dominique, if I could say, I'd just narrow it down, like maybe a specific group. Like if the question is who is the audience, I'd like to talk about students, about people that are learning, right? And so I've been involved in some applications in the past with a mixed reality training application that we built and it was a very complex maintenance procedure that someone had to perform, and there was an organization where they only had 2 people in the whole entire country that can do this procedure, right? So they came to us, asked us to make a training application that could bring a brand new recruit or a brand new employee, and they could get into this. We use the HoloLens for this, but they could get into it, go through the training application, and be able to maintenance this very complex device. And we did that, and it worked perfectly. We actually had to go on site. If the person had to use the headset, brand new employee, and then perform exactly what the deliverable was, and they did it. They did it without flaw. And while it was a live like deliverable, so it's pretty fascinating. But I also, in building the application, realized how powerful the medium is, right? So we're used to seeing things in 3D. We're used to seeing depth, right? And so when you can get into an experience, especially when you're trying to learn, now you're seeing depth. You remember it better, right? So like when I know how to maintenance that device now because I worked on it and I was so immersed in it while I was working on it. And I've seen that over and over again. I'm seeing that with everything I do when it comes to this immersive tech. It's like somehow my brain resonates with depth, with 3D. It's what I see every day. It's how I exist in the real world. So it just makes sense. Taking 2D to 3D and then building these applications we're building and we're starting to see come into the market. It's really great. It's so powerful. And I feel like I can't wait for my kids to start learning this way because I've just seen it. I've seen it, how it works.
Thank you for Brian's talk. And I totally agree that 3D will give us more immersive experience, especially, for example, some people, like for learning experience, some people are more kinematic, right? They need to use their hands, love to do like more DIY stuff. So there's a saying or the study says that, why IKEA, people are crazy about IKEA because it's do it yourself, right? People are more attached to something that they kind of hands-on build on themselves. So gamification also help them to have more hands-on experience. So yeah. So as for the target audience, we know there are a wide range of target audience, such as millennials, and just like Brian said that a lot of students can use it. And how about you, James? Do you have any thoughts for the audience for gamification?
Well, I do. I wish, so Brian brought up a great point before. So let me set it up and let Brian finish it, which is part of this is intergenerational also. We have a generation of millennials, but really it's a generation after that's been raised up on video games and social media. And so part of what's going on is gamification is a way of reaching out to them in a way that otherwise we're not able to in the same way that, let's say, our parents' generation did. And let me go ahead and hand off to you, Brian.
Yeah, I can definitely add to that. I think, even just watching my own kids, they're teenagers, and that's their language. It's the language they speak. And so it makes so much even more sense to gamify things or to bring this into the real world or to the business world or outside of traditional games, right? One of the things I can bring up a specific example of gamification. We have a Discord channel. It's pretty popular for our Serenix company. And we created a bot and a leaderboard, and we have people in our community that support the rest of the community. So we have several people that have jumped in. They're on there all the time. They're supporting our community more than we are in some instances. And so we created this cool point system, and they compete. They compete to support the rest of the community, which is beautiful. And in fact, we just hired one of the guys. And yeah, that's a good example, I think, of gamification in a non sort of gaming form. So, but yeah, that's the language of the young people today. I think as they become business owners and leaders in the future, this is the language they speak, and so we should be catering to it.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, so I would say like leaderboard points or badges are always like a really good for those like more common gamification elements for education. And Jeremy, do you have any thoughts for the audience for gamification?
And I apologize, I don't know what happened, but I might have, I just got disconnected. Sorry, what was the question?
Oh, the question is, what's the audience for gamification?
Yeah, so I got
Any thoughts? Yeah.
I got blogged, but yeah, I was just mentioning about Gen Z millennials, but honestly, it can work for any type of generation, and make less intimidating some services. I think I brought up those examples before, but if you think about paying your taxes, it can everybody is concerned. If you want to invest in stocks, a lot of people are more and more interested, and younger generation are more interested because there is easy app to use. If you think about Robinhood, they gamified the way you are gonna buy stocks, and you just have to swipe up. TurboTax is just helping you to go step by step and motivating you to file your taxes with a beautiful user experience, right? So that's why I think it's going to continue to extend, but maybe early users are more younger generations that were used to play video games. And I'm saying this while, it's been a few decades now that games are around. So I believe it's going to continue to be even wider.
Yeah, and I just learned that ADHD in 2020, the FDA just approved the first prescription digital games as therapy for ADHD people to help them focus and to help them to be more productive. Because we all know that ADHD people are, attention deficiency, so they couldn't really pay attention to something too long. But with the help of gamification, they can be more concentrated and be more productive. Yeah, so let's jump into the number 4 topic. How will everything be gamified in the WebXR? So yeah, Jeremy, do you want to start?
Yeah. So I mean, the beauty, I would say, of WebXR is the fact that you can share one link to access to an experience. And so far, yes, we have VR, AR, and even with mobile AR, there is ways to create experiences through specific link. But WebXR is way more powerful, and you can just reach out to way more users, and not just through a virtual reality headset, right? And there is many countries or even people who don't have those headsets. So you can give them through a link that they can use on their computer, on their phone, a great idea of what could be the experience. And we could all collaborate within the same experience while using different devices. So I think that's pretty powerful. And typically the experience that we are working around the sports content, we are doing some R&D around the WebXR to explore how to share it through a simple link instead of having to apply to the Oculus or iOS, Android, and get verified and checked, etc. It's like a pretty heavy process. While now, in just one click, you can share your experience. So that's definitely a main component that I believe can make this space, XR space, more mainstream.
Yeah, James, do you have anything you want to talk about how will everything be gamified in the WebXR?
Just as Jeremy said, basically WebXR is going to lower that friction so that more people are able to enter VR and AR, and that's a great thing. But I'm just going to sort of take that as assumed now that that's going to happen, and bring up the problem that not all gamification is good, right? So recently, or actually a few months ago, I put together a Prusa 3D printer. It ended up taking 5 days, but they have a beautiful print manual. And one of the gamification elements they have in there, which is a short-term reward system to encourage you to go on, is they give you a bag of gummy bears. And every time you finish a chapter of assembling the 3D printer, you get to reward yourself with a certain number of gummy bears. And it's just a really nice touch. It's playful, and it actually makes it easier to continue through the process, which is supposed to take 2 days. And for me, it took a week to complete, but that's just me. But then I was also thinking, doing some crypto coin last week and went to a popular exchange, managed to get my purchase done. But then they were encouraging me to go through these lessons they had. And you've probably seen this before. Duolingo has it. Theirs is really good. But in this case, they're encouraging you to buy additional financial instruments and to invest more money. But they're treating it as if it's a game, right? And when you're spending money like that, it really isn't a game. Investment shouldn't be a game. And for me, that was really troubling. So I don't know if you have Netflix or have seen the show called The Squid Game. And that's a beautiful example of how not all games are fun and not all games are actually good, but all games are addictive, right? That's the whole point of them and why people are trying to use gamification for advertising and to retain users and so on. So just like in other fields like machine learning, we have, currently an ethics of AI and desire to do ethical AI. We should also be interested in doing ethical gamification and be aware of the downsides that sometimes gamification isn't in the interest of the user, it's in somebody else's interests. And I would call that squid gamification, and that's just something we need to look out for.
It's the new term.
Yeah.
See, with Squid Game is
I'm trying to make it happen, but it hasn't happened.
The next year's topic, squid gamification.
Squid gamification.
I think those are great points. I think the idea, the friction, you brought up friction, and something in games is another element of games is storytelling, right? And I think I love this medium for that reason, like storytelling, and not only because you can tell the story within the application, but people will tell the story after too, right? So there's that element, but I do think friction is a big part of it. I also think the ethics thing is a really important thing to bring up. But there is so much friction still. We see it, but I think conferences like this and the people that I see, the things that they're doing, we're making really fast, great progress in eliminating that friction, so that it's becoming more and more widely adopted. But I think we have work to do there for sure. Gamification helps too, right? I mean, it helps because we just get it. And if we can make it fun, if we can try to achieve a goal by making it more fun or more experiential for someone, then it just makes so much sense. And I think and when we ask the question, how, I think it works. Like, it's really good. It works really well. It's very effective. So it's going to get out, and we're the ones that are driving it to the market. And that's pretty exciting. It's pretty fun.
Yeah. And as for gamification, the interesting thing is that there's a book called The Deliberate Fun, written by Dr. Jonathan Peters. Yeah, in this book, he has kind of like used the previous psychologist using kind of categorize people into different personalities. And by different personalities, what types of gamification will attract them or will trigger them to do something. For example, points. Points will trigger someone who loves saving stuff, right? Badges for someone who loves the honor, right? And leaderboards to someone who loves to compete. So I find out that is very interesting, right? For business, right? To kind of study people and trying to get hooked. Some certain types of their service for people to get in and keep doing the things that they want. So if you dive into the psychology part of the gamification, you will be amazed that people can be manipulated by, by those mechanics. But also, I would say it's not good or bad, right? It depends on how we use it, right? So yeah, we wish everyone can use it in a good way. So we can make, everything looks great. Like the world will be better just because of gamification. Yeah, cool. So anyone want to give the last minute of the how will everything be gamified in WebXR? Or I saw there are some comments on the chat. Anyone want to jump in and answer or kind of talk about some topics that our audience gave us or questions?
Yes, just one thing to rebound on what you were mentioning. Everybody who is working in this space has this ethical question, right, of making sure we are creating experiences that we all want to use. And if you imagine, in the future having those AR glasses that big companies are working on that are coming, it will mean, having augmentation everywhere you go in front of your face, right? And you don't want to have typically an advertising or a video like you might have on YouTube where you have to wait, you have to click 5 seconds. You don't want to stop in the street basically to watch an advertising and to break the experience you were in, whatever you were doing, right? So how to make sure we're creating something that's meaningful for us is going to be a big deal, and creating some sort of overall rules or some sort of standard of interaction, similar to the past decades that happen in VR, where we tend to create some specific rules. We're going to have to face the same thing in WebXR and within their dedicated areas, right? And AR, there is a lot that needs to be done on that front.
Yeah, so yeah, I saw the book, and if you want to read another book, I find out it's amazing for gamification. It's called Actionable Gamification, written by Yukai Chu. So you can go to his blog. He pretty much put everything on his blog, but I find out the book is amazing.
Awesome. Well, that's right at the end of the time here. So there's a nice exploration of all the different aspects of gamification. And yeah, I expect to see a lot more of it. We haven't seen as much gamification, especially in the WebXR space, just because of the programming languages and everything else. But certainly a lot of great examples here and broader discussion. And I look forward to where this continues to go and evolve, and to see more fusion of all this different stuff that you're talking about. So Dominique and the rest of the panel, thanks for your time here and for the discussion. And yeah, I think we're, so goodbye, everybody.
Yeah, bye.
We're going to be moving on to our next talk, which is actually going to be Steve Gainup. He's going to be he's going to be talking about art in education space. And so it's going to be a 15-minute talk, just talking about some of the different VR art and design coursework that he's been doing at the South New Hampshire University. So yeah, as soon as we get Steve up here, and I think he might be sharing a screen probably, and then we'll start to dive in, or maybe it's a video. Oh, maybe he's presenting. Okay, there we go.
Hello. Welcome to this presentation, Art and Education in XR. I'm Dr. Steve Gainup, and this is a presentation that I have run for, well, the last decade. I've run it as an online summer class with students from the University of Moscow, Idaho, Columbia Teachers College, Miami University. And I'm also doing it as a workshop, how to be creative in VR for the Serious Play Conference. Now, in this space with me is Brian Cleveland. He's a faculty member in the VTD program at the University of Moscow, Idaho. And he has been supplying me with interns, wonderful students. If you ever need some help, definitely get in touch with him. And along with me then is also Dr. Sharon Kibbe, Associate Dean of STEM at Southern New Hampshire University, and Max Callahan, also Associate Dean, Game Design.
Brian, can I ask you to close the sidebar on Frame, please?
See, I'm a new hire, and we are looking at using VR to teach game design, VR, and more. Not everything is worked out, but it's in development, and we're talking, and hopefully good things will come, because let's face it, if we're going to have the next generation of students develop this technology and do the heavy lifting, we need to actually have them in these spaces learning and having that hands-on experience about what works and what doesn't. So some of what you're seeing here may end up in an upcoming class for them. So my take on design is a mashup of art and poetry and education in VR. And this is a big kind of creative and conceptually vast and maybe even a little messy idea. But all these things, this art and poetry, allows you to push your thinking about what could be educational in this space? How do you push past just doing another simulation? And how do you get creative and be effective? And more importantly, how do you do it easily and simply? So as you follow along with this actual presentation, if things seem kind of simple and easy, that's a good thing. So when I said art, consider this as a starting point, that an art installation is a lot like an educational installation. You can kind of sense that there's something creative that you can spin out of that artwork. I said poetry earlier, and you can think of poetry as a series of art installations. And if you understand and buy into that, then a series of educational installations becomes an educational presentation. So being creative and open to art will help you do more innovative work. And my focus on art is in part because I teach my students and the people who come to my workshops that realism and reality and 6 degrees of freedom, they're tools. They're not goals. And as you develop these spaces, it's fundamental that you learn to wield reality as a tool, that you edit and compose it to create belief and behavior in your users. So what do I mean by that? And well, let's actually take a look at some work. We're in virtual reality. So for starters, I mean, slides are useful sometimes, but you want to see work. And these are actual projects by Brian's students. And you can imagine that we had some wonderful conversations about the modeling and design, but also the meaning of this work, about children and technology on the left, and technology and healthcare on the right. These sorts of installations created by you or your students can become talking points and places for them to express themselves and ways for you to think about your own educational practices. And with that in mind, let's do a mashup on our own terms right now. Education, an icebreaker is something that you've all done for a class. And a common icebreaker is just asking people what their favorite foods are. So if I can get some suggestions from our audience here, what's your favorite food? Awesome. All right. Apple pie. FrameVR has a feature that lets me do a Google image search or a model search and actually bring that image into the scene. So let me give a second to type that out and get it. And here we go. Apple pie. And me, I'm feeling a little more snacky. So I'm going to give you guys some Cheetos. This is pretty common, pretty straightforward. We can turn this, though, into an educational talk about VR with this little bowl that I've got below. Because you may like apple pie and you may like Cheetos, but you may not actually like them in the same bowl. And this is the way to think about virtual reality, because everybody out there has their own opinions, their own backgrounds, their own experiences about what they like and don't like about VR. And one of the challenges that we have as developers and designers, even just talking about this, is trying to fit everything on our plate, trying to find a common language. And sometimes, well, you can't. Cheetos and apple pie don't necessarily go all that well together. So hopefully I will, well, get you to like Cheetos. Also, get you to consider to empty your bowl and join me on a bit of discovery. Okay. Hey, icebreaker that brings in our audience and gets to talk about VR. Pretty straightforward, and hopefully you get a sense that this was inspired by an art installation. 2 weeks ago, I was talking to a group of people about healthcare and social issues and mental health. And rather than having VR in the plate, family members were all types of food. And sometimes different types of food fit on the plate, and sometimes you want them on separate plates. And sometimes you want different meals. So there are like just lots of ways that you can interpret this sort of installation building approach. Going even deeper, a friend of mine who teaches game design is using these installations. He's asking his students to name 3 things they love about a video game and express it, and build an installation or scene based upon that. So there are some really creative, just entry-level things you can do with this art in terms of creating a dynamic classroom situation. Now, standalone installation is one thing. Earlier, I mentioned poetry. So what does that actually mean? I've got my refrigerator magnet stuff here. And, you know, we can bring these things out and make an epic, brilliant world. Whoops. And make it blue. A brilliant blue even. So maybe that's an installation. But consider this, in virtual reality, we've got this ability to use space. So epic should be big. And maybe brilliant is something we discover in the background. And you can begin to see that we can put our installations in space and create a story and a journey. In fact, you can put the world at your feet, or even give it a little twist and have it be a big jam. And I think that we all want to have an epic jam session with our students in these spaces. This is the cool stuff that we can do. But more than that, this is also the foundation of video game level design, about how you view space in a video game, creating meaning in instances and expressiveness as they travel through the level. You can then take that video game expressiveness, and then just loop it back to education. Poetry is our starting point. Poetry is something you just imagine your work, not just as art, but as a poem, and the creative juices will start flowing in your work. So why don't we see more of this? Why are there barriers here? Why is there a wall? Well, let's actually run through the wall. You guys can push the W key and move forward. Hey, Brian. Yeah. First of all, anyone who thought that poetry and poetry transitions was nonsense, guess what? That was a poetic transition. Now, on my left, we've got a medical simulation and dinosaurs. These are both worlds that benefit from realism. I mean, I want my simulation to be as realistic as possible. And my dinosaurs, I want them to be immersed in that dinosaur world. But our classroom, over here on this other side, our class space, I'm not sure we get a lot of benefit from a classroom that looks like a classroom. I don't want to lock my students in chairs. And if the education is real, if the knowledge is real and the learning is real, there's no belief to suspend. You focus on the story and what you're sharing, I think you'll be better off. Now, we don't have much time, so this space, for the folks at home, think about what this is. Can you identify it? You got 1 second. This is a classroom from the Library of Alexandria. This is what a classroom looked like 3,000 years ago. It makes sense now that you know it. You can see the functionality. You can see where people sit and present and how they enter and exit. Reality, a tool to create belief and behavior. Very much like this stage that you're standing on. Because you can strip away reality, which is overwhelming. I mean, this blue infinite sky is wonderful. But when you go so far, I know that people struggle to do bigger things. It almost gets to be black. And with that, there's nothing. It's sort of infinite possibilities of virtual reality that it's just so challenging. Embracing art, embracing the story, using reality as a tool opens up an entire universe for you. And maybe we'll throw a spaceship in and a place for you to stand. Now, I'm checking my clock, and that's 4 p.m., so I don't know if we have any time left.
No, yeah,
but,
we're just...
if there are any questions or any thoughts, I'll take them.
If you could hop into one of the chats, if you want to answer those questions, we
Brian,
do have
you're muted
to
if
move
you
on.
are.
But thanks so much, Steve, for your little tour. It's great to see a lot of the embodied pieces that you've been
Also,
able to put together
Brian,
there.
can you open up the chat? There is a link for my email and a link for some free resources if anybody wants.
Okay. Gain up.
Also, how are we doing on
ANEVEVRIO.
time?
That's.
Want to unmute.
I'm not sure if Steve can hear me, so but we are out of time. So thanks, Steve, for all of your explorations there. And we are going to move on to our next talk. So I'm really excited about this chat. We have Frederick Hellberg, who has been teaching sort of immersive tools to architects at the formerly at the Architectural Association. I know he moved on with partner Laura Lesmes of the Space Popular. So I'm going to hand it over to you, Frederick, to be able to kind of talk about what type of tool sets you've been working on and this intersection between architecture and the immersive web. And yeah, just really excited to see what you have to talk about. So Frederick, I'll hand it over to you, one of the co-founders of Space Popular.
Thank you so much, Ken. It's really an honor to be here. Thanks so much for bringing me on board this really amazing marathon. I'm going to go ahead and share here, and hopefully it works. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to take you through our intersection between architecture and virtual spaces. Specifically, we focus on our work in WebXR. We run a company, a studio called Space Popular, that I run with Laura Lesmes, and we are architects in the conventional sense, but we do work all over the place. We do, as you can see here, just very quickly taking you through, we do buildings, we've done a lot of interiors and furniture, but we're perhaps most well known for our exhibitions, often commissioned by galleries or museums that in all cases have been accompanied by what we call spatial essays, which is essentially immersive films that are location sensitive. Here are some of those films that we produced. We're producing our next film will open in June in London. But more relevant to today's summit, we have also done quite a lot of work with WebXR and social VR more generally. And some of them have been speculative and some of them have been directly rolled out as actual experiences that people can actually visit. I'll put the link to some of these in the Discord and wherever it's relevant so you can visit. Just for some context, the very first space we built was actually fully speculative because we weren't really aware that this was really possible, and perhaps it wasn't really possible at least not mainstream as it is today, or more and more mainstream, with a project called the Cloud of Resilience in 2013, which is still ongoing, which was a proposal for a global mortality rate database where people could join through their browser and interact with data at a global scale, but also interact directly at a node of remembrance, as we called it. And in our work, so that project was not actually realized. We're working on that now. In our work with WebXR, we overwhelmingly use Mozilla Hubs for a range of reasons, both because it's open and it's obviously run by Mozilla that we like to support. We have also used Sansar in the past and other platforms such as VRChat. I'm going to be talking a little bit more about these three projects today and how they relate to the topic of the summit today. So the first project I'll talk a little bit about is called Freestyle. It's very much a physical exhibition. It opened in 2020, and I'll explain a little bit why I'm talking about a physical exhibition in relationship to a WebXR experience in a little bit. This exhibition, just generally, I'm not going to go into detail, but was about the relationship between the innovation in media and style in architecture across a 500-year period. It was the culmination of 2 years of research. And it came together in the exhibition gallery at the Royal Institute of British Architects in central London. And it featured a large model and a spatial essay or immersive film. Altogether, it sort of looked like this. So the whole room was covered with a digitally printed carpet, which served as a diagram, a temporal diagram. And throughout the exhibition space, you could experience the story that we wrote in 4 different headsets, creating 4 different acts in one film, altogether 25 minutes worth of immersive film. So this is what it would look like when you're wearing a headset standing in front of the model. And like all of our experiences, they're all location sensitive. So as you were standing in front of the model, then you're still seeing the model, but the space around it transforms. And as you learn about things like printmaking and eventually things like innovation in television and the influence that the television studio had on spaces back, and eventually on the influence of the metaverse or immersive internet back onto architectural style, with basically this kind of final conclusion that architecture is reaching the speed of the spoken word, or will eventually in the next 20 years or so, through different forms of technologies. But this exhibition opened in February of 2020, so it was only open for 3 weeks. And after having worked on it for 2 years, both us and the gallery was quite devastated. And we immediately then decided to, let's not be speculative anymore, but let's build this exhibition so that it can be accessed from anyone in the world, which was a really exciting thing to do for us, and also put together something that we find is often a kind of challenge, which is the translation of a physical space into a virtual space. And we were obviously quite hampered by the fact that it had to be related to the original exhibition, but then also discovered a lot of really exciting possibilities. This is what the overall space looked like. So it's kind of like an exhibition gallery, has a floor, familiar things like walls. But the most challenging thing was, how do we bring these immersive films online? And we very simply realized that in Mozilla Hubs, you can create really, really great spherical videos that you can walk into and see into from the outside. So we created this kind of attic space where you could go in and see these films. And that then related quite directly to our latest project, which was a collaboration with Maxi in Rome, which really looked at the possibility of actually using rooms and spherical documents and spherical spaces as a way to interact with complex content in WebXR experiences. And again, we're interested in media history and interested in kind of what does it mean to document something spatially, something that is becoming more and more increasingly kind of common. So in this case, where we designed a WebXR experience that was specifically designed to be experienced as such, together with a film, we could be more free as architects. So what you first do when you enter the space is that instead of choosing an avatar, you choose a room. So you are actually, when you go in, you are one of these 360 captures of rooms. So if you encounter another one in the space, then it could either be another player, another person visiting the exhibition, or simply one of the other rooms that you can experience in the exhibition. Just as a kind of connection to that previous exhibition. And this also, I think, interestingly relates to the work of architecture, the work of architects, and how it's very different working with virtual spaces. There's a project called the AA Earth Gallery, which was also commissioned very much due to the pandemic, the fact that this exhibition couldn't actually happen in physical space, with a series of paintings and artworks that we were asked to exhibit in a large open space, where we created essentially a kind of amphitheater, which was very much due to the fact of how most people who are not used to using spaces like this, how they actually enter them. And maybe it takes them a couple of minutes even to learn how to move around. You know, people who work with these kind of WebXR experiences often take for granted how difficult it is to learn to move around if you're not a gamer or etc. And this is also one of the projects where we started to realize that, like, in order to create social experiences, which we're really kind of mainly interested in, we actually need to have more direct references so that people can feel like they are in a shared space, really. And we explored this very directly in the last project I'll share with you today, through a project called Punto de Inflexión, or Turning Point, which was commissioned by an architecture foundation in Spain, which normally hosts festivals that looks like this. And it's an incredibly important event in Spain and generally the Spanish-speaking world, where awards are giving out and grants are given out, and where different generations of architects can meet. And of course, Spain was very, very badly hit by the pandemic, and this was right in it. So we were commissioned to bring this entire event into an online platform, and it usually brings together exhibitions, talks, films, etc. The exhibition or the event was meant to be held in Barcelona, and this is something that is a very interesting and never-ending debate for us and for many architects and designers working in WebXR or in social VR or in virtual spaces more generally, is how much references should we really bring into virtual spaces. And one very common question we get as architects is when you work in virtual space, you can do anything. Things can be upside down, you can work without gravity, etc. And we then often say that in order for spaces to be really social and relatable, we need to bring in some references so that social codes can be carried through. We often see, of course, in social VR spaces where we have chairs, or we have might even be drinks, etc. There's essentially no limit, we think, to how relatable virtual spaces needs to be in some cases, specifically in this case. And this was also an exciting kind of opportunity, because the Ensanche plan of Barcelona is a kind of endless grid. So we actually then created like an endless isotropic version of Barcelona, where if you went in through one portal and out through another, then eventually you would be spawned back to the first one. So you could essentially endlessly explore it. Eventually you'd realize that you maybe have seen a space before, but it was socially very exciting. Just generally also, I should just mention that most of the work that we have done, especially more commercially like this, we work with creating landing pages specifically designed for the specific project. In this case, the website looked like this, where you could, by entry, you could choose in which type of space you wanted to enter. And this we do through Mozilla Hub's clouds, hosted on AWS servers. And once you then select where you wanted to go, you would end up in one of these spaces. So we had a space where awards were displayed, different grants and different awards are given out at this festival. There is another exhibition space on the rooftop of a big cinema space. And then there were 4 versions of this. There were also exhibition spaces for projects that had been submitted to the festival, and eventually also a large arena space for lectures and debates where they could take place. And this also relates very much to the fact, to what I said earlier, with how common it is and still that people are not used to how to move around in these sort of spaces. So these gallery spaces we designed specifically to be kind of 2.5D or almost 3D experiences to make it easier for visitors. You'll see that there's this main walkway in the center and then a kind of garden around it. And actually, if you enter it, you would be spawned facing completely straight onto to the corridor, which meant that if you went just straight forward, you would see them as kind of web pages. Then here we have the cinema space, which looked like this when you came inside, and the award space, and the arena space. And here's a still from one of the big events we organized. And also a view of the avatars that we designed specifically to be very light so that they didn't take up too much processing power. And with that, me and Lara would like to say thank you again for inviting us to this really exciting event.
Awesome. Frederick, quick question. Are any of these experiences that you showed, are they available if people want to go check them out?
They are, yes. And I'm happy to, wherever it makes sense, share links to them. I'll put them, I have 4 or 5 different links, 4 different links to 4 different spaces if anyone wants to check them out.
Okay, maybe in the Discord and then the private chat, and we can sort of restream it out. But thank you so much, Frederick, for giving that tour de force of all the different architecture. For me, the intersection between architects and architecture and what's happening in virtual spaces is one of the most exciting spaces, because I think the architects bring a whole other design practice of their, one of the most interdisciplinary practices of all the different design disciplines. And so just adding the virtual layer just makes sense to see, adding all the different interaction and virtual and gaming aspects. So very excited to see the evolution of your work, and thanks for giving a little sneak peek. So with that, let's move on.
Everyone.
Yeah, thanks, Frederick. Let's move on to this next panel, which is going to be lighting and textures, which I think we're going to get down into some of the lower level aspects. But I think also when you get it right, I think it really sets a deep mood when you are able to really get some textures in the lighting to really kind of add whole other flavor. So very excited to kind of get into the weeds a little bit here into lighting and texture. So I'm going to pass it over to Keith Chen to be able to introduce everybody and do a half-hour deep dive into lighting and textures.
Oh yeah, thank you so much for that intro. I got interested in lighting and texture working on my virtual museum, and really enjoyed learning about all the little tricks you can do to really make it really pop in XR, because textures and lighting really amplify the experience. So I have with me 3 amazing people who have done amazing things with lighting and textures. I have here Ada Rose Cannon, I have Kitei Kim, and also Zach Capalbo. And I'll just start off by having each of you go over what do you do in WebXR, just real quick. Start with Ada, you're the top
Right.
list.
So hi, I'm Ada Rose Cannon. I work at Samsung. We have a web browser called Samsung Internet, and I also work on the web standards for the WebXR device API in the W3C. And so I try and keep all that ticking along.
Awesome. Kitei.
Hi, I'm Kitei Kim of Third Axis, and I'm a former architect who designed interactive installations, architectural visualization, and I've since moved to co-found this company, Third Axis, with my co-founder, Ian Petrarca, to develop XR content. We're a creative studio, and we make WebXR, AR, VR, and MR content.
Awesome. And Zach?
Hi, I'm Zach Capalbo. I make random little WebXR projects. My biggest little WebXR project is VRTeast, a WebXR app that lets you draw and paint textures onto 3D models. It lets you draw and sketch onto a 2D canvas. It does layers and custom brushes and spray paints and cameras and animations and a zillion other features, and growing by the day.
Yeah, and definitely growing by the day, and see the updates on Twitter. And so for the 3 of you, you've done very different things with lighting and textures, and all kind of pushing the boundaries in different ways. So I was thinking about going over a particular challenge that you had in one of your projects, and then hopefully a solution to that and how you made it work. But we can start with Zach, because to go back through the list.
All right, cool. Yeah. So I was thinking of which challenge and solution to show. I decided I would talk about the VRTist material packs. So one of the challenges I had when coming up with textures for my models was originally I would go in and paint the base colors, and then go in and paint the metallic texture, and then the smoothness, roughness, and then all of that. And that was kind of a pain in the neck. So I moved on to painting maps, and then I would apply a map of this material and use that map to layer this particular texture and then layer another texture. And that got really tedious as well. So what I came up with was this feature in VRTs that I called material packs. And this lets you just draw a particular material straight onto the model using whatever brush you're doing. So here's a little demo video where I'm using the material packs to paint all of these different textures right onto this bug right here. You can see it just, you can pick and choose. It kind of blends it all together as you paint it, which loses some of the nice power of having a custom map for each different material, but it gets you to this nice blended texture really fast and supports the kind of medium quality little hobby projects that I was working on. So I thought that was a pretty nice, pretty powerful solution to this problem of trying to come up with textures and materials pretty quickly.
I love that. I've been looking for a way to paint and texture 3D models, so I'll definitely have to try this out more. Yeah, mostly, people use like something like Substance, and it's kind of a trek to keep on going back and forth between different softwares. And this is very nice WebXR solution to something that you should do in 3D. It's like when you're painting an actual model, like in architecture school. Sometimes we would make and paint maquettes, and this is a better version of that because it's not so small.
Exactly. One of the nice things about having a WebXR app for this too is you won't accidentally make it too big. Like in Blender, it's easy to make something with a zillion polygons, and then you try to bring it into to WebXR, and you can't bake the textures, you can't bake the shaders. But with a WebXR app, it's all in WebXR A-Frame 3JS already, so it's going to work. So it's a lot easier to have that freedom.
All right, yeah, that's really incredible. Just how you use the combination of materials there. But there's also we have a sneak preview of something coming up. But also, I saw a demo you did where you had animation going as well with the textures, right? That was also something that was really cool.
Yeah, it's a feature that not a whole heck of a lot of 3D texturing apps have that I know of. You can animate all the textures. It works great with Mozilla Hubs. Mozilla Hubs had that super clever UV scrolling feature, and VRTist has experimental support for that. You can animate your textures, export it with the UV scrolling Hubs GLTF extension, bring it into Hubs and have animations, and then animate it with the 3D skeleton animations on top of that, and animations everywhere. It's pretty cool how all these different projects fit together so nicely.
Yeah, and when you demoed it in Hubs, there were literally gasps in the audience, like when they saw, like, wow, it's so cool. So awesome. We'll go on to Kitay's project and the challenge that you encountered with textures or lighting.
Sure. Ben, could you play that video, please? Yeah, so, for me, coming from the architectural visualization world, it's been difficult to get the kind of quality that I want in WebXR and have it run performantly in VR. And we all know that getting things to run at 90 frames per second is hard enough, let alone on a mobile device. So for me, some of the solutions that I've come up with, not really come up with, but have been utilizing, has been to use apps like Gravity Sketch here to make very complex models, design them in VR, and then bringing them in with PBR textures. We saw with that food example earlier, that was a photo scan. I've been using apps like Polycam to get, this is another scan example, to get a really realistic lighting and shadows into WebXR and run very well. This is an AR too. And another trick that I sort of come up with that helps me get really realistic backgrounds and turn AR into more of a world building and environmental sort of thing like you see here is that I've been, since I come from the Unreal world, taking 360 shots of my different Unreal scenes and using those on like a custom UV mapped sort of squished sphere so that it looks like when you're in AR, you're in a fully immersive world. So it's not just an object placed, like next on my desk or in my living room, but it can have its own context as well. Oh, this actually has spatial audio. This one was kind of cool. This is an example of a photo scan rock with this wire that I sculpted in Gravity Sketch around it, and combining those two sorts of workflows into one. So that's kind of a different thing that I've also been doing, is mixing these all together to try to get a higher quality, but also sort of surreal output from that. And this is an example of virtual architecture inside of another one of these sort of photospheres. This is an HDRI backdrop. So I've been using lots of HDR Haven assets to basically composite these objects into a context and be able to use them in AR later.
Oh, that is incredible.
Oh, thank you.
It's like it's like a snow globe. Like you're inside like the snow globe, and it's
yeah, exactly. That's what my co-founder kept on saying to me. He's like, it's just like a snow globe.
Yeah, and
I've been baking,
go for it.
And baking ambient occlusion and light maps into the objects, especially in USDZ versus GLTF, has been super hard because of how they are limited to the ways that you can tile textures in the UV channels. Like USDZ doesn't support multiple UV channels, if I'm not mistaken, or the environment that you put it in doesn't really know how to use that. So if you're going to use baked lighting, normally putting that on a second UV channel, it doesn't always work the way that you'd expect it to in model viewer, in A-frame, in USDZ. Like you kind of have to run the gambit and make different versions for everything. So that part has been a challenge, but it is probably the right thing to do to create different models for different devices. And this is another baked lighting example that was with colored lights. And baking lighting, for some reason, in like open air contexts with lights in Blender is super hard. So I've been using emissive lights instead, like cranked up super high in their intensity, and kind of closing things in to a sort of bubble to get more indirect lighting, and that's produced results like this.
Yeah, I really like the smooth gradients.
This has been a sort of my recreation of Richard Serra and like James Turrell, these two artists' environments into one sort of baby that takes this baked lighting and tries to use all these different colored lights and create all this softness. I'm used to working with more generative lights and dynamic lights in software like Unreal, so it has been a challenge to definitely figure out how to bake. And I don't know if you have used Blender's baked lighting system, but it doesn't work super well. It's just very clunky, so I've ended up using various plugins for different ways of baking, AO maps, light maps, and getting good quality bakes from that instead of using Blender's built-in internal stuff. Oh, this video is kind of long. We can skip through this more. Oh, yeah. This one, maybe we'll save this for later. We can just stop this here, Ben, and I'll share the screen later so everyone else can talk.
All right. All right. So, Ada, what is one of your projects which had an interesting texture or lighting challenge?
Oh, we lost her.
Well, while I wait for Ada to come back, Kite, you mentioned Blender baking, and yes, it is a challenge. I think it helps you start out from the basic cube with different textures and work up from there into the soft lighting. Oh, Ada's back. Awesome. Yeah, so no problem. So what is your challenge that you approached with WebXR and textures and lighting?
hopefully this works if you can see it. It's probably easy to make me full screen if you can. There we go. So yeah, this is so what I've been working on recently, which is implementing real-time lighting and shadows using the WebXR lighting estimation API as a feature for A-frame, so that it's something that you can just like turn on and it works. So the shadows are dynamic, as you can see, they're not baked. And it's based upon the lighting in my environment, which at the moment looks pretty fake because I have a bunch of studio lights around me. So it's not the typical lighting to have in your home. But as you can see, it's estimated the light direction correctly. It's generated the environment map for my environment from the WebXR API, which is what's being reflected on this torus over here. If I move closer, you can just about see like some of the rest of my room. And it's casting shadows on the floor as well, where it is. Like if I reposition it, you can see a bit better. It's casting a shadow on the floor. And yeah, this is actually where I develop. So I have this small strip of floor I can test augmented reality stuff on, but it works. But yeah, so that's kind of what I've been working on. It's been a bit of a challenge to implement. Like you kind of have to get like deep in the guts of 3JS in order to actually use it. And I'd like to say, yeah, you can try it out today. It works. Unfortunately, it just broke. Like a couple of days ago, there was some updates and stuff isn't quite working excellently yet, but it'll be working again in A-frame very soon, as soon as I fixed it and made the pull request. But yeah, that's good. It's a really cool feature, and if you want to read up about it in the A-frame docs, if you look under the latest documentation for the background component, and that has all the information about turning it on, and that generates the environment map in virtual reality by doing a cube camera single render of what the scene looks like when it starts, which is like, it's super lightweight and it's like the minimum viable product for like reflections in virtual reality. Like it's not a perfect reflection, but it makes reflective surfaces seem so much better than before. And then for augmented reality, instead of using a virtual camera of the 3D scene, it uses the lighting estimation API to generate the environment map. So it gives you, if you look in the reflections of virtual objects, you will see the reflection of real objects, which is pretty cool. You can also use it to it also sets the directional lights of the camera. Sorry, the directional lights sets a direction of the directional lights which have a shadow camera, so that you can cast shadows in the correct direction. So if there is a strong light source from behind you, you'll have a nice long shadow in the direction you expect it. And it works really well. Like it's a nice effect, and it really does make objects feel like they're an accurate part of the real environment. And it's kind of cool running it under like a particular color light and then turning on a different light, or doing it in like a semi-lit room and then turning on the light and then watching the lights on the object update. It's kind of neat. If you want to try it out, I have I have an A-frame project you can fork on a glitch, which is ar-starter-kit.glitch.me, and you can remix that to show your own objects in 3D, or see how the code works to use it in your own projects. Yeah, so that's kind of what I've been working on. It's been it was kind of challenging, but now I've solved it. I'm hoping it should be solved for everyone.
Yeah, and that's the best part is that you did the hard work with working with this API, and then the rest of us can use it for our purposes. There are talks about education, about marketing, that all these uses of this effect, which is so effective. Like your demo was live, right? Just to confirm that, yeah.
It was just from my phone. I plug it in.
Yeah, and the objects just with that added effect of interacting with the real environment, it really adds a lot to those models. And with your instructions, and others can reach that level far easier. Actually, the first time I heard your name was when I read an article about basis texture compression related to this talk, and you wrote up how to do it in Three.js, and I worked off of that. I was like, this is such a cool technology, which me trying to figure it out wouldn't have happened, and so just using your experience really helped me in my project. So
I do love Basis so much, actually. That is one technology I like promote at every opportunity because it's just so cool. Like the people who make it are just absolute geniuses, and there's no reason not to use it, because then you can like it increases, like it makes your loading time shorter and let you have like 6 times more textures in your scene. It's like a double win. It's fantastic.
I'm just waiting for Basis to come to Blender's GLTF exporter. That's my
Please, that would be amazing.
One day, hopefully.
And A-frame importer or decoder. But I find this is not related to Basis, but I find that also just compression in general, especially Draco compression and mesh opt, like both of these make a huge difference on file size. But I think really Basis is the one that's going to change the game, because I mean, for architecture, and mostly my stuff is like photoscancel architecture, so they use 4K, 8K maps. Please, somebody add Basis. Let me save on this file size.
I love Draco compression. It's really useful. Unfortunately, my favorite way of coloring like 3D models is by using vertex shading. And whenever I export it from Blender with vertex shading, it always breaks on the other side, and it's just a real shame. So I wish I could like work out, there's some problem in my workflow that breaks vertex shading and skeleton animations. And I wish I could figure that out with Draco compression.
Yeah, I have noticed that Draco also sort of bricks USDZ. Like if you try to convert a Draco compressed model with, let's say, a reality converter into a USDZ model, it just doesn't work, which is strange. But you can convert it in Model Viewer and it'll work. So that's a pro tip for people out there.
Yeah, Zach, do you work with texture compression at all in VRTeast or your other projects?
Yeah, VRTs can do JPEG compression, which at least if you're importing PNGs, it's better than that. Mostly I just use Squoosh for my personal projects and just drag and drop and adjust the slider till it looks good.
I think Squoosh recently added Basis support. At least I saw it briefly, but I thought that was like if you look for it, it might make things a bit easier for converting it. That way you don't have to like get down dirty with the command line.
Yeah, I haven't put it in VRTeast yet, but it's on my very long list of ideas of things to do someday.
Yeah, well, the pace at which you add things and fix bugs, I'm sure it'll be there in no time for us. Yeah, for Basis, I like to play a game of how low can it go. Like I try to guess how far the compression will take it, and I'm usually surprised. Like it always makes it smaller than even what I could imagine. So it's such a good technology. All right, so I know we all love our own projects, but I want to throw this question out there of what are some other great uses of lighting and textures that you have seen out in the WebXR world?
I can add one before someone takes mine, which is this game called Ned Snow, which is like a stealth game. It's in the Construct arcade, and it's a beginning stealth. You're trying to hide from a spotlight that this robot is casting, and the rest of the scene is very dark. And just the contrast and the simple light, it really adds a lot to the game's atmosphere. It makes it really scary because you have this one goal to not get caught. So that's something I saw recently.
Is that like an actual light source in the game, or is it like a cone with an alpha texture or something?
That's a good question. I don't know. I can't tell just from looking at it in the game.
I would say for me, one example that I thought was really good was Secret Sky. I don't know if any of you went to that, but that was like a Porter Robinson music festival in WebXR. And I was looking up how they did some of the rendering, because they got some great sort of low-level fog going around people's feet. And I think it was actually like a giant video texture or something like that that was playing, right at the foot level. So it looks like kind of smoke is on the ground, like Halloween spooky house sort of style. And they could change the color of that material based upon the lighting of the stage, or because the musicians were being streamed in over video. So whatever the average color of that video was being shown in the fog. I was like, such a good trick.
That's amazing. That's really clever.
I love all these sort of 90s or early 2000s game dev tricks, and I'm trying to bring some of those to WebXR too. I saw that one. I was like, oh, these people play games. They know what's up.
I used to do like developer on this. I used to develop some stuff for the PlayStation 3, like some of the themes, and it was an engine that was really restricted. So like a lot of the tricks I would do there, I've been like bringing like the same sort of things you need to do in the web to try and like make the most out of like every CPU cycle.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm going to answer the question actually. So the thing which like I saw recently, which kind of took my breath away, was the demo which you tweeted out earlier, where as you move around the scene, you update the tone that you of the camera to match the scene. I was thinking that's so perfect, because the thing that always bugged me is that like so many scenes, you kind of want to set the like maximum brightness level so they're not always blowing out or going too dark. But then if you go from like a light area to a dark area, you want to retone stuff so that things look good. And I was trying to think of how to do that, and I saw your demo. I was just like, fantastic. That's exactly the kind of thing you need when you have like more than one environment that you want your users to be in. And it just kind of blew me away.
Can I share my screen?
Yeah.
You can share that. I have that tab open. Can you all see this?
Not yet. I think you have to push this. Now I see it.
There it is.
Okay. Yeah, so this is WebXR scene I was making of this virtual architecture inspired by this Italian architect Carlo Scarpa. But this all has baked lighting in it, ambient occlusion, and sort of this giant tower that I call the Nexus. But yeah, with this one, part of the problem that I had was baking these light maps. The outside came out too dark, and of course you kind of want to have more dynamic lighting throughout your environment. So now when you go inside a space like this, it dims the exposure. So you kind of get this feeling that you're actually inside of
so good.
Like a very lit cathedral or something like that. And this is actually that trick I was talking about with the alpha mask plane to make this God ray. So it's actually just the plane that I painted with a couple of linear gradients, and they fade out as you go lower. So you can walk around. This actually has spatial audio, but I don't know if that's playing right now for you guys.
No, but still, just the visuals. It's so cool. The sun shafts, God rays, is a great effect.
So this one is actually very simply mapped to the z-axis right now. So as the farther you go this way, it gets darker. And then as you approach it, it gets brighter. Eventually, I would like to map this to sort of collision boxes that would blend the tone mapping value. But yeah, this uses a version of 3JS is, I think it's ACES, tone mapping, exposure gradient to get this effect, yeah. So this is all baked lighting using light maps baked from Blender and AO maps baked from Blender as well.
So is it a post-processing effect?
For which part?
The exposure compensation.
Technically no, it's just adjusting. Well, I guess it is actually at the end of the day, but it's adjusting 3JS's built-in exposure parameters, which I think is in the shader, but I don't remember off the top of my head.
All right, cool.
Well, yeah.
I'm definitely stealing that trick. It's amazing.
It works really well when you walk over somewhere here like this. It's all dark and moody.
It'll be so good to map it to the movement, the collision geometry, the geometry you use for like where you could, the navigation mesh. If you could do it there, so, and then work out their position of the navigation mesh, and
that's a good idea. Yeah, I mean, we just kind of came up with this recently, so we're trying to develop a way to sort of make this, more easier to use and based upon the player's position rather than, well, in a more discrete way, I guess. So you could have, a value, let's say, while you're out here, be 1.5 in the exposure, and then as soon as they walk through this door to blend down to, let's say 0.9, and then as soon as you go outside again, it should change. But we're getting there. That's one of our tricks.
Awesome. Well, that's a good one to leave on. Kent's here.
Yes. Hello. I'm going to jump in and thank you all for. I promised that you guys would be doing a deep dive into the weeds, and you did not disappoint. It's actually a lot of really amazing demos and stuff that kind of taking the aesthetics and the lighting and the textures up to the next level for WebXR. So really exciting to see some of the different prototypes and demos that you all are working on. So thanks for doing that little share and tell and little geek out session. That was a lot of fun. So thanks everybody.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks everyone. Thanks for watching.
Bye.
All right. Well, now the next thing we're going to have actually a 45-minute fireside chat. And I'm really excited to have both Doug North Cook as well as Robin Haneke, both of which are university professors in the realm of intersecting and teaching different aspects of immersive design, video game design, just design in general. So I'd love to maybe have each of you introduce yourselves and a little bit of your journey into VR and your connection to the design space.
Doug, you go first.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm Doug North Cook. I'm the program director and assistant professor of immersive media at Chatham University here in Pittsburgh, where I run an undergraduate program focused on immersive technology design. I started working with VR when the Oculus DK1 showed up at a friend's house back in 2013, and I put it on my head and I was like, this is really weird. We should just do this now. So I stopped doing all the other stuff I was doing back then, which was mostly like web development and some real-time 3D work. And I've been doing that ever since. So.
Yeah, I guess I'm a game designer and a CEO now. I've been running my own company, Phenomena, for 9 years this September 26th, which is technically, we call it Awesome Day. It was the first day that we were ever given actual funding to make our own actual things and weren't living off of our savings. My co-founder, Martin Middleton, and I met while working on Journey. And then decided to build a game company that was as joyful and diverse and inclusive as the titles that we like to make. So it's actually been really an amazing process, kind of going from just the two of us to now over 30 people. We have done a sort of unusual thing. We bootstrapped the business, but decided to focus on building technology for new platforms, games for new platforms, basically, because we realized that it was going to be kind of difficult to keep getting permission to do the weird thing on the sort of standard kind of gaming publishing platforms. And so we moved initially into VR, started working with Oculus when it was when it didn't even have hand track controllers, and then shipped Luna on the Oculus through our research with hand track controllers, really got into that notion of embodiment, and have actually created several games for that platform, 2 of which are currently unreleased, but hopefully released this coming year. And then in addition, we worked on Watam with Kate Takahashi. So making games about connecting and creativity and thinking about how just new technologies enable new ways of connecting. And so in the last year, we've actually done a lot of work on the newest platform in our portfolio, which is Roblox. So we're spending a lot of time thinking about the way that people can play when they're also engaged as creators, and the ways that you can build experiences that, cross a variety of like brand experiences, new creative experiences, new IP, educational experiences, creativity platforms essentially inside those environments. And my ultimate goal is that eventually you'll be able to play one of my Roblox games in VR. So we'll see how that all works out. But I'm a lifelong learner. I'm a Buddhist, so I'm just going to do this. We can all just hold some space for having a conversation and being able to be with each other virtually, even though we're not together in person, which is much more fun. So yeah, that's me.
Awesome. Well, this is the WebXR Design Summit, and when I thought about the designers that I look to and always enjoy talking to, you two immediately came to my mind, and are both engaged in teaching and taking stuff that is at the frontiers of not really having things settled yet, but yet you still need to somehow convey to students these ideas. And I know, Doug, you had a number of different people come in and give a series of different seminars. I know I gave a lecture there at Chatham University. And so maybe we could go into the kind of theory of design and immersive design and experiential design. And what were some of the things that you took away after listening to all these different immersive creators come and give a speech about the frontiers of experiential design?
Yeah. So we ran this new course at the university last in the spring, which was intended to be an open public lecture series, but COVID had its way with us, and we pivoted it and made it just on ground for our students. But I still brought in all of the same people, which created a pretty unique experience for them to have these really intimate encounters with people who are kind of working out at the edges of this kind of work. But the intention of that seminar was to bring people not just who are doing virtual reality games or even working in VR at all, but to bring designers from different disciplines that can speak into that work. So that meant bringing in architects and sculptors and theater designers, and also a couple of VR people as well. But really trying to understand that when we're creating virtual reality experiences, we're doing exactly that. We're designing an experience. We're not just creating a piece of software. It's not, it has this different capacity to put people in a place and to create memories and to create connections. I know a lot of software developers, and I wouldn't say that all of them are the best people at like doing that work of like building connections. And I think there are certainly developers who are doing that, but people that have a long history of doing that exist in other disciplines that have this rich, deep history of designing for the human experience. And so a lot of the work that I've been doing and a lot of the work that I do with my students is, how can we go out and find these other places where the thinking already exists, and how can we bring it in and adapt it and reuse it and remix it in a way that that's really going to make the experiences that they're working on feel really connected, really grounded, and really impactful. And I've been seeing that with my students. We did this great research project over the summer where I got some funding for some of my undergraduate students to work on a design dialogue project where we had an architecture student and an immersive media student working on the same projects together and just handing designs back and forth from their medium and having to retranslate them back into other mediums. So taking an architectural drawing and turning it into a 3D model, and then turning that into an audio file, and then turning that into watercolor, and then turning that into a VR experience, and doing that like dozens and dozens of times over weeks and weeks. And the work that came out of that was like nothing that any of us had seen, because it was filtered through all of these different artistic and design mediums, which normally in the development process, you don't have the luxury of, daydreaming for weeks on end and doing watercolors. And so, yeah, so that's kind of some of what we've been getting into. I mean, I think there's, an exciting opportunity in academia to let students really create and really explore the boundaries of what these technologies can be without, not that we want them to go so far out that they're not prepared to go into the workforce in a meaningful way, but that they really do have the freedom to do some of the work that professionals don't get to do. And I think that's been really exciting to watch. So,
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and Robin, I know that being not only on the frontiers of making video games and all these new emerging platforms, but you've also been involved in helping to create some game design theory from the mechanics,
totally.
dynamics, and aesthetics. So the mechanics, a lot of the different rules, but also the sort of the different aspects of your solving puzzles and mental and social presence. The dynamics, a lot of your active agency and presence. How things change over time, and then the aesthetics with the sort of emotional core. And I know that you've centered a lot of things within the emotions first, and then build out everything around that. And so I'm wondering if over time you've also started to add in elements of the environment and embodiment into this sort of overarching framework of game design, because it seems like game design is going to be blended with other aspects of architecture and theater and cinematic storytelling and all these different disciplines. And so, yeah, I'm just curious to see how the MDA framework, so mechanics, dynamics, and aesthetics, if that's been evolving, and what kind of things you've been seeing at the frontiers of teaching your students these immersive practices.
Yeah, actually, so it's relatively exciting to be able to announce it, but we just collaborated on a huge departmental shift for arts, games, and playable media at UC Santa Cruz. So after operating the program for 7 years independently at the level of the division, I've actually formed a shared department with my colleagues in theater arts, and so we have a new faculty now, which is a blended faculty of dance, theater, performance, dramaturgy, and critical practice that's founded in both games and theater and performance arts. And so we have already now the undergraduate major in game design and game production and game art. And now we also have this undergraduate major in theater arts. And we're basically creating a new hybrid shared curriculum to engage with both the undergraduate and graduate programs that we both sponsor. That's really going to be looking at the affordances of play, performance, and design as we create these new technological spaces. So I'll give you a couple of examples of where that research is headed. We have people that are working on open source libraries for African American hairstyles, AM Dark. We have people working in the space of embodiment and performance in terms of environmental challenges, Misha Cardenas. We have faculty that really look at embodiment and dance, and actually also tele-awareness. So people who have engaged in performance that goes well beyond the space of the individual dance theater. Ted Warburton, my colleague and also the acting chair in my division for many years recently, is a dancer who engaged in one of the first collaborative hybrid practices with a dance company in another location through telecommunications and video. And so what we're looking at is kind of exploding the notion of performance and performance spaces. So we have a black box theater that we're currently going to do a capital fundraise for to advance and be able to include like cameras, virtually racked essentially actors and performances through green screen that then can be projected into a theater space where the audience can engage with the theater. We have Michael Chembers, my chair, is a dramaturg who works on looking at how ancient performance styles like Japanese puppet theater really help us reposition ourselves in terms of thinking about what is really a performance and who the performer is in a performance. You know, when you're sitting in all black silently puppeteering with three other people, like mom and chance essentially, you know, is the same thing. Who is the performance? Are the actors the performance? Are the puppets the performance? Where does the performance live? And what do we choose to see and not see? So we're really trying to take all of those aspects of looking at, you know, critical race theory, thinking about, feminist pedagogies and deconstructing the notion of performance and the performance of self, and building out new platforms for engagement. So my own work in Roblox and in AR performance is really also engaging fundamentally new curricula. So I just came from a curriculum meeting for a new curriculum that we're proposing that is aiming to create a safe space for people that want to make a difference in technology and the way that it engages with people that are typically underserved. So looking at the ways in which creative technologies perform on us through the curated flows and the things, the games that we play and the things we see on our Instagram and our Facebook, and also how we perform ourselves in those spaces. Like when I'm on TikTok and I'm presenting myself, or I'm reenacting something, or I'm reinterpreting a piece of work, how is that creating a sense of me, a sense of us, a sense of our identity as a collective? And so I think that games are really an interesting part of that space, but they're a small part and they're actually relatively new. So what I've been doing a lot is just thinking about how ancient technologies, like the stuff that Chummers has been studying as a dramaturg for 20 years, can inform my own practice, and how the way my younger colleagues who are really working at the center sort of race and ethnic studies and feminism with respect to these media can help improve my ability to sort of advocate for change and position, you know, different bodies and different performances of self in the space of AR, VR, and more traditional gaming. So I think it's a really rich time for students. I think you can really take these things in almost any direction and make a positive impact that changes the way we see the media itself.
That's really amazing, and it's really exciting to hear, because it's a kind of a
We're
further
hiring.
of the.
We're hiring a tenured professor. So if you're out there and you're tenured and you want a really great job, it's current.
Yeah, well, it's the blending of all these different practices together that I think is really, at the frontier of what I see just generally happening with these immersive technologies, is this interdisciplinary fusion between all these different practices. And I know, Doug, we've talked previously about practices of industrial design and ergonomics, and just architecture in general has come up again and again today, and just generally as another practice that is about this designing of space. And it also has been a very interdisciplinary fusion of all these different practices, and is kind of putting in more levels of interactivity and agency. And so, you had started to mention this blending of these different modalities, and kind of almost playing a telephone game between, starting in one place and going in and see where you end up. But just be curious to hear generally if you see a similar trend there at Chatham University of this kind of getting the different departments to start to collaborate in some ways. And what I think of is kind of the spatial medium of XR as almost like the lingua franca of, getting boiled down to the human experience, but, all these different design disciplines that are kind of feeding into that. And, what you're seeing from your perspective at Chatham University when it comes to that.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I think we brought on two more full-time people into our department this past year. One of whom is mostly working on open source tools, mostly around volumetric capture and some VR design practices, and the other of which, Joseph Amodi, who's an amazing activist and designer. Most of their work is focused on doing healthcare activism, focusing on vaccine hesitancy, and some of these things. So part of what I've really tried to do is to encourage faculty to come in to our program, whether it's full-time or part-time people who are already taking an interdisciplinary approach and are practicing in spaces that I'm not necessarily connected to or working in. I don't really have a foot in healthcare or in doing that kind of work. But then, I mean, my colleagues at the university, part of the magic of working at a university is that you get to work with all of these people in a way that you don't get to do if you're working at a software company. You know, like my colleagues are architects and biologists and poets and social workers, and you know, they come from this huge range of disciplines and backgrounds and experiences and ages. And you know, our department is the newest, the youngest. You know, and so we're trying to do a lot of new things. We're trying to do a lot of new things very quickly, and we've been there for about 4 years now, and we're at the point now where a lot of my colleagues have started to show up, and they're like, "What is this? How do we do this?" Which has been really great. So we've had some really exciting interdepartmental collaborations that we've already done. We have new ones that we're talking about with the sciences, looking at science education. We have a really great historic Women and Gender Studies Institute at the university, which Chatham was founded over 150 years ago as a women's college. And so we have this long history of feminist politics and thought and philosophy that have kind of been born out of the university. And so we've taken a lot of that into our department, and we have an ongoing artist residency that we run now that's a collaboration between the institute, the art department, and us, where we provide full funding for an immersive artist from an underrepresented gender identity to just come and get paid to produce work with no restriction from us. We don't tell them what to do. We just give them space and equipment and mentorship. And you know, we're in this unique position, both of getting to kind of push where the conversation goes, but also create opportunities for people that you know, maybe Adobe or Google wants to give them a residency, and that's cool, and they should definitely do that. But that comes with a lot of strings. You know, you can't necessarily produce like really out there queer art if you're doing it under the guise of Google. So we've really, you know, tried to create that space. So, but also, you know, really trying to bring in the arts, but also trying to invite the sciences and our faculty in healthcare who have gotten really excited about these technologies. We actually put together a dual degree program where students from our program can go right into a 1-year master's in healthcare informatics, which is like healthcare data science, where you could go and like work on really complex healthcare software and data problems, if that's what you want to do, right? And trying to kind of forge some of those connections. And yeah, but that's why I think seeing what is possible with these technologies at the university level is so exciting, because you get the chance to kind of do little prototypes and experiment with how these technologies can interact with different disciplines in a way that's just, it's almost impossible to do as an individual company, because you have to build those connections with those industries. But when you're at a university, you already have those people. You already have scientists. You already have actors and theater designers and industrial designers. You know, all of that already exists. So, so it's been really exciting. And I mean, you know, realistically at this point, there aren't very many universities still that are doing anything beyond, you know, a few courses. And it's, you know, it's exciting, I think, to be engaging with this in, you know, at the degree level and bringing in research faculty and really kind of letting these things take on a life of their own. So.
Yeah, also the libraries can get really involved now. Like, you know, the university librarian at Santa Cruz, Elizabeth Cowell, has spent the last 5 years doing capital fundraising for digital research commons that all students have access to, where they can play Luna, you know, or any other VR title on a headset that they just check out and take into a room. There's a green screen there. There's a wall, a data wall, you know. They're currently building out a really fantastic fabrication space in the science library. And so it's like, she had the foresight to see that libraries need to engage on these platforms and give people who wouldn't normally even consider majoring in games, you know, an opportunity to create experimental content for classes that can tell their stories in a better way. We had a dean's student recently that was awarded for creating a game maker title that has essentially helped her refine her arguments around where food deserts come from and what they mean for, people of color in certain urban environments, where you're wandering around and you're engaging in the practice of planting seeds and then harvesting plants and eating those things and sharing them with your families and your friends, and looking at what are the systemic issues that come from living in a place like that. And that was out of a class that was taught in a college system by AM, where most of the students would never have considered using gaming technology to sort of create a more engaged argument or an engaged discussion about these issues. And so I think when you look at the university context, now is the time as a teacher, wherever you are, like, Christine, I really appreciate, like, we need more perspectives on these locations of activism and sort of coming to terms with the cultures that we've created inadvertently by innovating without really looking ahead. And so I think it's a really great time to be in the system of a college, a university, whether it's a private school, a public school, or a community college. There are so many ways to sort of create access and then share that access in a way that I think will really revolutionize the kinds of content and sort of opportunities that we see in the next 20 years.
Yeah, well, it's really an excited time. And I know that both of you are really at the stage of a lot of the new stuff that's happening for the first time in a lot of cases. But I wanted to maybe pull in some of the different aspects of WebXR and the web, because most of the stuff that's happening in the immersive industry has been in Unity, Unreal Engine, which are, at the heart game engines. They're not designed to be, say, data visualizers or pulling in different aspects of, open web APIs or pulling in stuff from the web. And maybe Robin, looking at something like Roblox, which has, different aspects of, even though it's still an app, there's still kind of some aesthetics and interaction designs that are still kind of in that 2D mode of you're in a 3D world, but there's still a lot of like 2D affordances that, may not actually translate over into VR if you were to do it one-to-one. And so it feels like Roblox actually could be one of the spaces where you kind of have this fusion where you're kind of pulling in aspects of, chat or whatnot with being able to have accessibility options or I'm just curious to hear from each of your perspectives of how you see, what the web and web designers have to provide this larger immersive XR, design disciplines, which if all the different disciplines are probably the things that's going to be, last or, not at the frontiers, but, kind of pulling in, but still like, what is it about the web that is going to change the different design practices that we could see with where things go with WebXR?
Yeah, I mean, even as you look at sort of like, say, the pivot that Magic Leap did, right? They went from basically being, an entertainment content company to a working tools for productivity and access company, right, in their pivot over the last year, right? And they brought in this new CEO to kind of like re-envision, what does a headset like the Magic Leap that's going to still be kind of cost prohibitive for a everyday consumer, what does it need to do in order to perform in the space economically? What I think is so interesting is that there is an economic reason to do that pivot, but there's also like a fundamental reason, which is that we're all working from home now. And like, it sucks. Like, the 2D screen environment is exhausting. It, even just the notion of space and volume of voice and the ways in which we position ourselves in 3 space and a co-working space versus when we're all in, like, I mean, I'm in meetings sometimes at school, there's like 20 people on the meeting or 30 people on the call. And what you see is the hand raising and the chat. And like, it's just so difficult to even to teach your class. Like one of my classes is 180 kids, it's like, how am I going to teach 25 teams of 5 how to be making video games together when I can't walk around the room and play their games, right? I've really worked to innovate on the classroom side, and then losing the classroom and then having to go into a screen has been really difficult because you just get so much more data when you can sit down and play the game and talk to the team and feel it on the controller, or when you're playing a role-playing game and you see how everyone's behaving at the table. It's just so hard to get that out of the screen. So I think what WebEx and UX designers really have an opportunity to do right now is to be asking themselves, what aren't we thinking about, and how can we recreate these flows, embodiment, support the idea that, certain number of people are not going to want to have their camera on. So what are the ways in which they engage that feels embodied and part of the conversation, but also gives them the space to not be doing this? I mean, some people just don't like to look at themselves. You know, some people don't have the privacy of a home. You know, you see a lot of people in my community who have kids, their screens are blurred out, and then suddenly it's a child's face or a dog, you know, or a grandparent, you know, a caretaker. The idea of really thinking about what kinds of questions can we be asking ourselves about the affordances that are in this space. And then if we do get to a place where we have a headset that's comfortable that we can wear, when do we need to be using it fully? When do we need to be really up and about doing work? I think the thing I miss most about collaboration and my classroom spaces and my office right now is overhearing and being able to become part of a conversation that I want to become part of. It's so hard to have a party online. It's so hard to get a casual private conversation going between someone about a third person in the room. It's like 90% of our socialization and learning comes from having a dialogue about other things that are happening in the space. And you can't do this in this medium. And so I think really paying attention to where we feel fatigued, looking at what we miss. You know, I just went to see Khruangbin at the Red Rocks in Colorado, and they did a 7-minute jam that was a tribute to Houston hooks and rap music, but they started it off with Elton John, Benny and the Jets, the first opening, you know, chords of that song. And when you're in a concert hall and you hear those coming at you at full volume and they're shaking your body, you're like, damn, Elton John was good. Like, he knew the venue, right? He knew the embodied feeling of hearing those chords. Dun, 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 on the keyboard, right? And we've created all these spaces for so long to be able to experience that, and now we're trapped in this, you know? And so I think it's like we really have to be asking ourselves, like, fuck, like, what are we missing, you know? And how are we going to get that back if this becomes the new normal, as it seems to have done?
Kent, you trapped us here. You did this.
Yeah. I mean, we're starved for this, right? Like, it's so great
Yeah.
to see you, but I really wish
Yeah.
we were having a beer at GDC, you know? I
Oh,
really
totally.
do, you know? I'm not gonna lie.
But yeah, I mean, I think with the web, Kent, you know, the web is in this interesting place where it's become so cannibalized and like moved in so many directions, right? Like we saw this with mobile. The real question is like, what even is the web now? I think when most people are talking about the web, they're talking about like things that I access through my web browser. It's like, cool. But really, I think what most people are actually talking about is all of the data that exists behind all of that. And most of that is just these massive databases, right? Whether it's a social media platform or Amazon, but all of that doesn't just exist on the web anymore, right? It's getting delivered on mobile apps, tablet apps, native desktop applications, and in some cases now immersive applications, right? So there's always going to be space for flat apps, right? Like no one's going to want to just like read a book in three dimensions, right? Like what does that mean, you know? So really, I think, you know, for web designers, and even, you know, when we're talking about like the, you know, like web VR and some of the really great work that, you know, that the team that's been putting A-Frame and some of the other really great frameworks together have been doing, right, is what is the role of the web browser as we increasingly are not using the web browser to access most of our content, right? So like if you look at the overall data usage for the average mobile phone user, the majority of time is not spent in the web browser. It's spent in dedicated apps accessing content that can also be accessed on the web, right? And not all of those things are going to translate into what we would think of as an actual true immersive application, right? Like TikTok is a great phone app, right? It would be a terrible VR app, right? Because it's just scrolling video. I don't want to watch scrolling video in VR. Maybe I do. Probably not. You know, so I think it's really thinking about what are the things that exist on the web now that would be better in an embodied and three-dimensional experience, right? I think the team at Shopify is doing amazing things, building these really innovative VR and AR tools for e-commerce, right? And that's an easy thing where it's like, oh, I want to buy an object that is three-dimensional. It would be great if I could go and look at it and walk around and maybe see what it looks like in my house, see what it looks like in a different house that maybe I would like to buy, right? Like there's so many of those experiences, but there's lots of things that shouldn't be moved to an immersive application, and some things that, just are going to be a lot longer to figure out. But I think, realistically, if you're still a web designer and you're making a good living doing that, that's cool. I don't know how long that's going to last. We've seen this massive shift in the last like 10 to 15 years of the majority of, especially back-end web development, is getting outsourced to every other country in the world that's not in the US, because everybody has really great high-speed internet and they are as good or better than we are at most of this work, right? So
There's also the problem of the curation, right? Like I was reading an article from a colleague of mine who is essentially like a growth architect at larger companies. So she's worked at, places like Etsy, and like trying to think about how does the product grow as it becomes more of a product that people use online. And she was sort of saying like, we've all had the experience of using a web technology that seemed like a service and now just feels like it was designed by robots. Like it's not for humans to use anymore. The other day, my phone replaced Google as my main search link when I type in the Google search bar at the top of my phone. So suddenly I was in Yahoo search all the time. And I was like, wait a minute, what happened to all my searches? Why are they all bad? Like, the volume of data that goes through Yahoo versus Google is so small that the searches are all borked. It's just like, what's going on? And I end up having this feeling like my phone was not made for me. Like it was taken away from me by the apps and the flows and the curation and the desire to drive traffic based on agreements that I did not participate in. And I think that that's the other thing to really be thinking about is like, how are you providing an authentic experience to people, one that really does serve them, where they're getting what they need and not what you think they should buy, where not everything is a ranked stacked order search SEO battle. And I think that's actually that's going to be a big struggle for people working in straight web, and where entertainment content can kind of be a source of relief.
And I think it's one of the biggest questions with immersive technology in general is how is it going to be affected by the rapid decline of web ad sales and profitability? And as who knows what's going to happen, right? Is everybody going to wear AR glasses in 10 or 15 years? Maybe. But if they do, there's definitely going to be a really difficult economic structure that's going to be built up around it, like the web, right? Like the web is like Google searches are not curated, they are bought, right? Like your placement and your success, you can just buy it on the web. Currently, that's not quite the same for like any closed ecosystem, like the PlayStation or the Oculus Quest or any of these things, right? But inevitably, that's going to have to shift dramatically. And
in some ways, it kind of is, right? Like, in the end, like the access to those platforms is really, it continues to shrink as larger and larger service-based games eat up all the space. When you look at the top 10 titles on a PlayStation or the Xbox over the last 10 years, there has not been a lot of movement there because those are evergreen titles now, like The Sims. They've learned that expansion packs and community engagement will keep you at the top of your game for a very, very long time. And so, how are we innovating? When you look at Roblox, it's essentially like a mall. You walk through it, you have conversations with your friends about what you're doing. It's kind of like going to Disney World with your own fake money and then having a good time with your friends. And that feels really fresh, in the same way that TikTok felt fresh compared to Instagram or Facebook, a couple of years ago. As those platforms become normalized and then competitors proliferate, what are we going to be doing in the future? This is I'm really actually quite curious to see where the web goes because it's getting a little bit oatmeal right now.
Yeah, well, I have one last conceptual question, and maybe we'll have some final thoughts at the end. But the thing that I come across again and again and again when I talk to different design disciplines is that there seems to be some competing approaches. Let's say like the game design approach, rapid iteration, that you have to continuously play test, and you don't really know what the reaction is going to be until you get it into the player's hands. And something very similar with, say, web design, which has a very Scrum iterative approach, minimum viable product, sort of this agile approach, which is very iterative. Now, the opposite approach of, say, like making a film or building a building, which is much more of an architectural process that has pre-production, production, and post-production that is much more linear. And there seems to be this combination of aspects of storytelling, which come from that, or building spaces and architecture that's sort of being blended into this more iterative approach. And so I'm curious how you've started to see these almost competing design philosophies of rapid iteration versus kind of like designing everything out beforehand, how you see those two worlds clashing together from architecture and design, theater, story, and game design.
Oh God, I have so many contemporary experiences right now, and working in Roblox, where we're working with partners who are traditionally in print media, people that are traditionally doing activations in stores, for example, and when you're working with a fashion brand and you're communicating, like, how does a game get developed and when does it hit its, peak viewability, and like, what does a rough look like versus, a layout for an advertisement might just be the photograph without treatment and some like tag copy that you're working through. It's not that you're literally building the models that are going to be, showing the clothes in the picture. And so what I see is that there's a huge opportunity for people who understand digital content creation and rapid iteration to move into industries that were currently closed before to these kinds of perspectives, because they just didn't work in Roblox. Like, even a year ago, if you had said to somebody, one of the most successful experience in Roblox is going to be a Lil Nas X concert, and the next most successful one is going to be a Gucci experience where you walk through a garden and then buy a purse that you wear on your character outside, like, literally no one would have believed you. Like, I know, because I was fundraising for it at the time. No one believed me. And now it's like there's just this huge gap. And like, there are going to be so many industries moving into the space of digital content, engagement through VR, the metaverse, this kind of thing. You said the metaverse 2 years ago while fundraising, people would literally laugh you out of the room. They were like, whatever, have a good time with that. Sounds really cool. So is virtual currency. And now it's like everything is NFTs in the metaverse. So like, I think you're really looking at, if you're in this space as a student, there is a huge opportunity to break into an industry like fashion or cars, where you could be building content that would be like literally taking Ferrari from nothing to amazing in the metaverse in the next 5 years. So like, I think it's actually a really great time to be in this space and to have the access to the tools that you have.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that's where, like, it's been really exciting seeing what my students want to do with these tools. So like, I had a student who built a fashion experience last year. I have a student who's building a tarot deck that's a VR and AR app that also has a physical deck, and it's taking physical products and putting them into digital spaces. And I think there's what Robin's talking about, which is, these design, like, people from these disciplines going into these other places. And I think that's what, that is what is going to upend a lot of these, what we would consider to be like more auteur disciplines, like architecture. And I saw you had Andrea on a panel earlier today, who I think understands this better than anyone, that the ability to iterate with architecture, when you can put people inside of a full 3D embodied rendering of a space, that is something completely new. And if the auteur architects really understood what that means, which some of the really great firms do, that they're already doing that, right? Like Zaha Hadid Architects has been doing all of their rendering and most of their work in Unreal Engine for like the last 3 or 4 years, because they know that that's where they need to be. And they're, one of the most cutting edge firms in the world, and they're really digging in and doing that. And I think the people that are going to last this transition, I think, are the companies that are going to, not just embrace immersive technology, but also, companies that are making really significant contributions and moves on the environment and on climate change. That, it's not just about embracing new technologies and new ways of working, but also embracing the realities that we just can't keep living in the way that we used to. And, immersive technology and all of this brings up so many interesting opportunities to, solve some of those things. I mean, like, Oculus's big tagline for their developer conference like 2 years ago was defying distance, which was seems very strange now in hindsight, right? That like it's like, oh God, like if only these tools were like 5 years more mature 2 years ago. And maybe we could have been doing this exact thing in like an embodied VR space and not on the web, right?
Yeah,
Like a traditional web.
it's actually been really amazing. Like if you know, I mean, I know Kent, when we first started talking, I read The Uninhabitable Earth in like 2017, you know, and went through this very long and involved process of introspection about phenomena and the program at school and like what could I be contributing to the earth as we rapidly were approaching the targets that people said we were only going to approach in 20 years, right? You know, and in the last 6 months, as we've seen climate disasters kind of like take over the space, like it's just become more and more my conviction that we're working in the space where we have to assume adoption of these technologies. We need to assume that we're going to be co-working across distance to solve really massive social problems, pop-up housing, migration, social justice, ways of voting, ways of engaging locally when we're in disaster, because national or international systems can't help, right? We need to start to innovate on these kinds of collaborative collective actions in order to survive. And it's the generation coming through right now that's going to have the most investment in and control over those outcomes. Like there's never been a better time to be doing this. It's so critically important that we use the tools that we have to create lasting change, and we don't just pass up this moment of a new medium and just continue to do what we have been doing, which is monetize and productize eyeballs. Like it's just not going to work. You know, when you read about the laying down movement that's happening in China right now, where students are leaving school, moving to the remote areas, and just doing what they need to get by because they don't want to participate in an economy which is destroying their ecosystems and shortening their lives, literally. I think you're going to see more and more and more of that. And so like, how can we be harnessing this stuff for a climate core that's actually repopulating trees and helping fish and wildlife living locally, but being entertained globally by games, concerts, and other kinds of media that are really going to keep our spirits up when we're done at the end of the day working in situ in our environments, trying to curb some of the damage that we've done. I think this is a really, really powerful question, and it's been great to be here to talk about it.
Yeah, and with that, we're coming to the end of our 45 minutes and our discussion here. So, Robin and
what a
Doug,
great
thank
way
you.
to end. I thought that was an amazing message to end with. Thank you so much, Robin and Doug. That was really awesome. Thank you
for having
talk
us
today.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And yeah, we're moving now into a 15-minute break. So we have 15 minutes. And yeah, thanks, Robin and Doug. We'll wave goodbye. And yeah, we all have 15 minutes to kind of chill out for a bit, and then we'll be back with what's our next thing.
Yeah,
after
we've
this
got a
is
great
Wonder
we've got a
Awe.
great last lineup over the next couple of hours. And first of all, I just wanted to say thank you once again to our sponsors, Future Way, for helping make this day happen and our entire summit series this year in 2021. But coming up after the break in the next 15 minutes, we've got Caitlin Krause, and she's going to be doing a really special presentation starting off here in this channel and then moving into Mozilla Hubs. And she's going to be talking about wonder and awe by design. So always amazing to hear from Caitlin Krause. And then after that, we've got Linda Ricci talking about polygons with Austin Kane and Karim Maliki Sanchez and Will Cherry. And then Karen Alexander follows that panel with Christina Heller and Hugh Ho and Sean Frayne with immersive video, volumetric 360 and parallax. And then I actually have a panel after that, Designing for the Bigger Picture with Trevor Flowers and Icicle Lyonnais and Michael DeBegno. And then we're going to close out with Sophia Moshasha interviewing Craig Evans from Digital Nation Entertainment, which is where we're actually going to go and head out and have our after party after all of this amazing day. And they're going to be talking about Unreal WebXR and volumetric video. So take a quick break, stretch, stand up, do the bio break thing, meet us back here at 5:45 p.m. Eastern, which is 2:45, right?
Yep,
Pacific
2:45.
time. Sorry, just had to do that translation in my head. And yeah, everybody take a quick break, and we look forward to seeing you in the next 15 minutes. Thank you. And thanks again, Kent, for hosting today. It's been great having you here with us.
My pleasure.
Yeah.
All right, so here we are. We're back, and yeah, I was just thinking that this has been an epic day so far. So thank you everybody who's joined in this journey so far today, and I think we're really creating quite a repository of different resources and really on the bleeding edge of what's happening on the immersive space here of WebXR. So the next talk, oh, excuse me, is actually going to be Caitlin Kraus. Caitlin, I know, has been doing lots of different experiential design experiments and Engage VR and Altspace VR, just making different experiences and looking at this intersection of meditative practices and different insights into how to design for wonder and awe, which is what she's going to be talking about today. So we're going to have a 15-minute talk from Caitlin. So Caitlin, great to see you again and looking forward to hear what you have to say about designing for wonder and awe, or wonder and awe by design. So Caitlin.
Great to see you too, Ken. Thanks so much. Yeah, this bleeding edge, cutting edge, it's been such a full day of people who are change makers, designers, just really passionate about both the content and the community. So yeah, it's just such a pleasure to be talking in this stream today. And glad that everybody's so animated and ready to experiment, explore, and really wanted in this talk to give people who are in the audience a firsthand view of what it's like inside of the WebXR environment, because one of those tenets is really to dive in firsthand. And for me, I've been a designer, a storyteller, a creator, an author, and ideally, design is at the heart of the intention underneath the experience. So throughout today, I've been talking with a lot of people and hearing from such great voices in the field. Beautiful. So, yeah, sure. So what I want to do right now is we're going to get a live feed into WebXR, and I'm also going to be sharing some thoughts from in there. So actually having the wonder and awe by design in a space of wonder and awe. So what I'm doing here is showing you my real body non-avatar speaking to you. And then I'm also playing Alice inside of this world. So inside the WebXR environment, you'll see me here moving around in the space. And it's really interesting. It can get really meta kind of fast about the way that I'm embodied as I play a different character inside of XR. And that's really part of why I love it so much as a designer, because we not only get to create, but we get to experience and dive in and see what happens in our brain when we're embodied in a three-dimensional avatar and in a 3D space. So today you're seeing me in both spaces at once, and I just want to invite people in the audience to imagine what it feels like to be in this world. At the end of the talk, I'll also share a link where in the future you can come in and play in this world together and have that interactive experience. Part of my philosophy really has to do with the idea of wisdom beginning in a sense of wonder. So dropping into that childlike state of wonder and awe. If we're not uplifted by wonder, maybe we're not learning anything. Maybe it's not impactful. One of my design tenets has to do with being caring. So caring for the user experience, the audience not as passive, but as very interactive. And if we're thinking about care, I heard a quote from Bjarke Ingels. He's an architect from Copenhagen, and he said, "Great design is careful, not careless." You know, we're being careful with the things that we choose. And I personally just love this notion of good design being really invisible. This good design is powerful, great design is invisible. You know, what are we doing behind the scenes and with our choices, and even with the sights and the sounds? And we'll talk about that today. This is a taster kind of talk into the idea of facing the world we live in, which is heavy. You know, we all, I think, can relate to some of these factors happening right now. And for me, this is an invitation. Like, all of these problems are not things to ignore, but I tend to prioritize wonder and awe because because to uplift and to actually give a feeling of being beyond yourself and having that emotional quality can really be something that heals a lot of these problems that are out there in our day-to-day life and in the world right now. So I started the organization Mindwise. It's a design studio and experience design with a mission to really empower meaningful human connection. So today, for people watching, a question for us: what makes meaning? Artificial intelligence can create a lot of replication, a lot of processes, but it's that human ingenuity that can form a sense of meaning out of what we're doing. So I'm always thinking about that meaningful human connection when I'm designing in an XR space. Storytelling. Earlier today, we heard a lot of people talking about the power of storytelling. So here in this space, it's just one example of an XR environment that's based on human stories and also surprise and delight and a sense of connection. The space today that you're going to see a glimpse of is an Alice in Wonderland space built upon Lewis Carroll, who also loved logic games. Science VR is a wonderful collaborator with me, and this environment is built to explore. You'll see the white rabbit beside me. I'm playing Alice, and we have that Carrollian history of really taking storytelling, surprise, delight, a sense of magic, and letting people fall into that environment and really be surprised, really be invited. What do you want to explore? It's not paint by number. We can make up our own pathways and also connect with other people who happen to show up in the space in a social scene. Some people have connected social and emotional, talk about social emotional experiences. I personally think social is emotional. So anytime we have a social experience, thinking about the design and thinking about emotion is baked in. And so today I'm just giving a broad overview. I've looked into wonder, been researching the emotional qualities of wonder and awe, and really felt lucky to have talked with so many people in the field right now when the technology is advancing so rapidly, and it's really important to think about the design considerations to prioritize wonder, prioritize awe, and really celebrate what XR and VR and all of the gamut, what they do that I think just are a perfect blend of human embodied, and also the ways that we can build a network of shared minds and shared perceptions, the ways that people connect, and some of the neuroscience findings coming out right now about the brain in XR environments are just unbelievable. So many different applications. So in my career, I've been able to design different environments that really take wonder to new levels. So examples are here, just solo experiences in really beautiful environments that have a sense of wonder, shared experiences where I think a lot about people's placements in the environment and how they're invited to share and how they're invited to collaborate with each other. Sometimes invitations for people to drop into their senses and just have an invitation to explore, to connect, maybe to meet other people. And sometimes it's really floating in space and having an experience of wonder that's like the overview effect. So form fits function, and I think a lot about the communities that I serve and the people that are coming in to experience, whether it's through a WebXR browser-based experience or whether it's totally immersive in headset. Really thinking about the opportunities that these creative environments give us to play a designer role and let others engage in the space. And to me, the creativity underneath, it's something that is very visceral, and I love being at this place and time when there's so much that we can do with wonder and with animated art and with synesthesia, all kinds of applications. So anyone who's listening, if you're curious about this, I'm happy to dive in deeper, talk more with you, and share some experiences firsthand. Just glossing over wonder and awe, I've been thinking about the idea of wonder and awe not just as an emotion or as a quality, but as a practice. What are different practices that we can invite ourselves to undertake that have to do with different angles, different facets of wonder? I mentioned childlike wonder. There's also the idea of wonder as riding the waves of wonder. If you've ever tried to follow your own thoughts and had this traveling experience where way leads unto way, I have experiences I build that are based on surfing wonder or on the overview effect. Or here in Alice in Wonderland, there's surprise and delight and recognizing certain patterns, which even behind me, behind my avatar, you see a little logic puzzle with some good apples are blue. And you can kind of troubleshoot that and play around with thought processes involved and spend time, take a little bit of time to wonder about logic and about sensibilities. And for people who love things like syllogisms and logic games, to me, that's a deep sense of wonder that's embodied there as well. So different ways that we can hone in, and this has overlaps into practices of mindfulness, slowing down to pay attention with intention on certain objects and certain environments. And I think that both VR, WebXR, different environments, because they're so immersive, they give us a chance to really drop into the environments and slow down our perception and really focus and take time. So for me, the design priorities when I'm looking at environments are a triumvirate. They're relationships, giving opportunities to build trust, prioritizing well-being and health. We all need that. And there's so much opportunity to focus on that with WebXR, and also to activate, to use imagination and give people a sense of agency when they're inside these environments. Great places to build on imaginative qualities. And even right now, I feel myself, I can look at my avatar and I feel drawn out of maybe my physical body. I start to feel a greater sense of freedom, excitement, curiosity as I travel around the space. So it's all part of this integrated way of being. For me, I love designing environments that give people a chance to play and to really engage with each other, see what that feels like, and to use creative tools. It's process, not product, and there are so many different opportunities right now to really get your hands messy and see what happens when you're using tools inside of XR that you couldn't normally use in a, let's say, in a physical setting. We live in worlds of walls. My physical space is one example, and in the immersive realm, those walls are broken down, and it's just more versatile in what you can do. So this idea about transformation and possibility, I've put a lot out there as examples that people can build on as designers. And it's not top down, it's really lateral with people sharing, able to create. And I love to architect those spaces and just break open new possibilities, because there's so much opportunity for transformation right now. And sometimes it just starts with asking some of the right questions and saying, well, what kind of experience do you want to have? What do you want to build? And let's see ways that we can make that possible. So I really love playing the role of designer and getting intentional with wonder and awe, as I was saying, as so many different studies come out right now about the brain. It just is a way to amplify what we know about ourselves as humans and how we connect. So that that is the taste of today. This is the website at the top. This is the carol.sciencevr.com, where people can go in the future. We have different events there on Thursdays and beyond. So you can definitely check out that that website and sign up for open events. They're open to everybody, and really love partnering with Jackie Lee and the Science VR team, and just getting to accelerate the ways that we can experience wonder. So thank you so much for being here today.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Caitlin. You're
I love
always
this.
such a awesome person to ground ourselves, and you know, the key word is presence when I'm with you, and just feeling that presence of awe and wonder. And you always do that. Your voice brings that that grounding to me anyways, and I know I can probably speak with for a lot of people in our community that feel the same way. Thank you so much for sharing today.
Likewise, anytime I get to play Alice is a good day in my world. So thank you.
Amazing.
All right.
Yeah,
Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Caitlin.
Caitlin.
Sure thing.
And
Sure thing.
yeah, this next panel we have, people often like to say that you can do anything in VR. However, there are limits and constraints in terms of how many polygons you have. And so the next panel discussion is going to be that the polygons are actually the new expensive. And so a deep dive into optimization. So to really get the most out of the polygons you have available. So with that, we have a great panel that we put together for you. And leading it off, Linda Ricci, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and open up the panel?
Thank you very much, Kent. Yes, we have an amazing panel. We have some of my favorite people here today to talk about amazingly interesting creative stuff. I'm Linda Ricci. If you guys don't know me, I am an artist in VR and 3D. I'm still learning. I love it. I also do a lot of consulting to companies around emerging technologies, but that's the boring business part of me. The creative part of me loves this stuff, and that's why I'm here today to talk. My guests today we have Cause, who has done some amazing work in All Space VR with Christy. They are a team, and they do world building. And if you haven't seen Baba Yaga and some of the others, that's one of my favorites. You really should check it out. Will is immersivist. He's a freelance creative technologist and immersive designer, and he does amazing work as well. And he does some pretty cutting edge stuff. So we're going to get to that. And then, of course, there is Karam, who is the big guy who does VRTO, and he does 5 hours. And I don't know how Karam ever sleeps because he does so many things. But I'd like to have them all introduce themselves a little bit and tell me about what you're doing and about your route to how did you get here. Cause, go first.
Oh man, I knew it. Hello, my name's Austin Kane. I go by Cause in the VR space, and about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago perhaps, Christy, who is my partner and was already in the space for educational purposes, she got me in there just to kind of play around, and I just really took to it. And I've always been a creative, always been a creator, and wanting to make things. And I started learning Unity because we were all locked down with the pandemic. So they were giving courses away, and it just fell into place. I just started building, and I got to go into AltSpace and explore the things I was building in real time. And it was just such an interesting aspect to be able to do that. And it just snowballed. Listen, long story short, I love what I do. I think I'm good at it, and I guess other people do too. So.
Indeed. Will, go ahead.
All right, I'll try my best here. I went to film school like 6 or 7 years ago. I think that's the amount of time I have it right. I don't know. That's when I graduated. I've been doing, I left that area and thought, I don't really like film that much. I like the new thing, the things that immerse. Yeah, things that immerse and push you into places, and started working installations. And then installations moved over to 360 VR, where I'm like, that's a cool start. And then went to real time and started getting more into Unity and Unreal and working with a bunch of companies all around Los Angeles. That took me all around the world, really trying to capture people and places and bring people to those people and places. And since then, it's been a massive dash to try and make that as accessible as possible. And so a lot of the work that I've been doing recently has been kind of like on this really fringe AR, VR, edge compute place that I hit it as a creative technologist, where I come at it with creative directors to come up with stories, and with a technical background to know how it works. And so all those things come together to push all these boundaries even further. And so that's what I do day, night, and when I'm even sleeping.
Awesome. Karam, I don't know if you can summarize what you do because you do so much, but give it a try.
Well,
in the context of this panel, I just want to say that the good advice is to always surround yourself with the smartest people in the room and be the dumbest person in the room. And that's how I feel today, because everybody here is just mind-blowingly amazing. And I know so many of these people as like leaders. So where I come from is I had to take my events online a year and a half ago. By no means was at the beginning of my experience with modding and level design and everything, but I had to figure it out in WebXR context and see like, where's WebXR now? And rather than use an existing platform, I decided to go back to the Janus folk. James Baikianu had ported Janus VR into a WebXR version of it, Janus Web, and we decided to extend the open source code base. And basically from that point on, I've been just sort of branching off 5Rs as its own thing that can play 4K stereoscopic spherical videos in real time with no buffering, but then also the environments themselves have to be like a salad bowl that you can eat. So I've been using just raw code, and I guess it's a form of 3JS and JavaScript and Janus legacy code that I cobbled together. I place everything by taking the positional data of a user out of the console, and then I made a little widget that'll convert that into just 3 numbers. And it's very, very like the Matrix, where you're just using math to build the world.
Right.
But the best part is you can just update everything in real time and watch what people are doing and be like, I'm going to change that now. So that's part of it. But optimizing for that has been the joy. I come from like a cinematic background as a cinematographer. I try to get away from the super flat, low poly look that you can get into a lot with WebXR and make things look really visceral and moody. And so I'll stop there, but that's where I come from at this.
Awesome. Well, this is great. All right, guys, we don't have a whole lot of time. I know we can probably talk about this for like another week. So I'm just going to dive into it. The title is such as polygons are the new expensive. And I love that because it is true. I am the polygon queen when it comes to inventing stuff that I then have to remesh and make smaller and all that. And it's really hard to do. But what I'd like to know is when you approach a project, you have to plan in advance, particularly if it's for XR and even more so for WebXR, right? So talk to me about the planning stages you go to and what are the traditional pipelines that you might bring in with you, and how do you have to change what you consider when you're moving to a WebXR environment? So by the way, discussion, not a panel. I'm not going to call on each one of you separately. Please just go ahead and talk. So anybody want to jump in on that one?
Let me start because their stuff is cooler. So my thing is like I will start to like zhuzh in Blender some basic shapes, and I start to think about what will the UX be for a user going through a space. What's the first thing that they'll witness? What's the second thing that they'll witness? How long is the time before I have to do the enemy at the gates where the train doors open and you see like Stalingrad, like holy shit. So it's this sort of like start with the drop and expand into the ocean, and I'll start figuring out how can I make this effect with the lowest possible number of tries in the space. And then what's the least number of lights that I can use to maximum effect? And as people have said before, making things emissive, which to anybody who's just learning about this, emissive in Blender to WebXR does not mean you're going to get this beautiful neon glow with this like bloomy fall off. It just means that things aren't affected by lights when you turn them off. They're just, that's still that solid color. But you can use them to create mood effects and then sort of get a kick off of it if you do things correctly. So I use those components to map out the simple to the complex experience and allow things to kind of like build in over time. And then also think about render order, like what should be on top of what. Like for example, I have these little kelp fronds that are just 2D PNGs that are billboarding, which means it's turning towards you no matter what angle you look at it from. But they're rendering first. So before you see all my signs about how to move through the space and stuff, you see all these kelp fronds. And it kind of gives up the secret of like, ooh, there's like a whole glade over there. So you also want to think like, what order will things load in, let alone that you want people to know that they're there. And there's this entire like parallel sequence of the experiential version of how to best load things in versus the actual practical logistical one.
Right. That sounds really complicated. Will, I know you had some thoughts on this. You pinged me beforehand about it.
No, actually, I'm in full agreement about this. It's a lot of people don't talk about the order. They usually just go, yeah, just make things different styles, billboard everything you can, and establish layering of systems so that you know there's culling, and I won't get into culling. That's someone else here could definitely explain that better than me. But you can establish what you know the person's going to see and do, and what they are not going to see and do, and be able to cut off things that definitely will not make the cut. No one has to worry about what's behind a wall, in a sense. So you can really play with that type of advantage of viewpoint. More on my side, coming from so where I am right now as a freelancer at PsyOp is like one of the world's best animation studios that does things like Pixar level. That doesn't translate to WebXR. It really, really doesn't. It's an entirely different animation system. And a lot of that is really talking to these wonderful artists, these brilliant, brilliant artists who make really, really high-end content, and being able to take it down to, say, like a vertex animation, trying to run in different styles of animation and to a system that can accept it if you prepare it, if you talk about it ahead of time, know what your limits are. It does actually come down to polygons, but it usually means having to change a format style.
How do you reduce polygons then? What is the polygon approach?
I actually had one of my developers go through Houdini and actually do an entire changeover from through Houdini to change it to a proper style that would work. It requires a lot of R&D and testing because the pipeline was traditionally through Maya Arnold renderer, which that is not WebXR. That is not going to cut it.
No.
And we get it to function, but then someone goes, "Oh, we have this one character. This is great. She's here. She's dancing. She's in WebAR. I can see her, and she's beautiful." I'm like, "Great. Can you get 2?" And the answer is no. You can't.
Exactly.
So knowing your limits.
Cause I know you've done some amazing worlds that are you use. How do you approach a part? How do you think? What do you think about when you were approached by Bob Studios to do the Baba Yaga? So how did that even come about? What was your thought process going into that in terms of optimizing? And I noticed when I was in it, of course, the polygon count is quite low because you used a lot of flat surfaces there.
Yeah, what we did there was a few tricks of basically using two-dimensional object cutouts in a spatial sense to surround. So as you moved, you got a nice parallax effect of what felt like a deep forest, which was really just 2 or 3 layers of various cutouts. Things like that can be very helpful, but they can also be detrimental. You have to be careful about using too many overlapping transparencies. There's things, honestly, transparencies and textures are worse than polygons when it comes to getting your optimization right, because if you keep your textures low and your draw calls and your transparencies on the lower side, you can have a ton of polygons and still get away with things. The geometry, I mean, there is a curve, an exponential curve. You get too high and it's going to be too much. You're talking millions. Chill out.
Yeah, I do that.
Yeah,
my objects are always like 1.5 million polygons, and I'm trying to reduce that always.
You need to learn a word called retopology.
Yes, I know.
Retopology.
Decimation.
No. Decimation and retopology are not the same thing.
No, you need both.
No.
Could you explain that one?
That's a whole other thing.
Do it.
But the way I approach things when I'm thinking about a design, I agree with Karam. There's a when you spawn in, you don't want to just be like, boop, here I am, here's everything. Right. You want some sort of reveal, and maybe that's a starting room that you go down a hallway, and like you said, you have the train doors open. Oh my God, there it is. But you need that in a way, and as you design, you want to think of ambient occlusion or I'm sorry, I'm losing. I don't know the word. Frustrum culling, if you will.
That one.
But being able to hide things that are rendering behind other things,
right.
So not having everything super out in the open. Actually, working on Burning Man and VRCVR, we had a huge problem with that because building the open playa as big as it is, and you can see every single thing, we had to employ all kinds of things like level of detail aspects. Really that's it is employing level of detail and just making sure that everything on the playa was all created from one gigantic 8K texture atlas. Everything was one material, one texture, so it was almost one draw call. So
Kent is saying occlusion culling.
Occlusion culling. Thank you, Kent.
Thank you, Kent. Yes.
Oh my goodness, it just lost in the moment.
So talk to me, because I think as the designer or somebody who's either starting or in the mid into this stuff, and they want to hear What do you guys think is the most important thought process you have to go through when you approach designing something for WebXR? What is the mind shift that has to happen, and what is your steps? Would you give somebody can explain that, or if somebody has an example that they want to show or
I can
talk
speak
about,
to
that'd be
this.
great.
The first thing that I have to consider is how do I make this look amazing on the lowest possible device, right? So, and I also have to think about portrait mode versus like desktop mode versus VR mode, because we have a lot at our festivals and conferences. We have a lot of international guests and local guests, just family members who say, I only have a phone. Can I still attend? I'm like, you sure can if it's not iOS. So then I have to think about what is it going to feel like in portrait mode?
Right.
And what are they going to see at that size? And also I've talked about this before, but people with low vision need like high contrast color, and you can't do sort of monochromatic muted pathways if you want people to be able to navigate it. So I think about the accessibility. I think about what is the lowest possible device that we're going to be targeting. I think about that the form factor and the shape and the orientation might be different, and does it work from all of those things? And whatever I can get away with there is what I'll get away with. I just did a really cool room that seemed to be working great, 16 meg download max, and like we're just in on time. And then James is like, yeah, the Quest 2, half of that stuff is probably not going to work. The Ready Player Me models are probably not going to do what you think they're going to do.
Yeah.
That shader's probably not going to come in. So it's like, okay, well, let's refactor for those things and assume that if those things don't populate on the phone, that it still looks cool. So it's this really top down, bottom up, back and
I was gonna
forth.
say it's almost not linear up and down. It's
Yeah, not at all.
matrixed, right?
I go
You
back
got-
to like Unreal and I'm like, oh, you mean I could just put whatever I want in here and just like check the poly counts and the optimization and we could do it? This
Yeah.
is a whole different ball of wax. So I'll hand it over to you guys.
I think sometimes too, it's a little bit of improvisation in this field because it's so new and there aren't a
Mhm.
lot of standards. A lot of it is just, does this work? Ooh,
Making
cool.
it up.
Does that work also? No. Uh-oh. You know.
There's
You have
a
to be a
lot of testing
tinkerer.
involved.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
I
have to be a
think
tinkerer, right? You have to
Uh-huh.
be able to test and test
Absolutely.
and test and test and test.
in an early WebAR project, that was the same one we had to run through Houdini for all these characters. We actually had to run it through devices that I've never heard the names of before. They said, we want it on these devices, and I've never heard of them. They're smartphones to an extent, but they are not on the Google AR list. Like there's just the lowest of the low, and so that accessibility bar meant, okay, we really have to think clever about this. What are the libraries we can employ that will allow us to run this on the devices, and then test every single one. And we had to come back and say the bottom 5 on this list can't even run any web experience. But we tested it. We actually ran through a bunch of various levels of poly count, various levels of animation cycles, and learned pretty much what our bottom of the barrel is, and said at that point, we'll cut off and we'll set our established minimum requirement for an experience. Like what gives us the minimum that someone feels like they experience something cool? And then on top of that, we stack anything that's necessary for like the flagship phones, like iPhones and Samsungs. But knowing that barrier quite easily and having that available to test at all times makes it so much easier to plan for what you're going to have. Just the same thing with the Oculus Quest. Making all that stuff and then having it not work hurts you so much instead of going, I'm testing it and there it is.
And then you have to say like, but 90% of the people who are going to come to this show on VR are going to be on a Quest 2. So do you just optimize for that or not? But that's like a whole hypothetical, not about this panel.
Well,
Go ahead.
my thought is to go Quest first. I like to design for the lowest, like you said, Will, the lowest device. And in my space right now, in the VR space, that's the Quest. I'm shifting into WebXR, and oh boy, I get to think about portrait and landscape now. Thanks.
I saw your post about your, was it JSON?
3JS. I'm learning 3JS. I'm
3JS,
doing the thing.
yeah.
Come on, I'm doing it.
Yeah,
Get
I
there.
know.
Anyway, I'm not there yet. That's for another day. But you're right. Design for the Quest, and then if you want to have a different experience for the PC, obviously as your different builds, you can, well, in Unity at least, you can build the different asset bundles. I'm not quite sure how that works with 3 yet, but still, like, the idea is that as long as it runs for the Quest, it's going to run for everybody, even on PC. Okay, if you come in and hey, it's a little low poly, you're still going to have a great smooth experience, versus let me try to get the shine on these bricks just right, and having it
But we're talking about things that still look really, really cool though. Like, because you could design anything that'll work on anything, but how do you make it look super awesome? One thing that people may not know if they're coming to this, so I'm assuming the audience is both like people super, super advanced and people have no idea what we're talking about. One thing is that you learn is that shaders are actually cheaper than like GIFs sometimes, and like they can be cheaper than a lot of things,
my
and you can
favorite
do
flip
some
book.
wicked like water shaders and moving stuff and whatever. Because it's the GPU just going, I get to eat candy now. So,
So
that's something
explain
to
for the
consider.
people who don't know what you're talking about. What is a shader?
Well, shader's like a bit of code that will create effects using your graphics card more or less, and they can be like, they can cause like emergent effects. They can cause they can sort of, well, they can resemble all sorts of things, but they're basically programmatic visual patterns. Someone's going to crucify me.
They're
But
the
No, it's fine. They
They're
change the
yeah.
pixels on the screen. You may have some poly in there, but you're changing the pixels on the screen to accommodate based off of a certain amount of code.
Right.
Yeah.
The
Shaders
basics.
can affect geometry too, but a shader is really, at its base core, it's just the underlying programming or coding language that describes the material.
Yeah,
That's it.
right.
So,
but they can do cool psychedelic things if you
they
know
can
how
do
to
anything.
play with them.
It is literally code. It's a code base, and if you understand what you're doing with the code, you can. It's just math,
Right.
How do you string it together?
It's just like in early WebXR days, a lot of people come in with all these like animated GIFs everywhere. There's like, and you're like, yeah, man, everything will move. It's like GeoCities all over again. But it's actually quite expensive to do that, and it can actually crunch you down. So just something to be aware of.
So just a tip for all you at home who want to know how to do animated GIFs in your textures. It's called a flip book shader. It takes the UV and it flips it through a tile sprite sheet. So
I didn't know that. That's good to know.
Great tip, yeah.
Actually,
imagine.
I'm learning as I mean, I love this.
It's like telling a system to look at an image and just scan through an image versus here's a GIF that's a heavy set of images and just play each at the same time in order. And the CPU is going to be like, hold on a second, I got to do this. Versus
it's
just
Texture Atlas.
That's honestly what that is.
Yeah.
If you guys had to rank how to optimize for WebXR, an object or a scene, and those are two different things. I realize that, but if you had to rank the most important, where would you optimize first? What is the first thing you would look at?
Textures.
And then
Crushing textures.
Crushing textures.
There's a cool Blender plugin that people that I know who design a lot for web don't even know about. It's called GLTF Bake, I think, and basically it just rewires the nodes for you so that it'll be correct for GLTF. And then it allows you to step through every texture associated, whether it's like a normal or whatever, and it'll just say, hey, by the way, this is 1024 or this is like 4K, and it was just hiding down there. And you might want to crush this down to 512, and all of a sudden you're like, oh my god, my scene is like 40 megabytes lighter and it's coming in way faster. So simple tools like that can really do a lot of work that your brain may not sift through, and I recommend looking for them.
I have a point to this. It's one thing you want to think about with your textures too is, especially like on a VR headset, these things you're not looking through a 4K headset here, so you don't need ridiculous definition on your textures. You can try to get away with as low of a texture as you can. If you look at it and it looks like garbage, all right, res it up twice and try again, and keep doing that. And don't start with 4K and 8K textures because you're going to destroy it immediately. Start low and go high. And a lot of times on smaller things that don't the only time you really need a high definition texture is when you're looking at a full large piece of art or a large scale thing. Otherwise, if it's tiling along something or whatever, little metal bits and stuff, you can get away with crushing that down to 32, 64 sometimes.
Yeah, pick your battles.
Yeah.
It's find out what people are looking at and then focus on what that might be if necessary. I actually still have a lot of really good design channels about how every Nintendo game that's come out in the last 20 years still looks good. The moment you put it on an HD screen, yeah, you have pixelation because of the format of it, but all the textures look good. Water still looks good. And they chose occasionally a toon shader or a particular type of shader that allows them to make these very, very simple shapes into very complex looking things that will always look good because of the way that they're tiled. So that kind of system is really, really lightweight, and we can take a lot of notes from that so that it plays back properly. That's where I get a lot of notes.
Also, Oren said draw calls.
Yeah, it's like
you want to
number 2 on
minimize
the
draw
list.
calls.
Definitely number 2.
Very cool.
Do you want to explain that, Cause, or do you want to just like jump ahead?
Yeah, sure. A draw call is basically every time the GPU has to draw something, and what you want to do is obviously minimize that. So by doing things like static batching, for example, you can have a lot of objects as long as they're all using the same material and the same texture. you know, and this is where texture atlasing comes in. Put all of your textures as you can on one single atlas, have that load once, everything draws from it, and everything that is drawing from that one atlas gets batched into one in the final as a single draw call. So you can have like 40 objects,
Got it.
but it becomes one draw call. But if
Interesting.
you change that material, if you do any little tweak to it and change it, even one material based on the same shader or anything, but it's using a different texture, or if you have different settings, it will immediately cause a different draw call. So that's definitely
You got to be. It's the final step. You got to make sure it's the last
absolutely
thing.
Joining your meshes as much as possible, and
yeah.
doing, you know, all that.
Do you want to ask Will about edge computing yet? Because we
Yes,
only have like
because
5
I
minutes.
wanted to talk about what's next, right?
Oh, no.
Because I love this space, and one of the reasons I love it as well is because I like to challenge myself, and I like to figure things out. I like to nudge around and like try things and stay up 3 days straight without sleep to try to figure something out. But that's not really a sustainable model for an industry, right? We're still in such early days where you guys are far way more than I am, but you're figuring it out as you go along. But you know, as time goes on, we won't. The industry will progress, and we won't need to do all these crazy optimizing things. So I was curious to hear about what's coming down the pike and how it's going to change what's happening now.
So I've got something that's considered in some cases like a light at the end of the tunnel, and in other cases, I am totally blowing hot air, which is valid. But I'm working on a project behind closed doors that will release relatively soon, and it's coming up. People are talking about it. It's becoming a thing. I think Unreal or Epic came up with their own version of it called pixel streaming, which is essentially another word for edge compute. Especially in the AR sense, people really like that. VR is not ready at all because of just the way that we render both eyes. But for AR sense, if you're able to gather where someone's phone is using just really light SLAM tech of simultaneous localization and mapping, just phone knows where it is, doesn't see the room, doesn't transfer data back to some server telling you what your home looks like. If it just knows it's looking down, you can actually determine where the camera is and run it live in real time over a Wi-Fi network or even good 5G, 4G, and determine in an Unreal or Unity space that location, and it will stream on alpha the image back to your phone in real time at a frame rate that is acceptable. Before, we didn't have that. But considering how popular Stadia and other elements from Google are becoming, or at least the concept of is becoming, we're starting to see a lot of tests come out for these soon, and there will be soon some projects that will run cloud-based that are essentially edge, where you can go to a website and you have WebXR that has no particular limits, has really good reflections, has really good lighting, and these polygon limits kind of disappear a little bit. I am saying that with a massive handful of salt, is that there's a lot of requirements to make these things happen, a lot of server infrastructure, a lot of costs that is very prohibitive to any independent creator of any kind. And so I'm like, a light at the end of the tunnel for only some, and then it'll be a while before I think that opens up. But there's a lot of
the
opportunity
idea of like
there.
Stadia style streaming WebXR for people too. You know,
yes.
Xbox's Game Pass is like crushing it right now, playing AAA games on my phone in real time. What Stadia didn't achieve, they're just like, yeah, $14 a month. So I ask myself, like, what if we could go totally crazy? Is it still WebXR at that point? I don't know, whatever. But still, there's something to that.
Karen, did you have something you wanted to show? I didn't mean to cut you off, Kaz. I'm sorry. Did you have something you wanted to say?
If you have time for it, I have like a minute and 20-second reel of some of the spaces I built that are somewhere between Mozilla Hubs and the Janus engine, and just shows you some of the examples of like non-orthogonal spaces where I've crunched down stuff, try to make it look cinematic. I'm a big Terry Gilliam fan, so there's a lot of that going on there. But you can play that whenever you feel like.
I think go ahead, Ben. Ben, are you listening? Ben, can you play?
That would be awesome. Give us the best of the best.
I think I would love to have all of you. I honestly love to show all of your work because I think all of you are amazing. But I love Karam has his video, so let's talk through.
This is just like some of my journey of some of the spaces I built in the last year, just exploring what I can get away with. And
Kaz has it too.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ben. Ben, can you roll Karam's video?
Ben's asleep at the wheel.
I think Ben's.
It's a long day. It's a very long day.
It is a long day. Yes, tell me about it.
But I do look forward to like looking at your spaces, Kaz and Will. So
yes, I think we should absolutely list some of the other spaces out there that these guys, all of you are doing, because you guys are on the forefront of doing amazing work.
One of the things I'm working on right now is a website. Actually collect all of the things I'm doing in one spot where people can actually find it. It's not ready yet, so.
Karam, I don't know. It doesn't look like it's getting loaded.
Okay.
I'm so
Hey,
sorry.
Christina, nice to see you.
Hey,
Hi, hey everybody, what's happening?
Hi, Sean.
I know these people.
Hey,
Hi,
Here's the
everybody.
story.
Guys, I
Um,
want to say thank you so much. It was such an engaging conversation.
Let me just do a quick
Fascinating.
bump at the end of this. The 5 Hours Festival starts October 22nd online, where you can actually go inside
I'll
of
be
our
there.
WebXR world. So
Nice.
please do check it out, 5hours.net. We love you. Thank you so much.
Will do. Thank you so much,
Cool.
guys.
Thank you. That was
Take
awesome.
care.
All right.
See you, friends.
Bye.
Thanks, everybody. Yeah, and we're going to be moving from that session, which has a lot of really good wonky information that I think at the end of the day will help make your experiences look good and sharp, and trying to get as most complex scenes as you possibly can. So lots of good tips there that hopefully will be a good reference for folks as we move forward. The next session, we're going to actually be talking a little bit about immersive video. So both volumetric video, 360 video, and introducing parallax, which is different dimensions of having these holograms and having them in AR and whatnot. So very excited to hear all the different perspectives on this topic. So I'm going to pass it over to Karen Alexander, who's going to introduce herself and let the panel sort of introduce themselves and talk about immersive video, volumetric 360 degrees, and parallax.
Thank you, Kent. Thanks. I'm really excited to be moderating this panel. I'm Karen Alexander. I am the director of XR Connected. I'm one of the founders of XR Women, and I'm also a member of the team, the WebXR events team that puts on these events. And so it's very special to be able to moderate this panel, because I also do a little 360 videography myself. My guests today are Hugh Ho, who's the co-founder and creative director of Creator Up. He is a 360 VR filmmaker and a YouTuber. Christina Heller, who's the CEO of MetaStage, which was founded in 2018, and that's the first North American partner for the Microsoft mixed reality capture technology. And she's a pioneer in 360 and VR content as the CEO of VR Playhouse. And we also have Sean Frayne, who is the CEO and co-founder of Looking Glass, which provides holographic interfaces, now including 4K and 8K systems. So I'm gonna start with a question for Hugh. And you've made many YouTube videos that help people who create 360 videos. I know that I've benefited greatly from them, as have my friends in 360. And you're a go-to person for learning about the latest hardware and tools. One really quick question: how many of these videos have you created on how to make 360 or on 360 tools?
I think according to YouTube, I have more than 500 videos.
Wow.
That's including 2D, 360, 3D, 260. I'm actually making a volumetric one too, not in MakerSpace capture, but capture somewhere else. Like, I have all different kind of videos. So yeah.
Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot. And I know the community is grateful to you for the service that you provide in making these videos that help us all to do what we want to do. And those 360 tutorials and informational videos on hardware, that's not your main gig, right? And you kind of do that on the side a little bit. Is that correct? And so
Yeah. So all my YouTube video is basically come out from the love of the community. I don't get paid. I don't do sponsor content. That is just sharing my experience from my day job as a VR filmmaker. So I do have a day job as a director and VR filmmakers, and I work on commercial world and the feature film world. So yeah, I shot a lot of stuff, including the recent Oculus Quest 2 launch commercial. I'm the guy behind the camera that shot in VR.
that's awesome. That's really exciting. And so to tell us a little bit about why you do this. What is it about 360 video that inspires you? Why do you put so much time and effort into helping people learn how to create in 360?
So when I first time see 360 video, like mentally, subconsciously really changed the way I approach storytelling. Is so immersed and it's so like put me into a different mindset than to experience story in a whole new level. And then I do the same thing. I put the headset onto my friend, and my friend took the headset off. He's a big like ex-football player. Right? He took the headset off. I see him crying in the headset. So I never see such a story and medium has such a power to really like touch people to the core and subconscious level. And right now with the technology so like advanced, we have like I'll give Positron a plug as well. Like with motion chair, with 6 sensor, like sub-pack with sensation, visual and spatial audio, people can really immerse and make them feel like that they are actually there in a virtual world, and that open a world of possibility for storyteller to really try to get their story across. I think that as a storyteller myself, like we can basically tell story next to a campfire if you're a great storyteller. But since we have all this like tool at our disposal, why not just use them all to really like expand our way to telling story, so our future generation can really benefit from it. And that is why I create tutorial to teach people the breathing edge or wonky way to tell stories. So if people want to try it, they can at least try it. I'm not a great storyteller myself. I'm just a messenger. I want to share my experience, my frustration, my failure. So fellow better storyteller can use my experience to tell better story, then the long lasting effect on the community in the storytelling perspective. So that's why I can do 360.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Christina, can you talk a little bit about making that shift from working with 360 and VR to volumetric at Metastage, and what it was like to make that change, and what made you want to do it? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. 360 video was really my entry into the world of immersive. Back when I founded VR Playhouse with my team back in 2014. I think it was 2015 when YouTube enabled 360 video, and so it was like a really exciting time. I remember having to, I know Hugh, you do too, stitching the GoPro videos. I actually manually stitched them myself back in the day using AutoPano. And it was like really a very like such early days. And, as we, over the years, we started doing more and more game engine integrations, more photogrammetry. And then in 2018, I had the opportunity to launch and lead Metastage, which specializes in volumetric video human performance capture. And it's in many ways, it's kind of like, it's the opposite of 360 video, because where I was shooting, with an array of cameras out for 360 video, now at Metastage, we use 106 cameras all shooting in at a performer or a group of performers. And we take that, 3D performance and put it into an environment. And that can be a synthetic environment, or it can be a scanned, real life environment. And it provides, that next level of immersion, because you're able to move around the space with what they say, 6 degrees of freedom. And you can engage with an asset as if somebody's right there, like a holographic asset, as if somebody's standing right in front of you. I remember the first time I did volumetric video back in 2015, and it was, still early days for that tech, but it was one of those moments in XR that I'll never forget. Like, just the feeling of presence you get when you're standing in front of somebody who, and they have all of their dimension, and you can move around them as if they're there. It's really, really compelling. And man, it's come so far since 2015. The stuff that we're doing now, and the ability, as I'm sure we'll discuss, to like be able to stream it through the web, with WebXR and integrated into websites now. It's come a long way.
Sorry. We'll want to talk more about WebXR as we come up, but can you tell us a little bit about some of the projects that you are working on at Metastage now?
Yeah, well, let's see. You always know the ones that you're working on now, you're not allowed to talk about too much. So let me see. What do I want to highlight? I think that we did a lot of really interesting work in the fashion world in the last 6 months. We did we were able to do a project with Riot and Verizon for New York Fashion Week, which was a WebXR experience with Christian Cowan. We did another experience where a former Miss Universe used a major New York street as her catwalk, and she was like larger than life. And so using like a geolocated app, she would actually walk like a massive hologram down Fifth Avenue. So that was really cool. And one of the activations from last year that I think was really groundbreaking was actually a collaboration between Dimension Studios in London and Metastage here in LA for H&M, where they sent a bunch of VIPs this almost like it was almost like a children's book where you could flip through the pages, and on every page was a QR code. And when you scan the QR code, this little holographic scene played out right in front of you, and it involved, famous models like Kaya Gerber and others in fully like design setups with props and with these lovely little scenes played out. So they're all different, right? Because you've got like one where the hologram is larger than life, and then you have another one where that's like a little dollhouse right in front of you, and they all require a little bit of a different creative approach. But those are just a few examples. I could go on because we've done a lot of cool work, but we have only a few minutes. So
yeah, that's great. And I'd like to in a bit dig a little more into those different kinds of things and the design aspect of those, or the design thinking behind them, or the approach there. Yeah, but let's talk to Sean for a minute. Sean, tell us about Looking Glass. What is it, and how does it fit within the landscape, the current landscape of display technologies?
Yeah, sure. Great to be here, by the way. So thanks for having me, and great to be on this amazing panel. Looking Glass Factory is the name of our company, and we're based in Brooklyn, New York, and also in Hong Kong, where I'm chatting from right now, hence the city background. We make a holographic interface called the Looking Glass, so same name as our company, and it's the first system that doesn't require head-mounted display or something that you put onto your face in order to look into three-dimensional content. And so we view it as being a critical third pillar in combination with AR and VR headsets to complete this shift from flat media, from flat computing devices, from flat display to the spatial future of interfaces. And our view is that content that's made for one system should flow between all, and also flow into flat systems as well. So if you have a three-dimensional capture, either captured with a volumetric approach, or 360 3D video, or a light field capture approach, which I can speak to if folks are interested, all of that should be able to flow between platforms. And we have done work with artists over the last year or so where that's been a key focus. So our friend Reggie Watts has created a few pieces that actually are intended to, a few music videos in 3D created with a variety of capture technologies, and then amplified with tools like Unity. And that content can flow cross-platform between mobile, Looking Glass, holographic interfaces, and headsets. And I think that's the future that we're hoping to be a contributor to.
Really awesome. Thank you. Oh, and here we have some examples. Wow.
Better in person, I promise.
I believe you. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think, as I was saying earlier, I think I saw an earlier version at the Augmented World Expo in 2018. But these look incredible. Really, really awesome. Yeah, fantastic. Thanks for sharing those. Yeah, I want to go. I want to come back to some things you said in a little bit, Sean. But now, Christina, you touched on sort of the difference in scale with some of the projects you've worked on. And since this is the design summit, can we talk about that from a design perspective? What is required when you're using volumetric capture, and how do you have to think about these things?
Yeah. So volumetric capture is attempting to recreate, is a reconstruction of a live action performance. So sometimes it gets confused with motion capture, which is something where you have like an animated asset, and then you have, an actor in a point suit, puppeting essentially an animated asset. In volumetric video, as opposed, is something where I could go out on stage dressed in the clothing I'm wearing now and, do a dance or give a speech, and then The asset on the other side is a faithful, high fidelity reconstruction of that performance. And so you have to be thinking about the end user experience all the way at the start of the production. So for instance, if the performer is going to be interacting with elements of the environment, they're going to need to integrate that into their performance on stage, even if those elements aren't physically present. So first, things like, setting up eye lines, knowing exactly when they're going to, I'm getting some feedback too. I don't know if somebody's, yeah.
I'll just say, and I had to remember to do this myself. If you're not speaking, please do keep your mics muted so that we can avoid the feedback.
It's a trip when you're talking and you're hearing yourself. So yes. So first of all, you have to direct the performers to be interacting with elements of a world that they may not physically be seeing around them. And that's kind of standard for green screen work, but in this case, you're doing it in like a fully green sphere. Additionally, you have to think about things like if it is going to be a dollhouse display, for instance, and the action is going to be happening on a small scale, you might then direct the actors or performers to look up, because now they're engaging with the viewer as a miniature. And we've done a number of experiences where we've had the performers do that. So it's definitely not a fix it in post mentality. It's much more of a thoughtful production process, where you want to kind of lock in all of that creative before the performer goes out on the stage, so that because once you have it, and it's not really something you're going to want to, be messing around with and changing in post, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really interesting, and of course, creating in 360 even requires a thought shift from traditional video, right? So this is yet another one. Fascinating stuff. Hugh, so you, in addition to making all kinds of exciting 360 VR videos, you use really high-end cameras sometimes. You also talk about consumer grade, really simple, more accessible cameras. And they obviously they produce videos of different resolution, not necessarily, we're not necessarily talking about qualities, but just the the file sizes, and that's going to affect the ways they are distributed. Can you talk us through some of those issues and how people can see these videos that are produced at a very high resolution at their best?
Yeah, so since the panel we cross discipline, I want to like drawing back the design standpoint. I think as a creator, we should first thinking about the end distribution platform. What platform people gonna view on? If, like, for example, if they gotta view on a looking glass, they gotta have an entire different principle. View on an Oculus headset or on a phone. So at least on my channel, and I see the trend of how people in inquiry like different distribution platform, and then backtrack, I will introduce new technology. So recently, I actually do a big collab with a USC professor called Eric Hansen in photogrammetry, and hopefully I will get Christina on my next video to talk about photogrammetric capture. But that is a need from the viewer, right? Because we need to think about first where the story gonna live. If you can read on YouTube, which it should be, because most of the artists right now, I approach them, I ask them, say, yo, do you want to make a VR video in stereoscopic 12K looking, you can showcase on a 3D screen? They say, no, I want my viewers see it. They're all on YouTube. So my subscriber only care about YouTube 360. So we need to create a solution that can backward compatible on that end. And talking about a WebXR ecosystem, right now WebXR or WebAR is exploded, but practically speaking, we still have challenging to look at 3D in the flat screen on web. So whatever I created first, I make sure we serve that need, so people can immediately take out the content, display that in a Doom theater-like environment in WebXR, and then from then forward, I can make it stereoscopic, which is 2 view, and then and go crazier. We can using mocap, volumetric capture, photogrammetry, and then create more 3D live hologram projection and distributed looking glass. So it's all depend on stage, and we depend on how much budget you have. Again, really important. Look at your budget. As an artist, we don't have number in mind, so we just like, you know what, we should capture mega stage. How much it cost? Like we go to the sky, right? But really talk to as a designer. I think the first job for us is talk to the client, talk to the funder, and talk to yourself. Like how much money you want to spend on my art, and who gonna view my art on what platform. If you have that formula in mind, now your design can base on that.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot. Wow, there are several things there that I want to pick up on and throw to Sean. One is like the multiple screens and the ways that these things can interact with one another. And another one is just about the delivery methods. How do we get content to the end user? And does it require a headset? Talk us through that and your perspectives on it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're kind of at the the equivalent transition of film from photograph to film 100+ years ago, but for spatial media formats and whatnot. And we're seeing a few different ones emerge, and they all have different powers and different limitations, both on what it takes to create the content, and then also what it takes to view and share the content. To Hugh's point, right now, folks will want to deliver the content to the maximum audience in many cases. But if we can find a way to take that exact content that's delivered, let's say on the web, and flow that into other platforms like HMDs, like VR and AR headsets, and like holographic interfaces like the Looking Glass, then I think over the course of the next few years, we will start to see that transition, not only in the capture technologies, in the capture formats, but also in how people experience that captured content, accelerate towards spatial formats from strictly flat formats. And this is, I view it as basically inevitable, because, this is how we view the world. This is kind of a trope in these conversations nowadays, is like every one of us believes that we view the world in 3D. We have a big chunk of our brain that's for 3D processing. So of course, the way that we view our memories and communicate with one another and see the world, both past and future, it's going to be spatial. And it's just a question of when that is going to flip over from being niche audiences, which is what it is now, to being everybody. And we take the view that that's going to happen over the next few years, because there's so many creators that are now flowing into this. And finally, we have cross-platform APIs that are able to allow different output devices to plug into different types of created content.
Yeah, great, thanks. So do either of you want to respond to that, Hugh or Christina?
Yeah, I want to actually echo on Sean just said, that as a creator, as a filmmaker background, I feel like that right now the XR world, the metaverse, whatever that big word is, missing an entire community that most of my friends are into. They usually most of them are female actually, and most of them are not gamer. They love to watch movie, and ask them to look at low poly animation graphic. They're like, I want to look at live action. And then there is people like gamer that all they care about is the animation. I feel like that's the missing market right there. The technology and content creator can actually meet at the end row, because technology is getting better and better. And with volumetric capture, at some time in a distance, you can't tell that is actual capture on the camera or actually a scan. We don't tell anymore. Well, with Looking Glasses, now we can actually trick people in reality. That is only looking at an actual person in reality. So the boundary between virtual reality and reality is kind of getting blurry. I think the future probably gonna move that way. So we have all these different kind of discipline all merge into a reality, into a physical environment, so we can interact and experiencing in it to increase our sensor projection. And that's what I love to see the future can be.
Yeah, that's awesome. It is exciting to think about. Yeah. Christina, do you want to respond to that, or talk a little bit about, the WebXR and how it might apply to volumetric?
Yeah, I also see. I see Eric Chang over there in the questions. I can also talk a little bit about that to the best of my ability as well. He was asking about the difference between 3 DOF video and 6 DOF experiences, and how do we capture and present realistic humans on devices with mobile GPUs. So I think that's interesting, and that's always a big challenge, right? Because if you're dealing with like a mobile device, then it's about size and streamability. I feel like and this also pertains to WebXR as well, because when we're making things for like, let's say, eighth wall or sense of space, if it's going to be running through a browser-based platform, then it also needs to be compressed to the smallest file size, while also maintaining the integrity and fidelity of the capture, because you're not going to spend a bunch of money to do a capture of a high-profile person if it's not going to look great in the final experience. So on our end, what we do is it's really about like how few polys we can get the capture down to while still maintaining the integrity. And I think at Metastage, the lowest we will go is 10,000 polygons. And that works well for WebAR experiences. I don't know how well that would work for a headset experience, though, because in the headset, I think you just need a little more fidelity than a 10,000 polygon resolution. So it's always this, it's a bit of always this, game of, how much can we push the quality while also keeping the files small. One thing that is in like beta right now, though, is a content management system that we're using that will allow us to host everything on the cloud and then stream it into the apps. So that's a big shift, because up until now, we've had to host everything in the app, or make it something that a user would have to download. And this is, again, for an app-based experience, not a web one. But making the user have to manually download something or having to put it in the app, it's not a good recipe for doing something like maybe some training content where you're going to want a lot of volumetric capture. So being able to host things on the cloud and stream them through the app. And then also, I think at this point we've dialed in our settings for all of the web exports. I feel pretty confident on that. It does feel like every project pushes the boundaries a little bit further, and the technology is like slowly but surely enabling what I think we all want, which is to be able to engage with a lot of content at a high resolution on our Quest 2s or in the browser on our phones. And long story short, I'm kind of rambling a bit, but I feel like every project we do with our clients, like it's a collaboration, right, between Metastage and whomever we're working with. Everybody has different desires, needs, hopes, aspirations, goals for their project. And, what we try to do is take what we consider, some of the best volumetric tech in the game and our very production savvy team, and do everything we can to get you, the best desired outcome for the product. And I'll also say we love our looking glass. So we were in the original Kickstarter for the looking glass at Metastage. We had it when we launched in 2018 at our opening party. I remember we had a little ballerina in there. And I was also, we were right on with the new Kickstarter. I've got one at my house and at Metastage. It's a wonderful tool. And again, such a fun little playground to imagine inside. So I'm excited.
Thank you. That's so nice of you to say that.
Yeah,
you.
yeah. And then we get to the future of live too. Like live volumetric is on the horizon, and being able to use our looking glasses to, portal like a holographic display into someone else's living room. I mean, it's exciting stuff.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah. Sean, do you want to say a word about WebXR and how that might relate to what you're doing with Looking Glass or at the Looking Glass Factory?
I kind of touched on it broadly before, just in the sense that any super API that allows a bunch of different platforms to flow into other interfaces, which WebXR does, because unlike some other approaches that are limited in terms of number of perspectives that can be generated with the system and whatnot. WebXR can produce one view for flat output devices, or two views for a VR AR headset, or a multitude of perspectives, support a multitude of perspectives rather, for something like the Looking Glass. That's what's key. And we'll see, I think, how that all shakes out over the next year or two, but we're excited about it.
Very cool, very cool. And that connects to some of the things that Hugh has talked about the way that tools can make things easier for content creators. Yeah, I see that our hosts, Kent and Julie, are here.
Hi, guys.
Some questions for us from the audience.
Yeah, well, I think we're just at the end of the time here, and I just want a quick comment, which is that most people either come into XR from the film world or from the video game world, and I feel like there's going to be like a meeting in the middle at some point with a lot of this sort of volumetric capture and holograms and stuff. But I highly encourage folks to, if you're not watching 360 video, to check out what's happening there, either on YouTube or Oculus TV, or check out some of the stuff that's happening on these film festivals. There's the 5 Hours Festival from Karam that's going to be coming up. So just a lot of really interesting innovations that are happening with the storytelling within 360 video still. I think it's probably one of the areas that's pretty overlooked in the overall industry, but really appreciate all these creators that are on the front lines of creating all these different experiences and, like Metastage pushing forth the volumetric video and the Looking Glass technologies. This is all very exciting for me in terms of the fusion of where this is all going. So thanks everybody for thanks everybody for the discussion. So great. Well, wave goodbye. Bye everybody.
Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Icicle, Michael. Thanks to the panelists.
Thank you.
All right, so we have our next panel here with Julie Smithson that is going to be talking about some of the just higher general design principles. And so, Julie, why don't you go ahead and take it away and kind of set the context for the session and let everybody introduce themselves.
Absolutely. Thanks, Kent. And welcome, everybody. Michael, Trevor, and Aishigal. I'll let you guys all do your introductions, but I just wanted to introduce myself first. My name is Julie Smithson. I've been here most of the day, and really proud to be a part of this particular panel, Designing for the Bigger Picture. And my role at Metaverse as co-founder, and I also run a lot of the operations in the back end and working with the clients and trying to prepare both my teams as well as the client teams to design for WebXR. There's certainly a wild storyboard in front of us to be able to build these immersive experiences and making sure that they're optimized for the use case that they're being built out for. So hopefully I can give some of my expertise in this particular conversation, but I'll pass it over to Trevor and he can do his introduction from where his perspective is coming from. Thanks for being with us, Trevor.
Sure, I'm happy to. Yeah, thanks for having me on the panel. I'm Trevor Flowers. My background is varied. I started working with VRML back when it was sort of a plug-in from Sun to render inside browsers that really didn't know how to do 3D. I've worked on a couple of web browsers, most recently the Firefox Reality browser from Mozilla, which is running on the Pico and rumored to run on the Lynx soon. And then right now I am an industrial designer for a small studio in Seattle called Transmutable. And I have a project called Potassium ES, which is sort of a responsive and dynamic progressive library for XR.
Amazing, amazing. Michael, how about you?
Sure. Hi, everybody. I'm Michael DiBenigno. I'm head of business here at Flow Immersive. I like to say that I'm a recovering management consultant, making up for all the presentations and PowerPoints I've given in my life. And really saw Flow as this next iteration of how we more effectively communicate with data at its core. I guess sort of on the sort of side notes or related to Flow, I'm also known as the data guy on TikTok, where we've grown 100,000 followers. I mean, I think it points towards this idea of how XR can span across devices, and really excited to talk more about that. But that's been really key, I think, to our growth and the adoption of XR at Flow. Prior to my time as a consultant, was at MIT for my MBA. So I've always sort of played at this intersection of technology and business.
Amazing. Thanks for being with us today. And my good friend Aisha Yone, thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you for having me. It's so nice to be part of this event again. So my name is Aisha Gül. I worked at Microsoft as a cloud developer advocate for AI and spatial computing. I'm also the co-chair of Immersive Web W3C working and community group, took the baton from Trevor. And yeah, I actually started, well, I was trained to be a graphic designer. I moved to 3D visualizations and I loved it. And afterwards I start developing. So I have a journey from being a designer from 2D to what I'm doing today, building things for mixed reality.
Amazing.
And for Trevor's introduction, I wanted to point out one other thing. He's the editor of Immersive Web Weekly.
That's right.
Yeah.
He definitely is. And if you aren't signed up for it, it does come out and it's quite informative. Thank you very much, Trevor, for producing that. There's a lot of things to learn out there. So thank you for sharing your knowledge with us.
Sure. I mean, I just point at what great work other people are doing. So I love to do it.
And speaking of great work, today the sessions about designing have been all over the place, but so informative. And I feel like our panel here today is kind of the summary, a little bit of summary of everything that was kind of going on today. I know from my perspective and where I start with my clients when designing for that bigger picture, you know, obviously it's figuring out what are we designing for? What is that purpose? Is it marketing, training? You know, what are we creating? And, you know, then again, what does that design look like? Is it you know, and from my perspective, it's mobile. So, you know, is it a landscape or a portrait view? And then, you know, diving deeper into that, you know, into VR or mixed reality. But it always starts with storyboarding. And maybe we can just go around and talk about the importance there, because I know that's something that it's a little bit hard for our clients to come up with those ideas of storyboarding, and they're used to the 2D graphics tools. And I know we're going to talk in a couple of minutes with Aisha about, you know, how do you move from 2D to 3D design tools, but storyboarding, maybe if each of you want to give a little bit of your insights on how you work with your clients to come up with some of these designs to help them understand what are we designing, what are we building, what is it going to look like? Because it's really hard to see it before it's actually designed. Trevor, do you want to start?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it was really difficult, right? As a traditional designer, I was really used to writing scenarios and taking those into user flows, which are, you know, 2D sort of linear step-by-step descriptions of user interactions and what they were seeing. So when working with clients who were used to that workflow, but trying to convey to them sort of the spatial relationship between things, and that it's not necessarily this linear page-to-page flow, but it's sort of it's an environmental dynamic thing. We very quickly, I used to run a small design firm, and so we were very quickly switched over to just using as quickly as possible sketches in VR. And there are some great tools for that, especially now. So Blender actually now has a VR preview mode. And so recently I've started sort of quickly assembling sort of the equivalent of, in games, they would call it like the gray box of a scene or an interaction, which is basically just literally boxes of things that give the basic shape of something, and then putting the client in the VR headset in Blender VR mode, and then they can actually see it, you know, inside the immersive headset. And that changes a lot of the way that they immediately can pick up on a lot of the cues that if they hadn't seen it in 3D, they wouldn't understand what was happening at all.
What about you, Aisha? What about some design tools and things that you're using for storyboarding?
we are using 3D storyboarding tools as well as using Unity as well. But I'm lucky to be working with people who are mainly designers for mixed reality. I mean, if I was working in a WebXR environments, maybe just with the web designers, there will be a totally different experience. And previously, I actually worked on Autodesk. We were creating a tool for designers, and it was being used, and the designer was sitting just right next to us. And it was a very complicated process because if you think about storyboarding, it comes from the animation or movie industry, and you have still frames, and that's what I was used to. But now you have to consider so much more. Like there's just so many iterations, right? If I'm using a AR glass, for example, and I'm looking at a different direction than where I'm supposed to look at. Like we have to consider all of these things and like what is in my environment too, which is really complicated. I don't have a success story, honestly.
What about you, Michael? How do you use storyboarding?
Yeah, so for my 2 cents, I think some of the core elements of any sort of engagement or project still remain, which is who's the audience, what's the core message they're trying to convey. If there's one thing that they're going to remember at the end of whatever experience or presentation, what is that action you're trying to drive? And I think those are sort of critical and easily overlooked by sort of the cool, I'm going to go into XR, but I think it's so fundamental and it sort of doesn't matter what medium that is a part of. And so I actually really do want people start just like a piece of paper, like let's just like identify some of these things, and as you go through that storyboarding process, I think it helps to codify how you really want to convey this message. And I think too often you can get lost in some of the details. Now, one thing I'll add, which I think you guys all sort of mentioned, which is that we're transforming from this like 2D slide world into more of an immersive space. And I often find that the hardest thing about learning flow is not learning the tool itself, but it's how do I think in a more in a way that sees sort of the forest and the trees, that you can see the big picture, but then zoom in or drill into some of those details. And I think that thinking of how I can create a story that show those interconnected parts is actually the harder part of learning, at least our software. But I think the way you get there is still sort of some of those fundamentals of like, you still need a strong story, compelling narrative, and you shouldn't let the wanderingness that you can do in XR sort of detract from that.
Well, it even starts with the brand, right? So I'm dealing with some clients who are just, how do you transform your 2D brand into a 3D world? And I heard somebody else talking about this a little bit earlier today, and I've been working with my clients to help them put together a 3D branding playbook now. They had a 2D one. Everybody knows that, from how do you, where do you put the logo on your website or, your business card or whatever it is. But it's definitely a different level of consideration when you're planning to have your brand in a spatial environment. What does that logo look like from this side of the screen or that side of the screen? And then color palettes is actually a really big challenge because they've got all of these colors that they normally have, but when the world's changing behind that particular scene, they have to have another color palette behind it. It sounds very, very simple to fix, but when it has to go through an organization to get approvals of these things, it takes time. And as I said, some clients are having to rebuild, rethink, what their brands actually look like in this different perspective. So I don't know if anybody wants to comment on or is working with any challenging brand stories.
I mean, I've had some luck reframing the conversation as if it was them commissioning a physical good. So, like sometimes it's a sign for a building, that's sort of the equivalent in their head. They're like, oh, we have to take into account the environment around the sign and how much light it's emitting and how it looks in the day and the night and how it is against the background. And so sometimes reframing the conversation around sort of industrial design tactics that have been around for hundreds of years has been helpful. But when it comes to the dynamic parts of that, then it all falls down, right? Because your sign isn't going to like rocket off into space and then orbit the moon and then come back. And, it falls down a little bit at that point.
I think that's part of managing expectations with the client and mapping out, where they're entering this place of XR and where they want to go to. And again, it all comes back to educating the client. I know, just talking about a client and saying, okay, if you build out a mobile experience, it's okay. We can evolve from that. We can make it into a VR experience, and they don't know that. So it's part of that educated process with the clients to help them understand that they can grow from where they are as long as it's being built to scale, right? So great. Trevor, I know that you, we were talking a little bit more about the wider web. And maybe we can jump into that conversation, because I know Michael's also got some insight as well from Flow Immersive, how that can be tied to the wider web. Do you want to take off with that particular conversation?
Sure. So the problem that I was trying to solve was how to wrap my head around, as a designer, the complexity of all of the decisions that go into making a web-oriented experience. And so one of the key differences between a web-oriented experience and something that's for a specific headset, or even that's just for Portal AR, it's an AR experience on the iPhone, is that it has to be dynamic and responsive. So, a single user will, if they pop into their immersive browser in a VR headset, they'll start off the experience in a flat, on a flat web page, and then they'll click a button that eventually opens it up into VR, and they might go back and forth between that several times. And then when you add in, the fact that the website has to handle basically 3 entirely different display modes, that alone is complex enough. But then when you have all the new control types, so you can have like your regular 2D page controls like most people make now. You have overlay controls that, if you're looking through your device, you have things that sort of are on the surface. Those are your overlay controls. And then within the space, you have spatial controls. So that's, the exponential curve of complexity that the designer has to deal with is growing over time. And then you add on top of that gestures and, tracked wands and speech input and eye tracking and all the different new input types. It is radically overwhelming. The difference between designing a 2D flat web page, the kind of thing, like if you were making a to-do list, that's maybe 100 or so design decisions for making like a unique to-do list on a web page. But you make that sort of responsive and progressive across all of this new hardware and modes, that's thousands and thousands of designs. So it just became very clear to me that we couldn't do that repeatedly for every web page or even every widget, or, that's just not a thing that we can wrap our minds around, that level of complexity. So the idea of the wider web is that we slot these things into buckets, and then we build up a library underneath it that sort of makes a lot of the decisions for us, sort of in the same way that we have CSS frameworks that we use, or we have UI frameworks like React, or Vue, or like those. How as designers can we start from something that our brains can actually wrap our minds around? And so the wider web, it basically has 3 different parts to it. It has 3 display modes: flat, portal, and immersive. 3 control types: page, overlay, and spatial. And then sort of a abstraction layer over the inputs that converts low-level inputs like button presses or eye tracking gaze information, or even environmental information like stuff from the depth cameras, converts those into higher level actions. So as designers, we would write basically the script that says, okay, for these lower level actions, let's turn those into these sort of abstract higher level actions that then get sort of put into the system so the user knows how to do it, so that we don't have to rewrite those input translations every single time we make an app. So that was the goal. It's just, how do we even think about this complexity? So that was where the wider web started.
And I think Orin DePanther just commented, working based on capabilities instead of building for the specific devices, because we all know how quickly the devices change. We're looking at a couple of new devices each year, and being able to optimize and keep going and supporting all of these different devices all the time, it can plain and simply be exhausting, right? So building for capability first.
Sure.
Yeah. Michael, did you want to jump in there?
Yes, definitely. So
Go for
I think that, the wider web, to me, I feel like there's really been this push towards the metaverse. And I think the wider web and what we're talking about here all fit together. And we've sort of been, talking about this over and over and over within the WebXR community, that one of the key attributes is that it's cross-device. It works across platforms natively. And I think more and more the XR world is starting to embrace this idea that what we're solving can not only be solved in XR, but often can be solved in 2D counterparts. And if we think about it more as a progression, that this is a series of devices that you can join or be part of, that's what you're doing. And that, at the end of the day, Flow Immersive is a data storytelling company, not a XR company. And I think that's a really important distinction. XR is an enabling technology, but it is not the definition of what you solve for or what you do. And so on that front, I think we're just super well positioned. Like WebXR is just so well positioned for this idea of the metaverse. How do we, have cross-platform experiences, but don't just regulate things to only be XR? And I think that's just so fundamental. And just as a quick visual for that, we output basically these data stories, and those data stories can both have just a live link, so you can just send someone a link and they can go through it by themselves. We can actually have a live multi-user meeting. Actually, what I'm doing right here, if I click this button, this is live. This is a live meeting. And so we're in a meeting right now, but literally everyone could just grab their phone, point it to that QR code, and you can join this other meeting that we're part of. And that idea of that we're simultaneously on a 2D flat screen meeting, but then can also go into a 3D world on your phone or device, and that cross intersection between all of them, I think that's where things all lie. Because let's just be honest, like majority of people are not necessarily going to jump into XR right now to go in for a meeting. I think us being on a 2D thing right here is sort of testament to that. And I think that's just inevitable. And I think it's a progression of how we get there, not just like a all or nothing. And so the last component here of these AR videos, initially we created these AR videos just as a way to show what does it look like or feel like in XR, but it became a product in and of itself. And I think that product in and of itself was really just part of the metaverse, that people want sort of those different connection points. So I think that the wider web is just so fundamental here, and really excited to see more conversation around it. And I see some people join my meeting too. So that's cool.
Amazing. Aishagal, did you want to jump in there?
Yeah, I'm sure, Michael, you have the same issue too. Like when we were creating a 3D viewer at Autodesk, one thing that we quickly realized is that it's not just having 3D model that has lots of details where you can explore in many, many ways. But people are used to something like a slideshow, right? In 2D, they want to go from one thing to another. If you just give them the experience, here you go, there's a 3D object in front of you, go explore, people usually don't know what to do about it. And navigating them to the experience was very interesting. I'm sure you're going through the same thing with the data visualization. Have you guys found any solution, or Michael?
Yeah, what we've learned on that front is that we initially built the platform with the idea that you can sort of go anywhere. Like choose your own adventure, choose your own story. Click this button, go onto this step. You sort of want to drill in and explore. And actually, it's one of the most requested things that we get still. But what we learned is that while people think they want that, at the end of the day, they actually still want a story, which is often linear. And so how we have sort of played that line is that we give people sort of basically a very basic like next and back button to progress the story along, but that within each step you have the ability to click into more detail or filter or do other things to help tell the story. And I have this animation going in the background here, but that's sort of how I think we got beyond it. But I think that is a really strong the big difference between what people think they want and what they actually want. Sometimes is very apparent there. And yeah, we're all moving from that 2D slide world into a world where it could be more integrated, but you still need a story that is, does have some linear components to it.
And I think the other key point is collaboration too, and being able to see things that maybe another person can see at the same time or contribute to at the same time. And coming back to the storyboarding, one of the tools that we use right now just to try and kick things off with the client is Miro. A lot of people have heard of Miro before, and you can put those 2D pieces on there, but you can collaborate with your clients and start to build out what they're looking for, and then take that and lift that off into whichever engine or platform you're going to use. But the collaboration piece helps with perspectives. And I think that's another key word, right? Flow Immersive gives you visual perspectives of data, and just like all the other experiences that we're building out there. So it's certainly, I can see us using more things like Miro or collaborative workspaces where people can start to contribute to the story together. And and then it becomes, adding that dose of spatial in there will lift these experiences off into whether it's a mobile or a VR or a mixed reality experience. But maybe Icicle, are there any tools that you well, I know we had this conversation. How do you lift off from 2D tools into 3D tools? And maybe if you want to give some insight there on how you're dealing with things in your teams to tell that story.
Yeah, sure. So Microsoft is a big company, as you can imagine, and we have some design systems already in place. And we would like to have a similar design system for mixed reality. But when we go with that problem to our designers, they just want to use Photoshop and design everything in 2D. While there's a wrong way of starting how to design, but at the same time, if you're doing it on a 2D environment, you are missing out a very important thing. Everything is still a square button. Whereas you might have a globe or something where you can use different parts of it as buttons, or you can have different interactions, and it's really hard to make that switch and not to go directly to the tools that you are used to. And but there are some parts of visualization that especially requires both of them. For example, data visualization. I mean, before you go directly into 3D design for data visualization, you have to look at your data. And usually those are the tools that people are using, like Tableau and such. Instead of directly going there, I would definitely use some data visualization tool like that to see, like, what am I missing? What can I add with the, maybe the third dimension?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, I'll just pick up on that piece, which is, I think one other thing we're starting to learn, is that part of the idea of like collaboration, or why we meet, is that live aspect. It's like, if we're just going to sit back and sort of just listen only, it's like, well, we don't really need to be live. Let's just watch the video. There's no need to be part of it. And I think what we've been finding, and I'm just showing this example where it looks like I still have some people in that meeting, that's what we found is that you can even just like see what someone's looking at, and that's actually very powerful. Or that I can click on something and that is highlighted for everyone. It's these small interactions that we're starting to enable that are actually making it way more interactive, way more engaging. But I think it's also enabling non-experts to help communicate, or someone that doesn't feel necessarily comfortable, stopping the presenter and asking about that last slide, that literally can just point to something and be like, hey, what's this? Like, what's going on in that city? And that's a very empowering moment. I think that's something that XR is really enabling there.
Yeah, absolutely. Trevor, anything else you would like to contribute? I'm just watching our time. We've got just another minute or so, and then go ahead.
Sure. I wanted to shout out to an earlier panelist's work, Zach Capalbo, I think is how you say his last name. He is working on this thing called Vartiste. I think that's right. And it's basically, it started off, I think, mostly as a 2D
you're in VR, but you're making a 2-dimensional painting. But over time, it has evolved, I think, as a good way for 2D artists to get in, and then he's adding more and more tools so that you can take 2D gestures of the kind that a painter or an illustrator would be used to, and then making them into 3D objects that are in the environment with you. So he has, if you find his Twitter, he has incredible examples of using brushes that basically translate flat ideas into 3D. So I am super excited about this tool for design and for communicating with people. I can't wait until I get to use it with a client, because there is multi-user mode. So yeah, I wanted to point people at Zach's work, because it's I think it's sort of an indicator of the future of the kind of design tools that we'll be using a lot more of in the future.
Amazing. So I guess in summary, because I know Kent's coming on right now, the lessons from our talk are visualization, collaboration, right? And different perspectives. Anything else?
I would say telling a story too, not just giving the information, but also directing the story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I think also on that front, I think there is still this fantasy, especially in the data world, that like I'm going to throw my data into 3 dimensions and suddenly like every insight is just going to sort of flow into me and it's just going to all become clear. And unfortunately, that's not quite how things work still. But once you identify that story, or you identify the thing you want to highlight, it is a very effective medium by which to communicate. And I think that's sort of the emphasis, and story is still involved there. You know, it's yeah, I think we the whole idea of just exploration only, I think, is starting to lose some momentum there.
Amazing. Thank you so much for contributing today into this panel and designing for the bigger picture. I really appreciate you joining us, and thanks very much.
Thank you.
I think we have got our next panel coming in.
Bye.
All right. Thanks, Julie. Thanks everybody.
Guys.
And
hi, Karen. Hi, Linda. Hi, Sophia.
Oh, hi, everybody.
Yeah, we got the whole party going on here.
all right. So we have made it to the very last session of the day. We have the Unreal WebXR and volumetric video. We have Sophia Masasha, who's going to be chatting with Craig Evans of the Digital Nation Entertainment. And I hear that we're going to be having the after party in the Digital Nation Entertainment, or I'm sure we'll get some more information and details on the logistics of that.
Yeah,
but,
Ken, there was an email that went out to everyone who registered on Eventbrite with the details. So,
okay. So check your email of Eventbrite for that. And for anybody who's in the chat, and if you've been here all day, leave a message in the chat. Let's see who's been able to make this epic binge watch of this amazing day of content.
9 hours.
It's pretty amazing.
Potatoes, Kent. We're all potatoes right now.
Thanks all for being here. So I'm going to hand it over to Sophia, and then for your last session of the day here, the Unreal WebXR and volumetric video.
Thank you, Kent. Hi, ladies. And I guess before we get into that, I mean, there's a reason why we brought all the ladies on stage today, because we wanted to just do a quick little plug into something that we've all been a part of for about a year now. And I'll let Julie kind of lead this discussion here on this about what we've been doing with our XR women community.
Yeah, we're actually coming up on our 1-year anniversary. A year ago, this group of ladies and a few others came together, and we decided we wanted to meet every week and help educate the community and see who was out there, who was building, who was creating, and who wanted to learn. And we're happy to say that every Wednesday since a year ago, we meet in the iLearn campus, which is the Virbela campus. And we have a strong community of, I think, what are we at now, Karen? Almost 300 women globally that have registered, and well over 300.
Yeah. Countries.
Yeah. And sorry, how many countries again? How many?
42, and it's approaching 400. Yeah. So
that's right. That's right. So we know that there's a lot of amazing women that are working in XR and just wanting to learn about XR, to be a part of this community. So it's really an honor to spend every Wednesday morning from 11 to 1:30 Eastern in iLearn, learning about all sorts of things. Like we've had conversations from self-care, first of all, every month, at least once a month, we have a self-care day, but learning about aerospace and medical and sports was the other week, right?
Yeah.
There's topic after topic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'll just mention that I saw Christine Marsh in the chat here, and she is presenting tomorrow. She's bringing some people along with her. It sounds like quite a crew, and she's going to talk about building a VR production stage. That'll be
It's all about the processes of production, which I'm really excited to hear about that too. So
I know it's going to be amazing. And another thing that we do is to celebrate the successes of women working in and with XR. And I think that's really important. And as you said, Julie, we are building community and allowing a space for women to come together and find potential collaborators and business partners or just supporters and just people to talk to about what it is that they're working on. It's a wonderful community. I'm so thrilled that we did this a year ago and that we've stuck with it and managed to get to this point. It's very exciting.
I don't want to take credit because I was not one of your founding members, so I don't want to take credit for that, even though I'm up on the screen with you guys. What I do want to add is I'm somebody who comes to your meetings quite regularly, and the reason I come back is because every single time I get something out of it that is amazing, and I learn something and I meet somebody, and it's always fun. And you know, there are times when you're like, oh, I just don't feel like, you know, whatever, it's Wednesday, and then I do, and every single time it's amazing. So I just want to put that plug in for it, even though I'm not a founding member here.
Thank you.
I mean that genuinely. It's always, every single time, it's great. Every single time.
Thank you. Well, we look forward to having you present one day, Linda. You've been with us for a year, and we still need to get you on stage. And then for anybody else that's listening, if you have something that a success that you would like to share, please get in touch with XR Women Global. Join our database mailing list on xrwomen.com. We send newsletters out every week, kind of reminding people of the upcoming events that come out. And if you would like to present, feel free to do that as well. Our community would love to hear from you. And also we'll be live at AWE for anybody that's there. Definitely hit us up, slide in our DMs, and we'd love to meet up with you.
And I guess just one more thing before I close off is, you know, our mantra is always about gender balance, inclusivity, and diversity, but we do welcome allies. And this world is not all women. We know that. We're looking to just balance out the workforce and be a part of it. And that's the main mission. So thank you to everybody who attends every week. And I guess this is where we bow out, and Sophia's going to take the stage. Right?
Yes, thank you, ladies. Okay, I'll see you back here in approximately 20 minutes.
All right.
And
after party.
After party. So, So again, okay, so in the lower third, you'll see information about the after party. The link is demo.newskyxr.com. You're just going to enter in your first and last name as you registered on Eventbrite. And the password is summit in lowercase letters. So we'll see you there at approximately 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific time. And on that note, we're going to finish off with our special interview. It's a pre-recorded session. He wasn't able to join us live today, but we have a special interview in World with Craig Evans of Digital Nation Entertainment. And he takes us around on a tour of his incredible world built in WebXR. Today, we are ending this summit with a special guest. Craig Evans is with us. He's the CEO and co-founder of Digital Nation Entertainment. Welcome, Craig.
Hi, Sophia. It's a pleasure joining you today.
And you mentioned winning the Epic Games Mega Grant. Why did you? So that means you guys are building on Unreal Engine. Why did you guys choose to build on Unreal Engine? Tell us a little bit about that, because we don't see that often for publishing on the web.
We were very fortunate to have won that grant a few years back. We loved Unreal. We loved the dynamic lighting capability of it. Having won that award, built a relationship with developers in that community that was invaluable as well for understanding features that could be used and utilized and new features that were up and coming. So that was a nice advantage. We then built internally the tools to take an Unreal environment and transform it very, very quickly into our WebXR platform. And that enabled us to take that AAA fidelity of a gaming engine and actually bring it and apply it into the WebXR. And then that obviously raised questions on what you wanted to start doing for bandwidth and other things. So we worked hard on that, solved a lot of those problems, and we were able to start creating pretty dynamic experiences for multi-users to share.
Yeah, I agree. There's nothing like the fidelity and the graphics of Unreal, using Unreal Engine.
So Sophia, perhaps we'd like to take a quick peek into one of our new environments called Spaceland, which is going to be in the art and culture community.
All right, Craig, tell me where we are. We are in a mystical world here on the web. It looks like there's a castle in front of me. What is this?
Well, we're going to take a quick peek into this. This is an environment we're excited about. We haven't launched it just yet, but it's becoming a very favorite project of all of our developers. We have, we call this Spacement, and this area in it is called Palace Lands. And this is really for the art and culture community, for a beautiful area where people will store their galleries. They'll be able to socialize, look at NFTs among each other, have beautiful different spaces as they go into it. So if we look around the community, there's palaces all over. Now you're down on ground level, so you can't see so much. So what we'll do is take a quick jog up. Just so we get a little bit more view onto the vista. So, and again, we do all this just in web. The detail becomes rather extraordinary for web. So we can open up into our space. This is coming in through the gates, and then we can take that up into upper areas of the castle and private gallery rooms. Or why don't we just take a little look around the actual palace land itself. And each of those palaces are available for different people who want to have a presence in here. There'll be presence for public to come in and explore the art and the different sculptures. There's sculpture gardens, there are mazes, there's a whole world in here with NFT marketplaces and all sorts to really have a fully functioning economy and a social aspect to participate with others.
Okay, Craig, where are we? This is like a fantasy world. You know, I was telling Ben earlier that I'm going to take my friends in here for Halloween. I mean, this is incredible. And whoever made this is it's super creative. Tell us more about this world.
Smearballs is very much an active member in the art community. He has been a partner with a number of different artists, music artists. He's made a number of music videos for Deadmau5. You'll notice some of the characters that are in here are consistent to some of the videos that he has created in some of those songs. Huge popularity and numbers of views have come out of him. He's always been incredibly original. That's why we were so excited when we worked together to create this space as one of the initial gallery spaces in the Palace Lands environment.
Yeah, this is awesome. Let's go check it out and see what's inside.
Well, this is a gallery from our Palace Lands website. It's just a web address to come into an artist by the name of Smearballs, and he has very unique art, and it's beautiful and it's interesting, and he wanted to have a very unique gallery to bring clients, fans, friends into as he shows some of his art pieces. If we take a look over into these frames, these have copies of various NFT art pieces that he has that are 3D. We can move within this space. As you see, we turn on our camera feeds into our avatar. So it's not, rather than a Zoom call, as we look around this space, we can move into it immersively, share it and feel the presence of each other as we move around.
I'd love to take a look at some of this art around here. And it's not only the art in the frames, we're talking about every piece, every asset that's in this space is art from this artist, from Smearballs.
Yeah, it is. He's brilliantly talented and inventive in a level that is just hard to imagine. But he initiates emotions. You feel laughter and you feel joy and humor and curiosity. And I think that's what art is a lot about. And he brings all that into his space and into his art pieces here. So it's entertaining, it's exciting, it's thrilling. It elicits all those different emotions, and we love the collaboration we've had with him.
Okay, Craig, this is a gorgeous space. We are sitting on the terrace overlooking what looks to be New York City. I mean, I see some iconic buildings over here, and some of the labels of these doorways behind us, what we'll get into later, have the names of some territories within or neighborhoods within New York. Tell us about the space.
This is a space, we call this a network lounge. And we developed this for our division, New Sky. And the purpose of this was for the business to business community, so that they could have areas that they could have their remote workers or clients come on into during the pandemic, but we still able to turn on our video like you do in a Zoom call or any video conferencing call. So you have that face-to-face connection, but you have the sense of presence of yourself in a space. And it proved to be something that avoided the fatigue that you might feel in another's video call. These ones become very comfortable for extended lengths. So if you choose to sit at a table or wherever you want, and you have a screen at your home that you could be doing your work on, you'll have coworkers or clients or whoever walk on up to you, which is really quite a unique feeling, because they'll walk up, hey, what are you doing? It's almost like you just met at the water cooler in the office. But now you're gathering, you can sit down together, you can still work on your other computer, but talk to somebody, you can collaborate, share screens, and it becomes a total workspace that is both, fun and productive. And so we launched this out with a number of beta events, and they were very, very successful. So then we built out this space to be more based on, so that we could scale it up and make it so that anybody could build their own spaces from a website, drag and drop in their own logos and personalize it in their own way, and have a space that they can now call their own and invite their own clients and staff to gather and have meetings. We can do it scales up to any number. Each one of these call zones, these terraces, which is where you get to turn on your video, has a capacity of about 20 to 25 people. There's 4 terraces, so we can bring about 100 people into this, and it scales immediately into any instance, so you can throw parties for thousands, hundreds of thousands of people if you really want, and it just scales up. So it's quite unique, and it really is a fun space to gather and hang out in.
I mean, how have you seen some of your clients or partners or friends kind of use this space or space like it, I'd say?
We had a launch event a couple months ago with a couple major corporations and executives, and at the end of it, one of the CEOs said that he was able to have more intimate and personal conversations than he'd ever had on Zoom, which he'd been sort of stuck to, with these international calls that had been going on. And that was fun to hear from somebody who isn't necessarily experienced on a technical basis, but was able to step in, feel comfort, build an honest and natural relationship with the people he's talking to, and make it a valuable work experience. So what we're in right now is one of our first beta sites, and it's successful, it works well, it's comfortable, but our developer site has 50 new features to it, and that's the site that will launch in the next few weeks. But the features are pretty extensive, where as you move into multiple floors and layers for instances, because you get into events that are having thousands of people, And you want to be able to find people, so we have that built in as a feature. How to gather, how to go straight to people who are in another floor, in another area. How to bring in and share your screens and share certain assets. How to mute out other people and get your private moments, and share different aspects that people in a work environment or a business environment would appreciate more than, say, those at a music entertainment event. It's a little bit different. So
yeah, no, that's super interesting, because you're this particular environment and environments like this, you're designing specifically for the corporate world, which is a little bit different than what we've traditionally seen in WebXR so far. It's, you know, designed for people that are more familiar with the technology, more into the gaming world and such. So you guys are actually bringing this tech to CEOs and those that are kind of more in these serious roles and these serious businesses. What is their reaction to doing work or collaborating, socializing in this way? I mean, do you see this being kind of just sticking to how people are going to be socializing and collaborating, you know, disparately into the future?
yeah, it's definitely a continuing medium. I think the pandemic forced people into adopting it much quicker than they ever expected to. Pandemic was felt to be ending, so that you're about to go back to normal work, but it really hasn't gone back at the pace that people expect. So there's still an extremely high demand for this, but it also allows a lot of cost savings. You know, people who don't want to travel or for meetings and hotels and different prices. But I think that we built this out as, this was what we called the network lounge, but we also built out the business headquarters, which is onboarding and training sessions and product, you know, introductions and different aspects. And then we built out trade shows. And so that has everything from exhibit booths, where you get to come on and talk to your clients and meet with them, and then they can explore on their own. It has breakout sessions and keynote sessions and open immersive spaces throughout. And, you know, we did those initial launches a year ago as our test beta cases. We did a dozen of those events, learn the lessons, the bugs, and then we shut them down so that we could build this out to be more trouble-free and more frictionless for the inexperienced user to be able to come in and feel comfortable. So what we do is to have a lesson. Let's learn about helicopters today. This can be a classroom where a teacher or a trainer is teaching people in this space. So we bring up a helicopter, and then we put some labels on it so we understand the parts of it. And then we hit the next button, and that will explode the engine and pieces out so we understand where they are. And then as we hit the final button, we can watch a video that explains the lessons on maintenance and flying the helicopter. So it becomes a choice of a lesson that you can have within these immersive spaces that can be engaging and people can participate in, and it takes away a visual memory that makes those lessons even more powerful.
So here we are in another environment called cyberxr.com. It looks like a studio environment, but what's super impressive is just the incredible lighting that you see here reflected on the floors and the carpet and in the couch behind me. I mean, it looks like real leather. It looks so comfortable, and I just want to take a seat in this space. But this whole studio is just beautiful and looks like it could be another digital twin of, I mean, this just might be the most impressive space that I've seen in WebXR. And in fact, it looks like native VR to me. This volumetric capture of Grace Weber is so incredible. I mean, they were able to stream with such high fidelity into this space in WebXR and have full occlusion. So you can actually walk around this object and this asset and see in full 360 3D the performer. And you can actually walk closer and get some more detail of her face and of her movement. Something that I personally haven't seen in WebXR yet, and it's incredible.
So one of the advantages of being in the music business for so long is when we do our volumetric captures of singers, we have all sorts of wonderful choices of where they can perform. In today's case, it's a volumetric holographic performance in the lobby jukebox.
So Craig, one last question for our audience, and I'm sure we're all very anxious to hear what you have next on your roadmap.
Well, one of our long-term and original goals was to build a form of the metaverse. And I know metaverse today is a common and popular buzzword, but for anybody who imagined it years ago, what a digital world might entail, it was complicated and technology had to catch up, but we also had to come up with some sort of definition that seems to be agreed by most people. And I look at that as the starting point. So when we look at a metaverse has to have a persistence that people can come into at any time. It has to have a fully operating economy. It needs to be span across digital and physical worlds. Needs interoperability between one metaverse to another. Needs to be synchronous and live. It needs to have no cap to the people who come to join it. It's not a game. It's an experience. And once you get that understanding that you need to achieve each of those features, you start designing your technology accordingly. So as we started bringing in volumetric, live streaming, multiplayer, an economy, a safety, privacy, security, all of these features we started bringing into our metaverses, and we were able to bring them into our high fidelity environments. And we decided to do them across different verticals, business to business, pop culture, art and culture, different areas. And those each will be launched in the very near future.
And with that, that concludes our WebXR Design Summit and WebXR 2021 Summit Series. Thank you, Craig, for having us and being on our show today. Okay, that was awesome. And let me tell you, recording an interview in WebXR and then kind of putting this whole clip together is it's no piece of cake, but it was a lot of fun to do. And we're getting better and better at it every time. I kept spawning in as a male or a female, and I had to keep respawning to make sure that I came in as a female for the interview. So it was a lot of fun to do. What was your take? What do you guys think?
It looked amazing. I've already kind of poked my head into New Sky, and I'm looking forward to getting back in there again, starting at 8:30, which is 5:30 Pacific time. But yeah, the graphics are amazing, and it introduces another level of immersive communication and just being with people in a different way. And these are the type of worlds that I can see lifting off into the immersive side of things, right? All of a sudden we're going to want to be more immersed. Bring it on, right?
Isn't it incredible that with a URL you can join other people wherever they are in the world in a space that feels like an actual space and have an interaction? The flattening of the world continues, right? Isn't that an incredible experience? I wish this had been around when my grandparents in Europe were around, and I could just say, let's go, let's just try this. It'd be so amazing.
Yeah, I think like digital twinning environments is kind of the key to get more of like professionals that aren't familiar already with this technology, kind of acclimated with the tech and how it works. So like, okay, this is relevant to me. Like I get this, I get what I'm supposed to do here. And then we can like go off and be more creative for these settings as well, and think more out of the box specifically for the corporate world. So I'm excited to when we get to that point. I mean, they already did it with including holograms within their spaces and things like that, which I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, and I think that's an interesting point, Sophia. We talked about this earlier. So the idea of replicating places in the real world in these virtual spaces is one thing, and that has a function and it has a purpose. But we also have the opportunity to create entirely new worlds. And the Modeling Your Metaverse panel that was this morning, which looked incredible. And I didn't get to watch all of it because I was in the green room, but I can't wait to go back and watch the video. But there's so much scope for us to create things that don't exist from our imagination. And
And I'm glad like big brands like like Craig's and Digital Nation Entertainment, Live Nation, are taking a foot through the store and helping to kind of spread awareness of these mediums through some of the things that they're doing there.
I think it's interesting to me that Zoom kind of, during the COVID, all of a sudden, all these companies realized they could be decentralized and have workforces that didn't necessarily have to sit in an office. But Zoom is tiring, right? And I love the idea that the next generation of this will be that you have a decentralized workforce that's geographically spread out. You can find the best people and the best jobs for who you are without having to physically be there. And these spaces will enable a much more natural interaction. And you can collaborate and work with people everywhere. And to be able to do it with a link. I mean, this stuff is beautiful. Amazing what these guys have done.
Exciting stuff.
Yeah.
So last words, Kent. What were your thoughts?
Just a question. So they built all that in Unreal Engine and they exported it into WebXR?
Yeah. They did.
I didn't even know that was possible.
I know. I've never seen it done before, and it's beautiful. I highly encourage. Most of these worlds are open, so maybe we can post some of the links in our Discord channel. But definitely join the after party, and you'll kind of get a taste for what you're able to do there. But I mean, the lighting, the fidelity, the streaming with low latency is pretty incredible what they've achieved there.
Yeah, I mean, it has the aesthetic of a lot of the Unreal Engine worlds, and I think once I get in, it's sometimes kind of hard to tell what the experience was. One question I have, I guess, is when you're sitting there as an avatar, do you see a third-person perspective like we saw, or were you seeing him from your own direct perspective?
I saw him. So Ben was actually in as well, filming from his perspective.
Okay.
And so we were in there as individual avatars, kind of looking at each other there.
Okay, because I've seen a lot of this sort of 2.5D where you project your webcam in there but this looks like a fully embodied first-person perspective where you can locomote around all the different worlds and everything. So
2.5D is a new term for me, actually. That's interesting.
Well, it's sort of a pseudo 3D where you really are looking at yourself within this environment. So that's kind of what they call the platformers that aren't really fully spatial, but are kind of a 2D platformer, but look like they have a 3D. So, but this looked like it was actually a full-on 3D rather than like the 2.5D. So,
yeah, totally. I mean, check out all the worlds. We'll post links in the Discord. If you haven't joined Discord yet, make sure you do that, because there's going to be ongoing discussion, after the summit and in between now and the Polys that's coming up. And I see Ben, if you want to hop on. And anybody else on the team, Steve, anybody backstage. I did want to make a plug in, Ben will too, but the Polys WebXR Awards is coming this February 2022, and I believe we just opened, or we're going to open, I think, Ben can clarify, the nomination period for the WebXR Awards. And I personally can't wait to see what comes out of, especially in spite of all the all the summits that we've had throughout the year and the inspiration that's kind of come
it'll be exciting to see
all the
what
speakers
developed since the last Poly Awards.
Yeah, how much things have changed in just over a year. How much has been built.
Yeah, and as Ben's coming on here, I guess just a final thought of, now that we've been on live for over 9 hours now, for everybody who's been here for either all of the day or part of the day, thanks for joining us. And hopefully we've been able to, provide some good inspirations and references, and, go back and, the videos will be online on YouTube. You can find the links on there's 2 of the different channels that are there. And yeah, just congratulations to the whole team that put all this together, the WebXR team, including lots of people here that were a part of the planning and scheduling and logistics, and especially Ben Irwin, who has done a lot of the back end and just doing a lion's share of a lot of the coordinating and logistics and just really heading this all up. So a big shout out and congratulations to Ben for helping to organize this whole day, this whole event. What an amazing day with lots of different speakers, lots of amazing conversations that I look forward to pointing people to and referring to in the many months and years to come.
Absolutely. And also Steve Lewis joined us, who was also working backstage and in the green room as well. We can't do it all of these people. Yeah, it was an amazing day. And once again, thank you so much to our sponsors again, our series sponsors, Future Way, who helped make this day happen. And I think Ben's trying to make sure his audio works because he's got so many channels. And
got
saying
six,
no,
like,
he can't get
I don't know, like 10 computers up or something like that.
something like that.
There he is.
There. But he still can't speak, so everybody's
I don't know why
focused.
my audio isn't.
Oh, there you go.
we can hear you.
Yeah, we
Oh,
can hear
good.
you.
Oh, good. When I tested the mic, it wasn't working. Hi, everybody. Thank you, team. You guys are just amazing. This would not be possible without you. Thank you for the shout out, Ken. Kent, thank you for hosting this event. And who just left? Sophia, where'd you go?
She went to the party.
Anyway, I want to thank the entire community. I want to thank Future Way, Daniel Ljunggren, Mats Lundgren, June Wang. You guys have been fantastic. So wonderful to work with and has made this event possible. And so what I'm going to do, first of all, shout out to all of you guys, Julie, Linda, Steve, Karen, Sophia, and our 3 hosts. We just saw Trevor Flowers, who came back for Julie's panel. Earlier, we had Samantha Matthews, who hosted the Business Summit. And of course, Kent Bai, host of the Voices of VR podcast, just celebrated his 1,000th episode.
Yeah.
And that is just an amazing achievement and a really excellent piece of work. So I definitely recommend anybody interested listen to that. Chris Duffy gave a shout out. I second that. And so I've got some cards here that I'm going to put up on the screen. Team, don't go away because I'm just going to narrate over the top of here, and then I'm going to bring this back on. But what we have here is our credits, which in addition to the people that I just thanked, I want to thank Layla Mirzadeghi, Daniel Dabowski Bryant, Cause, who was on one of the panels, as well as Christy was this morning. Cause and Christy built the Poly's WebXR world in AltSpace. Aramay Ibrahim, who has been behind the scenes and helping us out. He is from Experiential Immersive and runs an event called Immersive Tech Africa, and he's a great guy. And so we're really happy to have him on the team. Chris Madsen, who is just a crazy wizard and Engage, just does amazing things, helped us out with Ready Player Golf a couple of weeks ago in just spectacular fashion. Terry Schussler, who is just this amazing friend and mentor. And Terry, Julie, Adina Kudlubski, who was here earlier, and I will be on stage doing stereoscopic WebXR in AR at AWE on November 10th at 10:30 a.m. So please don't miss that if you're going to AWE. And if you're not going to AWE, maybe a 20% off coupon, WebXR AWE 20 will save you a few bucks on that. And Alan Smithson, Julie's husband, co-founder of Metaverse and great friend, has also been a sage giver of wisdom behind the scenes, and really appreciate all of your contributions to that. I'd like to thank John Sidorovich, who I believe that this is an outdated graphic that knocked over his name there. And just that stuff over in purple on the right, that's kind of teasing what's going on. So if you're wondering about that, ask us about it. And let's see where we go in 2022. But this team has done some great work together, and we want to thank our sponsors. Again, Future Way, our different VR worlds that we've had met at Multiverse. We'd like to thank Digital Nation Entertainment, Craig Evans, who just was interviewed by Sophia, and all of the different platforms, again, Cause and Christie, Ready Player Golf, who gave us the World XR Women, who you've heard from, Karam and his organization 5Rs. Go to 5Rs.net to be able to get tickets to his amazing event. And you got a little taste of what he's got in store. Thank you to everybody who donated on the website as a friend of the WebXR Summit Series. And I will just leave you with just a list of the crazy, amazing companies that were represented by our speakers at all 3 summits. So we will be back in 2022. We will probably be holding some sort of a holiday party, so stay tuned for that. And thank you all, our friends and fans and WebXR community. We love you. Thank you, team, and the WebXR Design Summit. It's in the books.
Thanks very much, everybody.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Take care, everyone.
Thanks, Kent.
Thank you, Kent.
Yep, you're
Yes,
welcome.
thanks so much.
See